We've got to clean up the mess of the Conservative Party, just like the Downing Street
there
cleaners.
you go.
We had to clean the vomit up after Boris Johnson.
I feel like you
back again, guys. Sorry about that.
More from you shortly.
It's a long night, so we're all looking forward to it.
You're there again,
we're going to go to Destiny David now.
We're live again.
Which I think is going to be the council bombing and Ash and the councillor. How's it looking there?
See, I'm going reading all now.
Indeed, Clive. Yes, good evening from the Surrey Hills. And no strangers to drama here. They're the location for filming of Harry Potter films and James Bond films, but that's nothing compared to what may unfold here. Because fair to say that
breaking news, Clive.
Hey, I'm here.
Seth hasn't it thought possible we form UK gain.
Hey, could be, yeah. We could reform here then, I thought so.
Yeah. MD gain from Lib. Yeah.
Local issues pounding the streets, things like the NHS sewage. He's been focusing on that, but so too has his Lib Dem rival, Paul Follows, also a local lad and a councillor as well. Boundary changes, however, should favour the Conservatives, and the fact that there are more candidates than the Lib Dems accept that it's quite difficult sometimes to get tactical voters to change their mind on the doorstep. Having said all that, of course, they know the spotlight's on.
I apologise, those screening went off.
They're going to an Ash first. So that means we may get a result around 3:30. In the meantime, the acting returning officer is trying to keep people going by handing out his favourite snack, biltong, hoping to keep energy levels up. We'll see if that works. In the meantime, there's been plenty to cheer over here. It could be one of the key dramas of the night.
Biltong.
Biltong.
Plenty to chew over.
Under Corbyn.
Yeah, you got that one.
Under Keir Starmer as well, hoping to take that seat, keeping an eye on it for you. If you've got any charts for me.
Got a chart.
Excellent.
Just shout at me if Blythe comes up, okay, and I'll get on.
No doubt.
I know my place. But for the time being,
the fate potentially of Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, who has been an MP for a long time, as well as a cabinet minister in all sorts of different jobs on the outskirts of East London. Let's check in with Emma Simpson, who's at his count in Chingford. Emma, what's the sense from the Conservative camp there?
Well, judging on that exit poll, Ian Duncan-Smith is in a pretty precarious position.
I know. I can't believe that they're saying it's a possible
30 years
reform gain.
He'd be on the way out. And of course, at the last election, he really just scraped through with the tiniest majority as the seat has changed over the years. But one of the interesting things here is, will there be a big split in the Labour vote? Because 8 days into this campaign, the Labour candidate who fought against him and nearly won last time, she was deselected, and she's now standing as an independent. A Labour candidate was parachuted
declaration
in. So
imminent in Blythe.
Celebrating just yet. Here we'll get the declaration about 3:15.
It's on TV now, look.
One of the
big
Tory guns.
That's one, look, on the right there.
Thanks very much. We'll check in back with you a bit later. And that seat there, one of several around the country where there's been a lot of controversy locally, where despite this huge movement we're seeing between blue to red, actually there might be some wrinkles in places on the ground, and that seat might be somewhere where something interesting has happened.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. I mean, what are your thoughts on how the night is going so far?
Couple of observations from listening to Bridget Phillipson and her speech, her victory speech in Sunderland the last 10
got anything
years.
yet,
First MP elected to the new Parliament, which is a moment worth noting, isn't it? Ahead of the flurry that will come in the small hours. What have we got? 649 to go.
649 to go.
Absolutely. And with real jeopardy for many people in each one of them. That struck me as a national victory speech as well as a MP.
Chris, we're going to cut you off to go to Blythe for a declaration.
Yeah, Blythe,
to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of the Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
No, I was just waiting for that phone call, Dave, to say, look, get over here quick, you know. Because Dave, my agent, said to me, I'm only going to get 10 votes.
I know.
That's what I was saying here, see? I would have thought things like Neil Spate or Shane Ralph cost of vote to me.
Acting returning officer.
You know, could have just phoned me up, but no. She's got her glasses on. She's got to put the glasses
Best outfit of the night so far.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121.
That ain't much, yeah.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party,
ain't got much.
1,960.
Reform, you say reform.
Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats,
second.
1,433.
Second all the time.
And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington.
See, they're getting seconds. There's no tourism wiped out.
Yeah.
Seconds all the way now.
Huge round of applause for Ian Lavery there, keeping that seat and for that.
What do you call it? In opposition.
Number of votes, 20,030.
But it won't though, because Tories are still going to win all their seats later.
10,857. I mean, really quite astonishing there. Andrea Leadsom, that's part of the problem for Labour, for the Conservatives, isn't it?
That really is. I completely agree. I mean, it does.
I've got nothing. What have you got? Have you got anything on yours?
No, just saying, as I said, with their second, if they're second and this has come into seats, reform would have been totally next party. Opposition party.
See my one of my Belfast mates has put this up.
Oh right. Man from the Glen. Marvellous.
There's a class 3, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, good, isn't it?
It's a drive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Labour victory here. This is a Labour held seat, but what we're looking at is what's happened underneath that, and the share of the vote, 27% to the Reform Party.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, if they're going to get 20% all the time,
18% up. For Reform.
All right, ballot boxes have arrived in Chelmsford.
It's worth remembering that part.
I'm a Liberal.
Wing than Labour, and they don't feel that the Conservatives are being conservative enough.
But what do you mean by that? All this woke stuff? Can you define what that actually means?
It is woke. I do apologise, but it is getting woke.
Yeah, well, national service in the sense of supporting young people to be able something worthwhile to put into their community, not national service in the sense of going around shooting people. So I think that was misrepresented, if I can say that. But no, I think normal, but in terms of being ordinary, being understanding the things that voters are really concerned about. And I think Jacob Rees-Mogg pointed to some of those things. People are concerned about levels of migration. People are concerned about the cost of living. People are concerned about some of the issues for lack of infrastructure, ahead of planning, those sorts of things. And of course, having been a government for 15 years.
Angela Leadsom thinks the Tories haven't been racist enough.
All of those things. I think what it evidences is government is extremely difficult, and I don't personally think Labour has the answer.
Well, I want some mandatory jab, everyone.
Clearly, people are choosing to vote for reform in the hope that there's another third party out there that can have some of those answers.
The jury's still out on that, mate.
Just a quick question,
not really interested in France.
Looking at the exit poll tonight, it's an anticipation that
there's
going to be a government with an
I'm not
awful lot of
interested in him.
power,
Never
a
been
big
interested
majority,
in. That's
and we'll
probably
be
the
looking
reason why I won't
to
vote
your party and indeed others to provide a
I have nothing against
viable
him,
opposition.
right?
Yes.
So I'm saying this, I have nothing
all of the
against the guy.
turbulence in the Conservative Party in the last 6-7 years.
You're welcome,
That there
Princess
isn't going to be
Angela.
a descent.
Well, I'm sorry to say though, this in 5 years' time, they're all going to swamp back the Tories. So
to be that viable
Reform are going
opposition
to
in
lose
the
it.
coming months and years.
Unless they can
I mean,
do something
no one has a
solid.
crystal ball, but I certainly know
he now believes
that
to
a
be
lot of my
over.
colleagues have been very concerned.
This is the
I mean,
protest
we've all
vote. You
seen
don't
the
want the
polls
Tories.
over a
No
long
one wants the
period of
Tories
time not
anymore.
moving. And so
So
it's
you do a
very
little
much
bit to Labour,
recognised that we're going to
or
have to
you
regroup
fully go
and
for
rethink.
reform.
And the Conservative Party
And
is
no
the
one,
natural party of
and
government
no one
and
really
has
wants
been
reform.
in this country for many long years.
Do you
And
understand
so
what
we
I mean?
will be very ruthless
know.
about it.
Say
We
it
will
again.
certainly
I've
be
got a bit
very
of in the
forensic about
background.
it.
Go on.
And I
Oh,
hope
sorry.
and expect that we will be
No one really wants
regaining the
Labour,
trust of the
and
public.
no one definitely
And
wants
that's
Tories.
potentially the
Yeah.
shine.
Right? So they're giving a little bit to Labour, but they're giving more than reform, but they're not going to get seats.
I think we
That's
will
what it means
start
in
to see
reform.
people
They're not
coming
going to
back
get
to us.
seats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, a promise of
So
ruthless
that's what it's
recriminations
going to
there,
be.
Angela. And thanks for now. We're just hearing as part of those recriminations may perhaps come from Sir Robert Buckland, former cabinet minister. We're hearing on the ground in Swindon South, his seat's a classic bellwether.
I do
We're hearing that
apologise,
the
Rebel
Conservatives are conceding
Princess
defeat. We'll
Angela,
bring
but
you
you
that
know,
as soon as we know for sure.
That would be
I'm
fascinating.
not.
Let's go to
I
Professor
said I
Sir
was
John
like,
Curtis.
not for
John,
ours.
I
I'll
just
just
want to
take it or
check
leave it. You
the
know.
results that we've had. Are they in line with the exit
do
poll,
apologise.
particularly what seems to be on the
Beans on
surface
toast.
success
Beans
for
on
reform?
toast. Suck at him.
Yes and
Oh.
no is the answer, Clive. So far as Labour is concerned, the 2-point rise in Blyth and the 7-point rise in Sunderland South is pretty much in line with what we were expecting.
Yeah, don't worry, Princess Angela. Don't worry. You carry on.
Only a
13 and
2-point
18
rise.
points is actually a little bit less
For
than we
Labour,
were
only a
expecting,
2-point rise.
and
There's
therefore
expecting
conversely,
higher.
the declining Conservative support is rather less. Now,
Bloody hell.
the truth is, these are
Yeah.
although these are both Labour seats, and therefore normally we're not expecting the Conservative vote to fall that heavily in Conservative seats, or
There's a
relatively
reform, yeah.
not so heavily. But these are also heavily Leave areas, and we were therefore anticipating that perhaps with reform would put in a strong performance. And
That's the
push
reason
the
for
Conservative
reform,
vote
yeah.
down,
Yeah.
to rather a greater extent than we expect another Labour seat. So we'll have to wait and see. But broad message, Conservative votes down very heavily.
Yeah, they couldn't take reform either
and
then,
Labour
see?
are
They couldn't
making
take
a
reform.
modest advance. So that broad picture, at least, is there with the exit poll. It's just the fine
We
detail.
got
We've
anything
still got to
about
see where we end up at the end of night. End of the
our
night.
Channel 4's
And the
live with
turnout
what's
has
his
been
name,
down
isn't he?
as
Yeah, Channel
well.
4,
How
yeah.
much is-
Well, it's not. It's
Alistair,
not.
thank you.
No, it's not.
No, I
because
think it is, Alistair.
It really isn't. You still seem to think that Boris
No,
Johnson,
here he is.
Rishi Sunak, wheeling him out the eve of the election, was one of many mistakes he's made. Let's
Yeah.
trust Boris Johnson.
I think that's the reason
are
why we've got
politically toast.
131 and not 50.
I don't.
Oh, look at Nadine Dorries.
What the hell is going on here?
The fact that Rishi Sunak will.
We're anticipating it's what you would expect in the election. The polls were suggesting it's pretty clear who was going to win, and where there wasn't
Yeah,
that
don't
much
worry, mate.
difference, despite both parties' denials, that much difference between Conservative and Labour in much of what they were offering the electorate.
All right. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Now then, let's go
Well,
to Jeremy with what he
Oh,
has
that's
from
good.
our latest
Get it on
calculations
there.
as they
Right,
develop.
have you found
It
anything
looks
yet,
like it
Dave?
could be tonight,
No,
Jeremy.
just saying that
redrawing of the
reform
map.
are taking
Oh, look,
Labour,
Andrew,
Tory
you've got a
votes,
good
but
one
not
there.
Labour.
That was so
That's what it
brilliantly Judy.
means.
Thank you.
What?
Thank
Told
you.
us what?
Yeah, look, here is
Reform
our
are
map. This is
taking
from
Tory
last time,
votes,
though,
not
crucially. So
Labour
this is
votes.
the 2019 map. And you see, don't you, the
Ooh.
wash of
That's what it means.
Conservative
Here on
blue
here.
from Boris Johnson's 80-seat
Yeah, reform are
majority.
stealing
And I'll
Tory
switch it
votes,
now
no
to what
Labour.
the exit poll is
Oh, hang
showing
on,
us.
Dave.
And
We've
we
got an
stress
exit
again
poll
and
here.
again,
Hang on.
just predictions.
Right.
But look at the way Labour red spreads out from the urban areas to cover so much of England. Bear in mind, a lot of the
we've got
Conservative seats
nothing
are
in
larger
this area at all.
geographically.
Just,
That's
keep
why,
going
again, I
through
think
it.
that's why
There is
reform could
Rishi
go
Sunak's, for
to
example. So
us.
this kind of
Because
map can
he's
give you a
Conservative, isn't he?
that
See?
there are more
Yeah.
Tory seats than there are. I will just say, though, it's very interesting to see maybe reform less strong in Scotland and the Conservatives here in the south of Scotland and the middle of Scotland as well. Scotland and the Conservatives is going to be an interesting subtext in this story of the night. Now, let me do something that'll help us understand what the map is looking like, and it's this. If I change every single seat and make it the same size, make them into hexagons, it then shows you really clearly what we're looking at. So we're back in 2019 here. Back in
He
the,
does
and
the
you can
same
see
with Nathan,
the scale
leave it.
of the Boris Johnson victory, can't you, with so many of these blue hexagons. I'll now change this to the exit poll. So just have a look at the change here. Okay, This is 2019 still, and I'm showing you the majorities.
Bloody hell.
The majorities are shown by the height of the hexagon. The taller the hexagon, the clearer the win.
You just trod on Derby.
So you can see a lot of 2019 big majorities here for the Conservatives, particularly in the south of England. So now let's change to 2024 and let's have a look and see what the exit poll is showing us. And look at those hexagons lowering. The Conservative seat majorities going down, being replaced by red ones. You've got, for example, Portsmouth North. Penny Morden's seat just over there.
But look at Reform.
The House of Commons has gone from quite a sizable Conservative hexagon to a red one.
Lighter blue,
so that is what we're looking at. It's an amazing map, that, isn't it? Because when you make the constituencies all the same size,
could get, look at one part of Dover. Look, they could get Dover.
Labour red.
There's Clacton over there. See Clacton.
And of course, the interesting thing as well is that you're seeing some marginal Conservative seats,
and the lighter
which have
blues
been blue for a long time, turning into safe Labour.
Never been there. Never been to Manhattan.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, hang on a minute, I've just got to go back to normal.
It does show you what might happen in really, really vivid detail.
Okay, so we've had a few results.
So Labour aren't losing any votes. They're not gaining any more votes. It's the Tories losing the lot.
Yeah,
it's quite a standout.
That's what he's saying on. I know it's Twitter, but you know,
just typing something away there for the BBC News app.
No one wants to talk.
But yeah, a bit of exactly. You know, those first two results, seeing how well Reform were doing, as we were reflecting a few minutes ago. Yes, in parts of the world in the northeast of England that significantly backed Brexit, but here is a party that, I mean, I'm exaggerating madly, but was sort of, you know, came about a week last Wednesday. It's a new entity on the political stage. One of the standout moments of the election campaign was Nigel Farage's decision to come back in, be the leader of the party, be a candidate too. And one of the big questions was how much difference would
similar kind of demographic patterns there. I think the question is whether we see that pattern of the Conservatives actually outperforming the exit poll in the result. The question is whether we see it around the country. And that's what we're going to be looking at. We're going to hear from Billericay in a moment, I think.
Billericay.
There, and we're going to see what happens
could go Reform.
These constituencies. But so far, exit poll
here we go.
Looking very good.
Billericay could go Reform.
Billericay, I think, is Holden.
Holden.
That's Holden.
Richard Holden. Yeah.
Well, they parachuted in.
Braintree in Essex. Go on, ask me another. No.
the one they parachuted in.
Oh, yeah, I think so. It's hard to make a trend out of two results, but I think one of the things to look out for is when you get to one of these seats like Penny Morton, where people know that it's a tight race, because people in these seats know that it's
you said go for your Coronary Railway thing, didn't he?
Basically, whoever they like and Labour is going to get in, which is not to take it away from the hard work that Labour teams do there. So is tactical voting going to play a part in these tight seats as well, where people perhaps lend their vote to a party they don't usually vote for in order to get a result?
They're lending votes to Reform.
Rhetorical.
They're going to go back to Tory. I'm sorry,
I really want to finish my point that Andy shouted down on, because I didn't get
to go back to the Tories in 5 years.
I remember talking to Richard Tice 4 years ago about how we were going to do that. And of course, I think what you're seeing is actually the shy reformers coming out.
Sorry, they're going to go back
we saw this with Brexit, didn't we? The shy Brexiteers. So the pollsters were caught off guard, and once again, they've been caught off guard. Now, if that is true, and we get 13 seats, that is extraordinary.
You really got to do something in the next 5 years for Reform to keep these seats.
This is the beginning of a much bigger movement. And it is a movement. It's from the ground up. Chris mentioned something else, which is actually in the northwest and the northeast. We're taking votes not just from the Conservatives, we're taking them from Labour as well. People who say this country is broken and they want it back.
I mean, where do you feel you have been picking up? Is it a uniform picture, or is it, as you might expect, from areas very strongly Eurosceptic, voted Leave?
I'm sticking out because I can't see the screen, Matt, so don't worry about it.
It hasn't really. You had UKIP, then the Brexit Party, then the Reform Party. This
has been because they keep changing their name. That's why people are not going to stay with them.
So what's interesting is if you look at vote share, we believe our vote share is twice that of the Liberal Democrats.
Twice.
We believe that to be true. And if that is the case, and we only get a quarter of the seats, then that says something about the parliamentary system and why first past the post, I think, is broken, and why we need to move move to something like a proportional representation, which of course we had in the European elections, and that's how we became the biggest party in. I know I can see you shaking your head next to me. But we became the biggest party in the European Parliament because we had the D'Hondt principle, and that's how we had so many. The Conservatives don't want it, Labour don't want it, but actually I think people in Britain do want it.
It's quite early in the night for a discussion about the D'Hondt system.
Well, yeah, maybe. I like to elevate the conversation.
But, and I want to get the reaction from the other parties as we will through the night. But just many people watching, though, David Bull, will think actually what they saw from reform, aside
for the Labour Party, people are desperate for change, and the Labour Party will deliver, particularly for working people with change.
How are you going to deliver for working people? It's quite a depressed area. Nearly 30% of people have actually never worked in Blythe and Ashington. What are you going to do for them tomorrow?
Well, I think the most important thing is tomorrow I'll start work immediately, and we'll be looking. We need to be investing in good, well-paid, secure jobs in the area. That's basics to ensure that people get that opportunity. There's too many people have worked, been better on employment, and haven't been able to gain employment for quite some time. There's young people not getting equal opportunities when they're leaving school. We need to be looking at. We need to look at child poverty in the area as well. The whole country is ridden with child poverty, and as I said in my speech, we are the 6th richest economy.
I say we are. President Billericay's still going to go to the Tories.
Start in life. The
But
Labour Party have said that
reform could take most of their seats.
Breakfast clubs is a start to make sure that kids are nourished. I think that's very, very important. I think free school meals for children as well is something that we need to look at, and we need to make sure that people get an equal opportunity. Why should people in different parts of this country have a life expectancy of 10 to 15 years more than people in my constituency here in Blythe and Ashton? We've got to get to the roots of this, and we've got to make sure that change means change.
You referred
very quickly. How worried are you by the fact that reform came second?
When you take him most of the
I don't like him, is it? He seems like a prat, Dave.
Do you know
where
seats how far will be? I mean, you hinted earlier, you say you're picking up everywhere, but do you have a clear view of where you're likely to take? Was Nigel Farage likely
I don't want to bet on it, but Clapton, I hope with Nigel, I hope.
Clapton, Nigel Farage.
I'm just focusing on what we can do, and I'm not
saying anything
in my life. We'll be in
I just said it's going to still go Labour, better
Thank you very much for speaking to us. And Sunderland reform coming in second, as they did here in Blythe and Ashington, and also
never half an hour yet before the Basildon and Billericay vote.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much indeed. It's getting.
Excuse French. Mr. Farage. Hello. Hiya. Just on my way. Just on your way. I am. Yeah.
Is that his girlfriend's house?
I'm a gay
Oh
man.
well.
I've been with my partner for 25 years, and all the crap that I've excuse French, all the crap that I've heard in the last few weeks is rubbish. And I'm 100% voting for you and my partner.
Yeah, this bloke says I'm going to wait till Basildon and Billericay can go to bed.
Yep.
I'm waiting for Basildon. Yeah.
Austerity.
Exactly. And all this division, they're trying to divide us. For me personally, whatever people think, you're the chap I'm going to trust in. And you've got my vote, and I'm about to go down and do it. Good lad. So good luck, Mr. Farage. I really hope it happens. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Robert Peston is saying that the Tories may have lost Billericay.
Just on my way to vote just on your way.
Party. That's a big thing to do. It's like the lens of independence.
Yeah, Tories may have lost Billericay. That's what Peston
said.
says.
To get past.
We were
Joe Johnson, what do you think?
He's only lost by about 20 votes, though. Like that.
It certainly is.
And what, you're on Peston's
Look,
channel?
I think
Yeah,
it's hard
Robert
to imagine
Peston's
a worse
Twitter.
outcome than the one delivered by this campaign, to be honest. I mean, I'm stunned by Reform's arrival as a major force in the land. I don't think that would have happened. Look at it. Reform is getting 80% more votes than the Conservatives in Blythe, more than twice as many in Sunderland. This is a dramatic development. It's quite possible to imagine that Reform will be coming second across vast swathes of constituencies in the Red Wall.
Sunderland South, Naga Munchetti and Sally Nugent are standing by. Naga, I'm sorry, it was Jackie. Jackie from the bank who did it for Sunderland. They got in there first.
I had
heard Sally say that was their secret weapon. And there were lots of kind of indications here at Blythe and Ashington that we were just about to declare a few minutes to go, and then it kind of went quiet. Sally and I were messaging each other, actually, just going, who do you think it's going to be? But yes, that we had our declaration for one of the 4 constituencies here that are having results. Ian Lavery from Labour winning, as you've been discussing. And interesting that Reform came second here too.
What's that?
As I said, which are going to be declared. You saw Maureen on the stage there when the declaration happened, who is Conservative. She obviously didn't win.
Steve Baker, you saw Steve Baker leave.
Levy, who's also
he's still kept on here. He's still got his
also
seat.
waiting for his declaration. That will be for Cramlington and Killingworth, which will happen around 12:45. So we're still waiting for more results.
Basildon's going to be declaring soon, it says here.
The case. As for the future of the Conservative Party, these elections do raise
Clacton for sure, it says here. Someone said Clacton for sure for reform.
Try and be reform light and
coin.
expect that to be a winning political strategy. It doesn't look to be on the evidence of what we're seeing today.
Yeah, it does look as though Orpington, according to the exit poll, if it was to follow those lines, it would stay Conservative.
We have to get used to our new reform candidate. Then if we have
as well, and Rice,
we have
the only 3 seats to stay Conservative in London, huge swathes of the capital, where the Conservative Party will have no influence anymore.
We find out in the morning.
Our one, for our one.
Yes, I mean, look, the Conservatives are in danger of being drummed out of the capital of this country, and that's a terrible indictment of their appeal to Metropolitan, open-minded, liberal voters, and the Conservatives have got to appeal to people who live in our big cities. What future is there for a party that is going to abandon our big metropolitan centres? I don't see it. I think it's really important that the Conservatives stay open-minded, try to appeal to the centre ground of British politics, as they did in 2010, in 2015.
Joe, though, it's Beth again, do you accept that you are making the argument that Andy Street made when the Conservative just lost the West Mids majority? He said the party to stay in the centre ground, the centre right. It needs to do that to appeal to younger, more diverse communities. But you acknowledge, don't you, that after this result, your party will be looking the other way. Your party, if anything, will be tilting to the right. You accept that, don't you? You see that that's the reality.
They'll get all the reform candidates.
Well, that may well happen, Beth, and I think it would be a big mistake. I think the Conservative Party does its best, does best when it does appeal to all kinds of voters, voters in the centre, and also those who are attracted by traditional Conservative messages around tax and law and order and being strong on defence and those kinds of themes. But I think it is important that we remain open as a society and are open-minded and liberal and outward-looking. And I think that's what's turning off young people in their droves at the moment. And I think when you look at the percentages of young people, those between ages of 18 and 30 who are supporting the Conservative Party at the moment, it's single digits. And that has to be a wake-up call.
But Joe Johnson, I mean, the brutal truth is, in 2019, your brother won a majority of what?
Harwich, Blackpool, Middlesbrough and Corby could all go
up 5%. But look at that. And one wonders whether that big rise in the reform vote in those seats that voted to leave the European Union, whether that is because
by the Conservatives, but he stood down his candidates. Wasn't that a situation in which what you actually did was postponed the choice that you have to make as a party, and you're paying the price for that tonight? And you are going to have to make a choice, aren't you?
No, I don't think so. I think it's possible to occupy many squares on the political chessboard at once. What I think is to be a
Conservative Dave.
Right, just turn it off, just hearing it.
Because we've got Conservative.
Really being
fully
emotionally, intellectually committed to them. I think that's the mistake, because it doesn't come across as authentic.
Okay, I know, John Redwood, that you want to come in. Thank you for being with us this evening. Are you echoing what we're hearing there, Conservative?
No, I'm not. And I think that
says here, Basildon South and East Thurrock Conservative,
allowing the inflation, not
still got it
disciplining the Bank of England. then allowing taxes to go up to pay for the colossal bills of rather overextended COVID lockdown. I think that was the big thing that drove people away from the Conservatives, because we'd promised lower taxes and successful economy and didn't deliver it. And then I think the other big letdown for voters, some of whom have gone off to reform, was a very clear promise to reduce overall migration, mainly legal migration.
UK Labour saying we need Basildon,
level, which
UK
is already
Labour.
quite high, putting pressure on housing and access to housing for young people, for example. And instead, we trebled it. And that was obviously thought to be a very big letdown. And I think the new Labour government has got to understand that if they want to solve the problem,
that's the tellers. I remember that's the tellers. So they couldn't find another stuff in ballot. Remember that?
Well, you know,
by young people.
Shane Ralph is one of the tellers, though.
Yeah,
he hasn't phoned me yet, has he?
People every
No,
year,
no, no.
Bloody night he's going to
John,
phone
just going
me.
back to that, when you look at the legal migration figures from the last 2 years of freedom of movement before the UK left the European Union, and then you
surprised by that, because
Matt Critchell, Labour candidate Alex Harrison has now arrived at the county in Basildon.
Politics. I don't think anything like the number of voters.
Matt Critchell, journo,
Reform UK could be described as nationalist, populist.
Yeah, no, you know,
they're looking for
Alex
a
Harrison.
very handy protest party to support, because they are furious with the Conservatives.
Yeah.
And I have lost count of the number.
If Richard Holden loses
this
Basildon and Billericay, I'll be a little happier.
Yeah, exactly. Richard Holden, yeah.
I just cannot decide. I hate the Tories. There's
He's
no
another,
way I'm
what's it
going
called,
to
did
vote
the Tory
for
bloke. He's
candidate, but I can't yet make up my
oh
mind
God,
who to
like
protest
Jonathan
for,
Gullis.
either Labour
He's another
or
candidate, never was
Reform.
called.
So they're not guided by some
local Labour economy. And that was very attractive to Brexit voters. And then they felt that hadn't been reflected in government policy. So, of course, that was part of the diversion. And quite a lot of people in the Labour movement understood that. They didn't want...
No, we've not, Twitter's going down a minute. I mean, I have to try and...
Who are of working age, many of whom, with the right support, right training, right incentives, to get a job.
But John, isn't the point, though, that the nature of migration to this country has changed because of Brexit?
Not loading at the moment. Twitter's
people
down.
in their 20s would perhaps come from Poland or Romania and spend a little bit of time, then go back. But now people are coming from much further afield. They need to bring dependents with them. And haven't you just not been honest with people about the whole migration challenge? You know, you've kind of played politics
I've been very
with
honest
it, really.
about
But
it.
the
I've
reality of
always
it,
said, why don't we have tougher criteria so we don't have so many legal migrants? And the government then adopted that in January, but it was a bit late by then.
But the problem being
me post on loading. I don't know what's happening. This is me.
Yeah, but you have to work away at those
in a mess, haven't you,
with
on
the
this whole
potential
issue?
work. Yes, but you're not listening to me. If you put the wages up and help the companies with productivity, you would solve that internally. You know, 9 million people of working age who are not seeking work or have not got a job is a very large number of people. Now, some of them are really badly
Just
ill.
like
They should just
exchanging
be looked
keys,
after
you
by
don't
the
want
state,
to.
of
It's like
course,
being
and
a
some of them have
scooter.
responsibilities that
You're
cannot be
stuck with
easily
the
dealt
devil you
with.
know,
But
don't
they're
you?
not all like that.
And people are coming from further afield. They're bringing dependents, and that's not something you're talking about. You, Brexiteers, have brought about this huge increase in net migration. I try and blame everybody else.
I didn't bring about any of that.
But it was your decision.
I was always a voice for having tougher controls on migration. And the government has moved towards that early this year. I think it would have been better if we'd had a later election and they'd have shown more progress and shown them.
Basildon calling soon, Ashley.
We solved the problem with drivers.
I thought Joe Johnson was speaking really clearly, and what I was saying before should be more in touch with the centre ground. That was the Conservative Party that I used to see in Parliament. I think isn't the reality the big mistake? You were talking about mistake, Joe, before. I look back at it and think all of your failure.
Down the Irish Sea. I think you're living in a fantasy land with respect.
No, it should be coming soon. Billericay and Basildon should be soon.
For an insurgent party. But I would not describe this as a popular insurgency, and I would not flatter Nigel.
Might be Basildon in 15 minutes, someone said. Yeah, that's right. Quarter past midday, midnight, yeah.
Who were disgruntled, some of whom have come back to the Labour fold, voted Conservative in 2019. How do you hang on to them, given that you have signed up to the fiscal rules of the Conservatives? How do you hang on to them when you have decided that you are going to get debt down in relation to GDP by 2028. You haven't got any money, and you're not going to borrow.
Between what happened to the Conservative Party in 1997 and the divisions within the party in the major years, and
Well,
the way
I see one obvious bigger parallel in that, which is that was an economic problem as well, just as this
was. Speaking to him, he's a fucking Tory.
Living, failure of levelling up, people's big
gateway, Danny and Farrell.
COVID, Ukraine war, inflation, however you want.
Gateway, gateway bloke.
The major collapse was because
Danny
he wrongly put us into the European exchange rate mechanism, something I urged him not to do, and he ignored the advice. And the ERM was deeply damaging and created a recession. And that once we'd had the recession, we were finished.
It was also about huge divisions in the party.
Well, that became the story which Labour put out later. But actually, if you look at the polling, the polling cracked. No, the polling cracked when it was obvious that the economic policy was a disaster.
Okay.
And
Joe Johnson, do you want to come in on that, Joe?
I wouldn't take any shit from him.
Conservatives have been punished now for Brexit.
Yeah, look, I mean, Brexit was the flagship policy of the Conservative Party, and it has to own the fact that it's been executed in a completely shambolic way, with no clear plan, no strategy for how to make a success.
He could win. He said, that one who's got parachuted in the floor, he could win, but it's going to be a margin.
Was a good idea.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
For Sunderland, I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows.
Right.
Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852.
57.7, 57.2 turnout in Billericay.
10,000.
A lot of people have voted.
Yeah. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson,
57.26.
Yeah, a lot of people have got,
Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Yeah.
The number of rejected ballot papers.
Yeah, the same pattern as Trevor was saying that we have seen in the previous two seats.
Conservative and Reform is quite close.
Declared. I'm not sure that close there. If I'm right in saying that, Trevor.
I haven't been able to look back and see what it was last time, but I suspect it's the same pattern as previously. Can I just pick up on John?
The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The
Oh, we are.
turnout
99 rejected.
6%.
We got
And that
nothing
Lewis
on all the others,
Malcolm
have we?
Atkinson.
No, just saying there's 57.26 for the turnout. So, hi, people wanting to vote. I thought, we saw a lot of voting down in
Beaming Lewis
where we were
Atkinson
today,
there,
weren't we?
NHS manager who's won the seat for Labour with 16,800.
Everyone wanted to vote today.
But again, we see that fascinating state of the race there. Reform, not just beat.
Yeah, Reform second.
And you've got Labour flatlining there, Reform up 15 points, the Conservatives down 21. There you go. That is what is happening so far, and it's early days, no question.
Yeah.
But Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there.
Yeah.
Which has been saying today, which is,
and you will go back. You'll go back to the Tories.
Where they are being punished. The Tories are being punished across the country here, with votes going everywhere.
Okay, must
Tories
thank John
being
Redwood.
punished.
Also thank Joe Johnson, gentlemen. It's
You got anything
almost
yet?
the witching hour. Time to go.
President June
Thank you
soon
very
could
much
be the
indeed.
first
Thanks
crossed
a lot.
off.
We are
Whatever that
heading over
means.
to Ed Davies' seat,
What?
actually.
First crossed off,
And I
that
think
could be the
Matthew
first
Johnson's there
Reform
for us.
seat.
Hi, Matthew, away to go yet until
It
we
means
get
your
the
first Labour
results
seat.
from where you are. But I wonder how they're feeling about just looking down at the exit poll suggesting the Lib Dems would have 61 seats.
Yeah, it'll be a few hours yet before the declaration happens here in Kingston and Surbiton, but clearly the Liberal Democrats are looking at that figure of 61 seats, and they're pretty pleased with it, let me put it that way. Officially, Sir Ed Davies on the record as saying that he's humbled, and
Shane
to
get the old
a record
a few
election
extra
result.
votes in the back
Another
pocket
source
for
said to
him.
me that it's been a fantastic
that.
it looks that
Yeah,
way. And then
no.
slightly more
So
another
Shane's
source
going to have
told me that
baggy
if you
pockets
told them
today.
3 months or so ago that they would get 61 seats, frankly, they'd have bitten their arm. So look, they are pretty happy, although they are also saying, look, it's just a poll.
Where'd they come from?
And they'll wait and see exactly where they end up. But it's looking like a pretty good night for the Liberal Democrats. 61 seats, incidentally, wouldn't actually be their highest ever total. The highest ever total was 62 back in 2005. But what it would be is a gain of 53 seats from where they are at the moment. Nominally, they're defending about 8 seats. So to get 61 is a gain of 53 seats. That smashes their previous record of gains for an election back in 1997, when they gained 28. So that just shows you.
He looks happy then for reform in Newcastle.
That 28 seat gains number was suggested to me by a couple of very senior party sources as the sort of lowest level they were aiming for, and they've more than nearly doubled it. So they've done very well. If they, again, caveats that the exit poll is correct, I think there are a lot of very happy smiley faces in yellow tonight. Let's put it that way.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Just to let you know, Newcastle Central, we are expecting them to declare in just a few moments' time. Hold on a second.
The seat of Penny Mordaunt, who's been leader of the House of Commons. She's been the MP in Portsmouth North. Mark Easton, our colleague, is there tonight. And Mark, are you seeing?
Just saying, Basildon, you could be coming soon.
Well, very interesting, actually. Most of the candidates are here. Penny Mordaunt is not here.
No,
and we're told that she may not turn up until very close to the declaration, which is expected at around 8:30.
Exit poll said 50% for Labour.
Sunderland, they're talking about
Result
now.
42.2, a bit lower. Not massively, but nonetheless. Reform basically bang on, 28.
Post's not loading again. I don't know what's up with this bloody thing.
But more or less in line with the exit poll. But again, look at the Conservatives. Exit polls said they were going to get 8% in Sunderland Central. In the event, they got 14.3%. So each of these results, these numbers are looking pretty good. Certainly, we'll take an average and we'll give you a sense of how that average is working out. But one consistent thing, only 3 declarations so far, is the Conservatives doing a wee bit better than expected. Lib Dem's actually doing a little bit better as well. But back to a chart I just showed a moment ago. The question is this: what does it portend for this trend here? The exit poll suggesting the Conservatives are going to have the lowest number of seats going back decades, not just 1950s, 1920s, all the way back to the 1830s. So does the fact that some of those numbers are coming a bit better than expected, does it mean this line is a little bit higher? And how much of a solace is that for the Conservative Party? We'll have to see, because so far, those results that we've seen, that one that I showed you a moment ago from Sunderland Central, this is only, well, look at the map here. We've only had 3 results from 3 areas that are geographically quite similar, but also have similar kind of demographic features. So
we think in Northern Ireland. Because Andrea Catherwood joins us now from Belfast. Hi there, Andrea. Just paint a picture of the scene where you are.
Yes, very different.
Still not loading. Right.
The people of Belfast and Northern Ireland vote for Northern Irish parties. Now, traditionally, the DUP over the last 20 years has been the party that's been the biggest Northern Irish party in Westminster. Party that is under most pressure tonight.
Not yet. I'm trying to find it now. It hasn't come up yet.
There's always been either the DUP or another.
No, it's still not loading. How are you getting all these? My one's not loading.
However,
you go to home first, so you get your main page back up, and then you go to your recent.
Jeffrey Donaldson, who
was the leader, is
charged with historic
sex. If you go to the search bar, it's not working. I don't know why.
He resigned. His seat is vulnerable. But even more importantly, behind me, Belfast East is being counted. That is the new leader's seat, Gavin Robinson, and that is a really tight race.
This is Labour, yeah. Most of it is normally Labour,
Party, Naomi Long. So you've got 2 party leaders.
Potentially.
No, I don't think so. I think it's worth bearing in mind that it wasn't so long ago that Labour MPs were splitting out of the Labour Party and trying to form their own grouping through the independent group. And people like Keir Starmer stayed within the Labour Party and decided to save it, and indeed they did save it. So I think we live in tumultuous times thanks to social media and so on.
Yeah,
and you know, it's not the end.
You know, I mean, Labour, even in 2019, worst performance since 1935, they picked up 202 seats. You, on these figures, you are nearly losing 2/3 of your seats. I mean, it is.
It's a devastating.
How can that not be an existential threat to the party?
It is clearly a devastating result for us tonight. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But if your
streets are not loading. Right,
okay. Not coming back from it. No, I would reject that.
Okay.
What do you put it down to?
I think that it's a combination of events, human frailty, and overwhelmingly social media and WhatsApp.
I think, Laura, good evening, or in fact, good morning. It's the morning.
Is it already?
It is morning, yeah. It's 12 past.
It is, I know, time's flying on. But we do not have any hard facts from Scotland yet.
Oh, Glasgow.
Right, the exit poll would be an enormous blow for the Scottish National Party. The Labour Party would be delighted if that were to be proved correct. I think there's some doubt on both sides about whether that exact scale of the victory
during a period where suddenly all MPs are on WhatsApp. And I think if you have this enormous majority, you're going to find a lot of Labour MPs who feel they don't have any influence and are treated like
isn't it more if we're and I'm not saying this to rub people's nose in it, but I think objectively, with the 3 prime ministers we've had, this has been the worst government of our lifetimes. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I got into politics because I felt.
Are you?
Yeah. What does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge. It's midnight. There are 2 results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on favour.
Can I jump in the middle between you two? Yes. I'm going to stop you here. And I think that there is an element of truth in the scrutiny and the way in which information is given has completely changed. Even since I started in politics, sort of 12 years ago, it's completely changed, and social media has changed it, but it's changed it for everybody. But I think
because mine's not loading.
A government, we haven't delivered enough for people. We lost our credibility for competence because we've had 5 prime ministers who seem to have taken a kind of anti-papal view.
Sir Robert Buckland's
okay.
See what's happening.
Of course, Heidi Alexander up against him, former Labour MP. Let's see.
What's this? Yeah.
Of the election of a Member of Parliament for Swindon South.
Swindon, right.
I, Sam Mowbray, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Heidi Alexander, Labour Party, 21,676. Robert James Buckland, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,070.
Goodness me.
Martin Costello, Independent, 472.
As well, but Heidi Alexander double the votes of Robert Buckland, who was the sitting.
Yeah, where are they?
Robert Buckland's out.
On the Reform vote.
Catherine Kozidowski, Reform UK, 6,194.
Of the Conservatives. Heidi Alexander is declared the MP
Swindon South.
for Swindon South, being
Labour
returning
gained.
to Parliament is the correct phraseology that I should be
Reform
using.
third there,
The exit poll has suggested,
A Labour game for Swindon
Labour
from Tories.
44%,
First Labour
Conservatives
game.
27, Reform
A Labour
17,
game.
no Brexit candidate.
Yeah, another Labour game. Yeah, no.
19.
You Tories are all, you know.
Conservative 25 points
We'll
down
keep
there.
the red flag.
Yeah, that was. I
flying,
mean,
yeah.
that was a target seat. Keir Starmer has made many a visit to Swindon. That was their 55th target. So when you're looking at an exit poll where they get heading for a majority of circa 170, you would expect Swindon South to go. Steve, I have to say, your seat in Wickham also looks
absolutely.
like it could? Do you think you're going to lose your seat tonight?
I'm widely expected to be swept away.
Tories are holding Basildon. Someone just said.
You didn't help yourself though, did you?
It's 1992 all over again,
I've got
and
all
the
the work
Tories
done
are
that I
holding
needed to, and I'd
Basildon.
encourage Sky to interview my chairman at the count later.
How are you feeling, Steve?
I feel great, but the people I feel sorry for are the staffers who are going to lose their jobs, who don't deserve to lose their jobs.
I
employ 6 at the moment, and they're not all full-time, but I employ 6. They deserve to continue their service to the people of Wickham, and they're not going to be able to if I'm swept away.
You had wanted to potentially run as the leader.
Well, I made a private. There was a private speech which leaked. These things happen. As a result, it went into the press. But I'm very, very clear.
Never alone with the microphone, Steve. First.
Well, I can
to restore honesty, decency, and integrity to politics.
Oh, Swindon. Oh, God.
Now, as some of you may know, I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred. And I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown.
In Swindon.
Sure, kids growing up here today don't have to move out to get on. A mission to build a high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded.
We have gone a long way through the last few years, haven't we? And I've 14 years of this. I've been involved in the main issues of the day repeatedly. I'm in all the history books, and there's just a matter of fact. It's been a hell of 14 years. If it's time for me to go and do something else for my life, I can assure you, I did not ask anyone to vote Conservative for my sake. If I lose, it will be the best thing that could happen to me and my wife.
You're being admirably clear-eyed about this, but can I just take you back to something that you said earlier on? Are you genuinely saying you think this is to do with social media? Are you saying there's nothing deeper going on here?
Oh, yeah, there definitely is. I mean, I tweeted out.
What is it?
Oh, he's blaming us, people. He's blaming us. Because we don't read the papers. You don't even read the fucking papers.
She's much more likely to explain the turmoil in
Brexit hard man, Steve Baker.
As well as here.
He's blaming social media.
Western welfare states living far beyond our means.
Because we're not reading newspapers for the major news anymore. He's blaming us.
Tripled when New Labour were in power, from 700 billion.
That's how desperate they are. These Tories.
A great rush to destruction.
They're so
desperate. And then since then, we've had a categorically different monetary environment. That's what's wrong with the economy. The post-Bretton Woods social order is blowing up. We can't.
I get the economics point, but I'm asking.
Well, do you know what, Trevor? To hear you say that,
why are you getting punished tonight?
Trevor, to hear you say that makes me so happy, because this was the substance of my maiden speech. I've done the documentary. I've done the book.
You don't have to make a speech again. Just
if after 14 years, I can say live on TV what I just
social media,
move on. Thank God, because we might actually avoid the default of the welfare state, which is otherwise coming.
I'm sorry, this isn't about Bretton Woods. This is about whether people that are living in Methil or Sunderland or Surrey or anywhere across the country feel like they're better off now than they were before.
To those who voted for me and to those who didn't let me say this, I am here for you. I will represent our whole community with dedication.
Espouse as a party, Steve, what the last 14 years have been about. And every single leader that's come in has, to a greater or lesser degree, wanted to give themselves some clear pointers to the predecessor, has undone what they've done. We didn't give our candidates a clear story.
You're right, it is more, because where else are you supposed to get the proper news? I know hearsay might be a bit.
A lot more about how we were all over the place. We
were the Daily Mail and all that rubbish.
We couldn't settle on.
And they're supposed to be journalists, you know.
In many ways, this kicking could have been a lot worse than we're seeing tonight, and it is bad. And I'm sorry that you've lost your seat, and I feel so bad for everybody.
I haven't lost my seat yet. We'll find out.
No, but if it happens,
you know as well as I do that Conservative economic policy is limited government, low taxes, balanced budgets, and sound money. None of those things have we had for a very long time. So whatever our problems may be, they're not to do with having Conservative economic.
Can you just a second, Andy, because I do want to ask him about the spectre at the feast, and that is Nigel Farage. Should he be accepted into the Conservative?
No, I've already said no. Look, I represent or have represented for 14 years.
I'm going to have to say, poor old Nigel. They're going to leave your sinking ship.
Vote for me. So when Nigel Farage recently went out,
in 5 years' time, when they say we can't get anywhere with reform,
he said it to me.
He did. He said those comments he made to you.
Because Tory will become more right wing.
You know, we can't.
I'm not saying Nazis. I keep saying this. Don't keep saying saying
whose
Nazi.
treatment of
It's just
sensitive
right-wing.
issues is so clumsy and
More
offensive.
patriotic or more
acceptable.
Steve,
whatever,
when you look at what's happening with the Reform vote, you can see the trend where the Reform Party is coming in second and the Conservative Party is being pushed into third.
Yeah.
You know all too well, you've managed your party, you've been an operator, you know all too well that the pressure for the next leadership race will be that there is a need to win back Reform voters, and it will tack to the right and it will point that in that direction. Do you not think?
I think that there's a great deal.
We have just had an adjudication of doubtful votes here in Basildon.
How to deliver
in this huddle are candidates from Labour,
policy
British Democratic Party, and the Lib Dem.
Appeals to the obvious coalition of voters who are there for the taking.
What's
happened here is
I don't think there's been a huge
in Basildon, yeah, Matt
Critchow
again.
That's not what people have told me on the
Matt
doorstep.
Critchow,
I don't think that's actually what's seen in the polls. People have just
Labour
fed
and
up
the Lib
with us.
Dems and
But I think the
the
rise of
British
reform
Democrats
really
all
shows
huddling
us that there
together.
is a coalition to be built here on the centre right.
So there'll be
Steve,
someone
credit
just
to you for
stuffing the
coming on, by
ballot
the
then
way,
for
and
that.
facing it in the way that you are.
Have you got
But,
it? Yeah.
you know, can I just really get to the heart of it from your point of view? You were a big architect of Brexit. Do you have no regrets about how that's played out? Do you not think you should have backed Theresa May's deal?
He's still got Swindon on there, he has.
Well, surely people feel worse off.
Is that you? Oh, God.
Attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust. I know what side I'm on. I know what choice I would make. And I believe with sincere and fierce conviction that my party has to make the right choice too, if we are to inspire a new generation with the real promise of a better future.
So talking about
that was a mistake, but yeah.
Well, but talking about some of the ways in which your views have changed, the way in which you hold yourself now, the way in which you've had to practice mindfulness and other things because
I don't think I practice mindfulness. Who said that?
Sorry, you've talked a lot about the pressures.
I've talked once about the pressures, and that was to help other people. And you know, I've had several people shake me by the hand and say I saved their life by doing it. So I'm very glad I did.
And that's why.
But I don't practice mindfulness. And I don't bang on about it.
Sorry. Okay, but in terms of some of the journey that you've had.
So I reject the notion that I've had a journey. I don't.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Bloody thing.
Well, it's something that you don't see that often.
No, I've lost Sky News. I've lost Sky. I'm trying to find Sky News.
We reflect on that, Sadiq Khan, because Heidi Alexander left a very good job in Lewisham as the MP to go and work for you. And you were saying, as she was giving her speech,
I just got it. Voter turnout for Backburn
victory.
Yeah.
I was applied 2 days ago in Swindon North and Swindon South.
As high as the other one.
Windows. I got to give credit both to Robert and to Heidi for those speeches. I think you won't see two classier speeches during the course of this night, but it's, I think, the start of what's going to be a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. I think you're going to see across every region of the country Labour make
hard, very often struggle to make ends meet, and they might be on 50,000.
How long is it taking now for Basildon? Because it's about tens of votes, just 10 votes, like you. Just 18 votes in it or something for Basildon Borough.
The median pay and the median house price is about 350,000. It's because we live in the London fringe, but
I was asking about Liz Truss,
but to ask, so I'd say that's context to answer you very directly. I think in the course of this, I've only had one person say to me directly that their mortgage soared because of Liz Truss. And I think if you look globally, there are other countries which saw
someone called Mark Raven. I hope we do lose Jackie Doyle Price today.
It's a thing which
in Thurrock. The Tories bankrupted Thurrock Council.
I would so badly. This, Steve, given that you're teetering on the edge of losing your seat. the people that work for you, as you said. How do you feel now?
Labour are going to win Thurrock,
given that your seat was very much a Remain seat.
Well, Wickham district was bigger than Wickham constituency. I'm afraid this has been one of the banes of the conversation. And Wickham district had a result, and you couldn't extract Wickham constituency's result from the figures. But this really is OTOs, because we had a national result, and yet it wasn't legally binding. But everybody understood that if they voted that the UK would leave the European Union, then we would go outside the structures of the EU. So yeah, it's been very painful, but I still would maintain that even for my angriest Remain voters, if I'd voted for Theresa May's deal and allowed it to go through and split the Tory party in front of Corbyn and McDonnell, everybody would have been...
As opposed to not split, you did split the Tory party.
Well, hang on a minute.
Because all those Rory Stewart, Dominic Grieve, David, they were in the Tory party and they were all pushed out. So you did split it.
Alas, and it was their choice. But what I would say...
No, you did split the Tory party.
Look, you can't get away with this. The main outwork...
You went from a centre-right party to a right party. That's what happened, because you split it.
No, the main outworking of my work on Brexit was that we won an 80-seat majority. And shortly, 2 years ago, I became a minister, and I'm very proud of the work I've done in Northern Ireland, even as that is a hard compromise for Eurosceptics and Unionists. But it's just a matter of fact that the main result of my work on Brexit was that the Conservative Party won an 80-seat majority. And the main reason that was squandered was COVID.
Washington and Gateshead South just returned a Labour hold on that seat. Trevor, you wanted to come in?
If I can take you back to tonight.
Sorry,
South.
Trevor, one thought. Reform second in Washington and Gateshead South, again, picking up 15%. Same pattern again. As you said, Trevor, I interrupted you. Go on.
No, it's. I think it's a confirmation that something definite is happening in this kind of seat. But I wanted to just take you back to Swindon South, which is not unlike
it's not
Wickham in some ways. It's in the orbit of London and so on. The interesting thing about Swindon South is that it's got a lot of jobs. New big financial services outfits open there, young people moving in. These are the kinds of people that in the past you would have thought upwardly mobile.
Look, Richard Holden's going everywhere else at the moment, though, isn't he?
Would have been Conservative voters.
He was in
like
about an hour ago.
What happened?
Well, if the Conservative Party doesn't stand for freedom, then it stands for nothing. I've said it, I'm sure, several times. We've ended up not...
Ryan here said, don't worry, Rishi, we've got a seat for you.
That's not who we are. It's not
is that what you mean? You're talking about Rishi Sunak?
News. What I can tell you is, and I'm sure it's the same for you, Laura, the number of WhatsApps I've been receiving from senior Conservative politicians, which range from despair to some scepticism about the exit poll, particularly when it comes to the number of seats Reform are projected to win, and also some Tory MPs trying very, very hard to look for some positives in that exit poll. One senior MP's reaction to the exit poll was an expletive, which obviously I won't repeat right now in the early hours of the morning. Another said the exit poll is yes, exactly, which is why I'm not repeating it. Another said it was dire, and that he actually couldn't see the Tories even getting 131 seats. He thought Reform would get more than 13. Somebody else who's standing down was a senior cabinet minister on a much more upbeat note said, look, if Labour can turn the worst result since the 1930s.
Watching Election Night Live here on Sky News, the headlines for you so far. The broadcaster's exit poll has predicted a landslide victory for Labour. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to win 410 seats.
Phillipson, 18,800.
Labour's taken the first seats of the night, with Reform coming second in many of those.
Expecting the result in Richmond.
I've had to switch off because it's not working again.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We'll talk to you later.
Also with us here in the studio is Gus O'Donnell, former cabinet
I've got
secretary.
nothing on
He's got King's going for it.
Yes. Now,
that Colin Birch bloke, the one
how
that
is the civil service preparing for that?
Well, they've been preparing for a long time for all possible options, but this one looked very likely given the polls. So yes, it will be quite a dramatic time. They'll be sorting out the details of what happens tomorrow. If the polls are right, Keir Starmer will be clapped into 10 Downing Street about an hour after Rishi Sunak's being clapped out on Downing Street. Rishi goes to the King, offers his resignation. then Keir goes,
guys,
and
there's a reform
then
game
the
we're
work
looking at.
starts. I mean, that's the thing, you know, the Cabinet Secretary is the ultimate wet blanket, right? They come through that door and they are on a high like no other high. They've just been clapped in and it's amazing. And then I have to say to them, well, actually, now it gets really tough. Yeah, I mean, like, they've got to sort out a whole cabinet, you know, appointing all the cabinet. They've got to read the briefs for all these, you know, that President Biden's on the phone, you know, what am I going to say to him? President Macron, you know, he's got all of those things going on.
They've all got to speak to him there, and they've got to speak to him.
NATO summit, you know, it's a minor matter of that night, the 11th of July. Then he's got the EPC, this European leaders all coming to Blenheim Palace towards the end of the month. He's got a huge amount on, and this is nothing to, as Cabinet Secretary, I'll be talking to that Prime Minister
Richard
about
Holt hasn't
minor
bothered
things,
to
but
turn up
actually
yet,
we've
has he?
got certain
At
terrorist
the
issues.
camp.
I need to talk you through certain terrorist issues. And there's the whole nuclear coding, you know, how many millions of people do you want to wipe out? If we're wiped out, those, you know, there are big issues. And remember, he's a human. His family are coming through that door and they're moving home.
Hey, John.
And so that's for his wife and children. You know, it's a massive event in their lives.
Like you, the reform are
it's
going
a
to win
very
it by
stressful job.
100
And
votes or
suddenly,
something. Reform.
whereas when you're in opposition, as you say, it's probably one of the worst jobs there is in politics, being leader of the opposition.
Narrative coming out. They're trying to push this away and say, look, this was the SNP supporters swinging behind other parties, swinging behind Labour, because they were the only party who were going to be able to kick the Tories out of Downing Street. Interesting, because given their manifesto said, page 1, line 1, the independents would be front and centre. So rather than the SNP recognising actually that the independence question is maybe heading for the back burner just now, they are flipping that on its head and saying actually this was an election about getting rid of the Conservatives. How will that hold, and will that be the position of Swinney going forward? But here in Glasgow, the polls are suggesting it could be a flip from all SNP seats.
That's another hour and a half.
Labour taking control of this city once again. It's a huge night across the UK, but the Scotland story should not be underestimated. This is potentially an abysmal night for the SNP, a once dominant political force. And what does this mean for the question of Scottish independence? Another final thought from me, a senior source from within John Swinney's inner circle has said, look, we may only be getting 10 seats potentially here in Scotland, but we'll revert back to this so-called mandate from the 2021 Scottish elections at Holyrood, where the SNP was the biggest party. So already,
since 2010, can be very different.
It's interesting, though, you say he's a unifier. Actually, not everybody in your party feels that way. Quite a lot of people feel in your party that actually he's booted out people who didn't fancy his agenda.
We're going to go to Ed in just a second, but I know, Ruth, you want to come in. SNP could lose seats to Tories as well as Labour, and the exit poll suggesting Labour could become the largest party in Scotland for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the poll,
we might. Not too long to start till late, by 1 o'clock or something.
Seats are that even if there had been
I'm all right for now.
A tie in terms of vote share between the SNP and Labour, you would see Labour getting a lot more seats, so they would move into being the biggest party. It looks from this as if they've actually got quite a sizable vote share increase. I would just give one caveat, though. One of the authors of the exit poll that happens is the psephologist Sir John Curtis. He is
Labour have 5 seats there, 4 holds, 1 gain, and it looks as if Reform are in second place there, but that's actually because of the wonderful way that their share vote has been holding out. They have been coming second in so many of the seats that have been placed so far that we've had declarations on. So that's why they are up there with Labour, because of the size of the share of their vote. But all the declarations so far this evening have been for Labour wins.
Now, let's take you back to Swindon South. That result there, which was the first Labour win of the night, the first of them taking a seat from their opponents. We can speak to Sir Robert Buckland, who gave that very strong speech from the stage. Robert Buckland, like many people who will be losing their seats tonight from different parties, commiserations to you. We say that to all of the candidates who may lose out. But in your speech, you gave a very strong warning. It was clear to your party not to carry on behaving in the way that it has, and not to go into some kind of circus in the way that you clearly feel they have done in recent years?
Worst of our lifetimes, in my view, but also in Scotland, where we've just had obviously something of a meltdown in the SNP. But that is not the whole story. In Scotland, I need to say that Anna Sarwar, Labour leader, Scottish Labour leader, has done a phenomenal job quietly building back support for Labour. I think his role really, if the exit poll is to be true, and the SNP are back down, the heyday of the SNP is over, Anna Sarwar deserves huge credit. That requires the most enormous political skill to build Labour back in the way that he has. It's partly personality, the way he works, but I just think I need to recognise Anas's role, because if these results come through, it's a big vindication of his
I need to bring Ed in. Ed?
It's actually interesting what Ruth was saying. Definitely when it comes to Scotland, you know, you've got these kind of confidence bands when it comes to the exit poll. So the kind of range that it could possibly be in. And when it comes to Scotland, the range is bigger than for other parts of the UK, just because there's just a lot of uncertainty there. However, it could actually be worse. It could actually be on the downside, even worse on the downside for the SNP. We just have to wait and see, and that's one of those evolving stories. But one thing I did want to show you is, should we look at Swindon South, just down there? So Swindon South, because we had a result there that was really interesting. Obviously, you see Heidi Alexander kind of coming back into Parliament, Robert Buckland out. But if we look at the backstory here, we've been doing this with all of these constituencies so far, comparing the exit poll with the eventual results, and so far it's looked pretty good. There's what the exit poll suggested would happen in Swindon South: 44% Labour.
Corbyn campaign source tells Sky News on his internet very close between Labour and
well, 26.9
Labour and wasn't
hang on.
Corbyn.
And Reform a little bit weaker in Swindon South. 17% was the expectation. It turns out to have been about 14%. But broadly speaking, take all of these.
Nothing much else there, is there? Wow. You hit my car, mate. Is it?
And there you go.
Yeah. Oh, was it?
This electoral Armageddon. It's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb. You know, I came into politics to actually do government and to responsibly exercise power in order to make change in this country. I did that.
No, it's going to happen for ages.
I'm proud of my legacy. I changed the lives of victims of crime, victims of domestic abuse, and autistic people. I wanted the chance to do more for the people I care about. I've been denied that because the party around me just can't get its proverbial together. And I'm not going to use a four-letter word, even though we're well up the watershed.
Robert Buckland, Clive Myrie here. I mean, there is going to be a battle.
Like looking at the exit polls, that red wall that went blue in 2019 is going to go back red, especially in North Wales. One interesting point, the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, we've just been huddled around on the phone with him. He is the candidate for Monmouthshire. And my colleague Thomas Evans has just been on the phone.
Central declaring Newcastle Central.
It is a recount.
The total number of votes. Each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946.
Where's this?
Laddock, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875.
Right.
Well, she won.
Again,
John
Andy
Pearson,
Burnham.
Green Party candidate.
Yes, and that is certainly the story in the north of England, and this is where Ruth and I have had a little bit of a discussion. I think what it reflects is
second again for reform.
Were Labour voters voted for Boris in 2019?
Well,
Feel very disillusioned with everything. I think, and I think a lot of people who are voting for reform in the north of England are doing so for that reason. They kind of feel like they don't maybe have a political home at the moment. And obviously,
I told you. But of course, they're going to go back to the Tories in 5 years' time, aren't they?
I believe we can do. I think the opportunity that we've got now is to do real levelling up. We didn't see it in this Parliament, but with the government,
Richard Holden's finally arrived at the Basildon Count.
It is, but it's a look at that. It's a good win. It's a 10,000.
Just on reform,
we've got a real opportunity with the government committed to growth to bring that growth to all parts of the country, particularly the northeast, which, to be honest with you, is the most neglected part of the country. And this is
we
again
found these extra wassels here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look, they do look a bit pissed off, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it's going to go reform, isn't it?
Yeah.
Reform or Labour just winning. You know?
Yvonne Ridley, I'll come to you in a second. Yvonne Ridley, Gaza question there. Independent.
Just on this is coming through from Labour sources that their data is suggesting reform will not win as many seats as the exit polls suggest. They're saying they'll get less than 13 seats. So that's from Labour sources who obviously are crunching their own numbers.
Well, that might be right, but the thing about this is that Chiomura last time.
Well, if they get Billericay, that is more than you know.
Reform is up from about 6-7% up to 18%.
No,
I mean, the point here is that this is a northeast pattern. I have a feeling it's quite specific. The point is that
so close. It's like you 18 votes. You can't win 18 votes.
I think that's
that. You know, see,
and that should tell us something.
Okay, Mick Lynch is here. Everybody would recognise you, of course. We saw you in the wide shot. Even in the wide shot, they'd know who you were, Mick. It's great to see you for taking the time. How you sat down?
Put him on then instead of
Home Secretary in the Telegraph just the other day, but sketching out as he sees it what the party needs to avoid in the post-mortem that we're now seeing playing out on our programme tonight. Bald men home, talking about the
what's the name? Putting Anna Bottin. Finally, the Mac cartoon,
which he won't.
Yeah, switch off the election and watch Titanic instead.
Really, and as I say, you know, Robert Buckland viewers who perhaps don't follow
Anna Bottin
as others may.
Of Sky News, remember Anna Bottin of Sky News? She got her own
and shouts loudly into them for the sake of it. He's a mild-mannered, understated.
And finally, the Mac cartoon, but don't switch off over a few seats.
And there you could see just how angry he is.
That's Titanic
is, in particular. At his own colleagues, in his view, contributing towards
Titanic and the Tory party.
Night for the Conservatives and his own demise. Yeah.
All right, Chris, thank you for that. It's going to be an interesting night, clearly, and we've got enough results now and the exit poll. And I don't know about you lot, but I think it's about time we saw the swingometer. Oh, indeed, yes. And Jeremy Vine has the swingometer in question in Cardiff. Jeremy.
Funny you should mention that. Yes, right here with it, Clive.
So let's just explain. Swing it one way or the other.
Measures the movement of
again.
Parties from one election to another, and if the proportion of votes stays the same,
no, they're not loading again.
Zero, and you can see the needle here. And if that were to be the case, then all the red seats stay red, and all the blue seats stay blue. It's not going to be zero after tonight. We were listening, weren't we, to Robert Buckland? You can see over here. His seat would fall on a 6% swing. There it is, Swindon South, and so it did. But Labour are going beyond that. I could put the half dozen results that we've had into the swingometer, and we can measure the actual swing, not the exit poll now. This is the actual swing. So let's just move it and see what's happening. Before we look, 12.7% is the swing required for a majority of one. If you have 12.7%, Labour have it in every single seat. They get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%. So that would have them, if it was 11% swing in every single seat, on an extra 98 seats. So you're thinking to yourself, How come this is an extraordinary night for Labour with what seems to be a fairly modest swing so far? Now, okay, as we get more results, the swing may go up. At the moment, if it's 11%, if you simply paint them in logically, these seats are all Labour and these seats stay Conservative. But here's what's actually happening. In places where they need a bigger swing, Labour are getting it. So have a look at what our exit poll is projecting. And I'm just going to wash the red across the right-hand side of the screen here, and you will see. This is the remarkable thing about Labour's performance, is that where they didn't need a very big swing, for example, in their own already safe seats, they haven't got one. Instead, they've targeted seats they desperately need. Maybe they're in second place to the Conservatives. And it looks like, from our exit poll, predictions only, at 13%, they're taking all the seats. 14%, they're taking nearly all of them. Do you know what? We should move it. Where does this very targeted Labour swing stop? This is the secret of Labour's victory, if victory it is. This, remember, is our prediction. It's our exit poll. But it shows them possibly in Romford, Redditch, Bay, getting seats on a swing of 20%. Now, part of what's happening is the targeting of the Labour vote. The other thing is that the Conservatives seem to be
three-way split in both of the south,
places where they're stronger. So for them, it really is a perfect storm.
Do we throw out the exit poll with reform?
It's interesting, isn't it?
You promised a swingometer. It's an absolute swingometer, a very, very fancy swingometer.
That one.
It's not even a real swingometer. It's a virtual one. You remember those sort of the real ones that they had in the studio?
Cardboard.
Bit of cardboard, yeah.
Cardboard. I wasn't that Conservative bloke. Oh God.
BBC programme.
You got hang on. So former Cabinet Secretary Augusta O'Donnell. This is a big revelation. We should welcome Don Butler from Labour, who's sitting alongside. You got 170 quid for working on a swingometer.
I'm working with David Bob.
You say, oh, we've got this great big majority. We're going to break trust with what we said in the manifesto, and immediately, you know, I don't know, unfunded promises, put up taxes. We're not going to do that. We're going to work.
Only 37% bothered.
List of things that
51.3% voted in Thurrock.
That's why we've talked about a decade of renewal. We've got to work at it as quickly as seriously.
Visual voter turnout.
Build that growth. And just one more point, and I will shut up. Recently, I saw the figures. I saw the figures of what, for example, we take in tax and what we should get in, and they've gone up. So there's a £40 billion gap between what HMRC takes from us and what people owe HMRC. If we could just get behind that and close that gap, which I think is really doable, that is just one of the ways that we can bring more money into the public purse for public services.
This is what's wrong with this election. You cannot
arrive about 40 minutes ago, looking relaxed. He's been chatting away.
Basil and Billy, he tells us a lot about what's happening. Or tells us
get
a lot.
Move on and get the declarations out of the way. But this is a unique battle here because Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against the Labour Party, the party which he was once leader of. And as I say, it is a very unique battle. Now, in terms of how his team are feeling, well, I think they are feeling positive, but it's interesting that no one really wants to talk to us yet, because I think the result at the moment, in terms of predicting it, is quite uncertain. But Jeremy Corbyn, there standing as an independent candidate against the Labour candidate, Praful Nargand. He is yet to arrive.
Please, Basil, hurry up, someone keeps saying. Yeah, they won't.
We've said we're going to have 100,000 more places in nurseries.
I do like
that baby goes to primary schools. We've said we're going to have breakfast clubs. That child goes to secondary schools. We're going to have 6,500 more teachers. They then go on to apprenticeships. That's going to be grown. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for youth. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private landlords who are the problem, and they won't be in the hands of councils such as and authorities such as Andy's. That's the message that at the end.
You're so negative, Mick. You're just so negative.
This is negative. Because we got rid of the Tories, but you've got to have something to fill the vacuum, and that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting 70%.
Slug it out a bit. Go on, Margaret. Go on.
Well, I just think, you know, who has said that the 1.5 million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable?
We'll remember that in February, in that by-election,
Yeah,
George Galloway, veteran left-winger, came blasting back in and won the by-election there.
South
trying to
Baz and East
have
Thurrock,
a fight,
yeah, one, yeah.
but facing competition from a former journalist, actually, Paul Wall, who's standing there for the Labour Party. So what's your sense of the way it's going tonight?
Well, recent polls have shown that it's pretty close. Labour Party members who are looking at a bit of sampling seem
Basildon has, you know, not really, has Basildon been viewed as a potential three-way race? Reform has 25% with median estimates are now having them having 28% instead.
profile where in some cases
Marvellous.
they won in 2019 by
Mr.
more than 20
Worldwide.
points. What do all these places have in common? Well, they have high Muslim populations, and the feeling is that there will be in a lot of those constituencies
Stephen
a
Kenley.
protest vote
Stephen
against the
Conley,
way
he could
Keir
be in there.
Starmer and the Labour Party have handled the Gaza crisis, the fact
Yeah,
that they
Stephen Conley,
abstained
yeah.
from that November ceasefire vote, for example.
Well, he could be our new MP then,
as
Liz.
well as Rochdale,
Oh
where
no,
you
for
rightly say George Galloway's
Billy Ricketts,
looking to hold on to the seat that he won in February. There are other seats to look out for later in the day. Some in Birmingham, Ladywood, Perry
Yeah,
Bar,
Roxbourne,
Leicester South as
Basildon, and
well,
Billericay
the
all
Bradford
close.
seats as well, and other Lancashire seats in Blackburn, for example. So, as I say, interestingly, given everything that's going on, that potentially the Muslim vote from 2019 could have gone down from around 80%, according to a lot of research, to perhaps 60%. But that has also led to a lot of apathy among...
Have to go on the government.
Yeah, they're not voting.
Nobody is coming forward with bold plans like that we are going to restructure our towns and cities in favour of working people.
With the Galloway by-election earlier this year, but in lots
Possibility that Southend will be won by Labour. Yeah.
Yeah. In those early declarations that we've had, the Reform vote going up, their share vote beating the Conservatives.
Southend could be could be won by Labour. Yeah.
All of them so far being held by Labour, or one, as in the case of Swindon, by Labour from the Conservatives. And one of those seats that they're keeping their eye on, Reform, is Ashfield. And Sean Dilley is there for us now. That is where Lee Anderson is standing.
Lee Anderson,
local boy, a minor, started out as a Labour councillor, then he went to the Conservatives, then he was an independent, now he's standing for Reform, and they clearly are hoping, Sean, that they should be able to win this.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Lee Anderson says that his views and his politics hasn't changed. He says the parties has. Lee Anderson isn't here yet. In fact, none of the candidates are here, but who are here are the election agents and the people who represent the parties. I'm just going to bring the camera over my shoulder a little bit of
over my shoulder goes one
Ashfield,
because some of the counting, it has been rather close. We've been chatting to various party officials who are standing over with clipboards. They have the ability to look at the ballot papers. The secrecy of the votes guaranteed, but they get to have a look who's cast, or at least, you know, that boxes have X's in them. So we've had a chat to Reform Party representatives. They say that it's looking on their number crunching, which they do on their clipboards, to be about 2 to 3% lead to Reform. That's what they reckon. We've spoken to the same people from the Labour Party representing their candidate, Ria Keane, and they say, well, it's too close to call. Well, for want of an old political expression, for some of our older viewers, Mandy Rice-Davies, they would say that, wouldn't they? The big scandal of the night here, Clive, is not the price of the coffee. It's only £1 a cup of coffee, but it turns out that they don't take cards. You have to have cash on you. So it's sort of a bit of an homage to its old-fashioned route. You're quite right. People are keeping their eye on Lee Anderson. And if the vote share that's seen in other constituencies or anything to go by, Lee Anderson, though he's not here at the moment, he's certainly going to be encouraged by them.
Indeed. Thank you for that, Sean, at the Ashfield count there in Nottinghamshire.
It's going to be a really interesting result when it comes in. Right, Dawn Butler, thank you for joining us here. London Labour MP. It looks like your party's heading for an absolute massive majority. If Keir Starmer has such resounding support from the country in the shape of a majority of 170 or so, you're a prominent figure on the left of the party. You've not always been content with how he's handled things. Do you think the left would have a responsibility basically to fall in line?
Why can't I make it managing
We are a diverse party of, and the fact is we need to look at these results and celebrate these results, first of all. This will be a stonking majority that, we should be proud of. I'm in politics to serve, but also to be in government. Being in opposition is not fun. When I entered in 2005, I entered in government and I served loyally under Blair, under Brown. And so, I'm a loyal Labour politician who wants to be in government to govern for the people. And I'm excited about that, Laura.
One of the things, though, recently, you and some of your other colleagues on the left made no secret of being very unhappy about how the leadership had treated a very long-serving MP, Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people. And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of vindication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP colleague, Jeremy Corbyn.
Come on, Labour government.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think it's
still trying to get
being
my
in
thing. They're
politics
not
and
really
doing the right things. How Diane was treated was wrong. And in the end, obviously, she had the whip returned,
almost,
and hopefully she will be returned as a Labour MP. And I think what's really important, actually, and what these results are showing, is that the country rejected the Tories resoundingly, and they rejected the politics of hate. They rejected all of the cultural wars. They rejected all the stuff around the PPE scandals. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public. And that's what we're
moving on, building those new homes, bringing those jobs in. You saw Stockport a couple of weeks ago, and you've seen how we're bringing a town like that to life.
It's not really
kind of
not going down yet.
Going to other parts of the country.
Not loading yet. Oh, wait, I'll just load in now. Yeah, that's right, just load in
doing,
now.
Andy, with the Mayoral Development Corporation
No,
in
not loading
Stockport,
yet.
building that new housing that we desperately need. The commitment from an incoming Labour government to build 1.5 million homes in the first term of a Labour government, but also the investment that you're putting into transport as well. So we want to work with our mayors, with you, Andy, also with Tracy Brabin here in West Yorkshire, and the other mayors right around the country to make sure that we are starting to turn our economy round. And I want to work in partnership. I want to. I thought you were going to ask unity, not division.
I nearly started with this, but I think I'll leave that a couple of days. But I just think there's an interesting point, actually, that means election 24 is different than 97 if we are to see an incoming Labour government. In 97, there was no infrastructure in the regions. And that government sort of had a couple of years where it couldn't really do anything, and the regional development agencies were set up and they weren't great. That's the difference between that election and this one. I think expectations probably are not as high, which is probably helpful from your point of view, Rachel. But at the same time, there's also a big infrastructure in the city regions that are ready to build the homes for you, ready to reform transport, as I'm doing in Greater Manchester. So there's a big opportunity to drive delivery and growth very quickly indeed.
Lib Dem,
as you rightly say,
confident
all the
that they're
mayors are
going to
ready
take
to do that with
Tunbridge
you.
Wells.
He wants money.
Rachel,
he wants
Monday
money.
we'll come to that, not today.
Rachel, are you going to be...
Well, I know what Andy wants: a partnership, a partnership approach with mayors, local governments and central government working in partnership to start rebuilding our country, build the homes we need, the transport infrastructure that we need. I've been in opposition now for 14 years. I'm ready to get going in the huge task that we have ahead of us and the missions that we set out in our manifesto. And they're national missions, and we want to work in partnership with the whole country to start delivering that reform.
Just a quick question, Rachel, just on getting ready. Are you ready to become the first female chancellor? And if you are, what should the public, what should viewers expect from Labour in the first couple of weeks in terms of kick-starting this growth agenda that you say you so desperately have to get in order to improve public services? We're going to see a new house building plan before the month is out. What can you give us any idea of what you're going to do in your first few days?
Basildon and Billericay, Basildon.
Well,
No,
we sought a
can't get
mandate
it,
at
Lise,
this
can't get it,
election to grow
because
the economy,
the
and that is what
VPNs
I'm going to get started
Remind me
on
never to
doing.
visit
Reform of our
Basildon.
planning system is clearly
Yeah.
essential to build the housing we need, the transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure. And on a personal level, if I am appointed by Keir Starmer as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I will be the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Yeah, I think that's
and I
nailed on.
see with that both the huge privilege, but also the responsibility.
Michael did not get Putney. No, he's
ensure
live,
our
isn't
economy
he?
works for everybody,
Yeah.
including women
Who's
who
on here?
have borne the brunt of
Reality.
austerity, who are paid less, earn less than men, and our policies like the free breakfast clubs, the additional nursery places, closing the gender pay gap will be
Another
crucial to that.
strong political woman come in, Ruth Davidson.
Yeah, I was going to ask Rachel. I mean, one of Keir Starmer's mantras throughout this campaign has been, I have changed the Labour Party and now I'm going to change the country. Actually, one of the bigger changes has been with the business community, and that has largely been down to you and your team in the Shadow Treasury team. In terms of when you started as Shadow Chancellor, not long after we finished with John McDonnell and others, I mean, how much work have you had to put in to gain trust with the business community, and how much do you want to continue the journey that you've done? Because I personally, from an outside perspective, from an opposition perspective, would say you've probably done more than anybody, including Keir, to change the view of the Labour Party in this country over the last 5 years.
Praise indeed.
Well, we've campaigned as a pro-business and a pro-growth party, and that's how we intend to govern. The partnership approach to try and unlock that private sector investment, which is crucial to improving our productivity and growth performance. So working in partnership with business to ensure that we bring wealth and prosperity to all parts of the UK with more good jobs, paying decent wages right across Britain. That's what I want to do. And of
1997, when Tony Blair came in, we have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? And there were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change overnight. So obviously, we've got many more results to come in. But it looks as if our number crunches if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was the election, Tony Blair's third victory, and that was a turnout there of roughly 60% or so, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where we are at the moment, Laura.
Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that voters really engaged, and maybe this time that won't have happened, but plenty of data still to be putting into all of those graphs as the night develops. Well, let's show you again the results of that exit poll. Labour, of course, hopes very much this will make their dreams come true and be something like the real result when we get it in full by the end of the night. Labour there just disappeared. They were on 410 seats projected, with the Tories crashing to a...
Yeah, that's what we're hearing as well. His team is saying they're in with a shot, but the exit poll saying otherwise. Our learned friends,
A bloke said there, I swear if Basildon goes to reform...
Until they declare around about 3 o'clock.
I'm going to move out.
I've got an update for the Labour source. It's literally just come in. It's looking difficult for us in Islington North. So that's the latest I've got.
For Labour or for the...
It's looking difficult for Labour in Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps Corbyn might take it. So Basildon had so close to call. Half an hour later, I've got it's looking difficult.
Let's see. Somebody who is
right. It's in vain. Did you go with Vain
the
Drive?
exit poll, that is Nigel Farage. This is what he said.
Road he's got.
It's midnight. There were 2 results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Just to clarify, Mr. Farage, if I may, I'll be chatting to you later on and I will correct you then. You said no reform people have been interviewed by the media this evening. I think you'll find that we did we not?
We did, extensively.
Yes, Mr. Ball was his name, Mr. Ball. I think
What's playing about again?
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrea Ledson's joined us. Hello.
Okay.
Goodness.
Oh, dear.
Devastating night for the Conservatives, and obviously we need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly. I think there's a very clear message for us from lots of people who, certainly from where I've been around
What's
the
the
country, well, it's that we've not been properly conservative enough. And I don't actually think in the end we'll see huge enthusiasm for Labour. But I think a lot of people are very angry with the Conservatives. I think Reform have done very well out of it because they've been a protest. I think a lot of Conservatives have gone to Reform in lots of areas. And we're going to have to rethink. You know, it's fantastic that we live in this democracy. You know, just 5 years ago, everyone was saying, oh, Labour's going to have to wait 10 years before they even get a chance at government again. But here we are just 5 years on, and the people have spoken. And it's great that they can do that. And there's a smooth transition of power, as there will be.
What does not being conservative enough mean? Coming to you in a second, Trevor.
So, you know, there's lots of things. People feel we've not dealt with the issues that concern them. Migration, I think, has been a big issue, something that the Reform Party has benefited from a lot. People are worried about the sharing of scarce resources, the cost of living, the number of people they feel are arriving into this country. There's a lot of people who have concerns about frankly, the turnover of leadership in the Conservative Party. I think a lot of us will agree that that kind of turmoil is not helpful to government. But also, I think, you know, since 2010...
We've got a Prime Minister who's a Brexiteer who also wanted to put people on planes and send them to Rwanda.
Yep, absolutely, but it didn't happen. And yeah, no, I completely agree. He's a Brexiteer. I'm a Brexiteer too. But the fact is, government is very difficult. We've had some incredibly difficult issues to deal with over the last 14 years. And actually, in a lot of areas, you know, we've got higher employment, 4 million more people are in employment now. We've got huge achievements in net zero. We've got fantastic over 5.5 million new apprenticeships for young people, 2.5 million new homes. So there's a lot of things to be proud of.
And I don't disagree. It feels like Conservatives have broken the country, broken the railways, broken the water system, sewage everywhere. That's how it feels to people. They wouldn't recognise you reeling off those achievements. Everyone just feels this country's gone backwards under the tour.
I agree that's how people feel, and that's why, as
I
I
was
say,
just having a note. I have got it on behind me.
And it's very clear that in this great country of ours, the people will speak, and I think we will see much more frequent turnover of government because government is increasingly difficult.
Okay.
Wow.
Trevor and then Beth.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be too abstract about this. You say people have spoken, and they've said one thing: we don't fancy Tories much.
You're quiet.
What they said is we like the look of reform rather than going to Labour. I mean, it's possible that actually the combined Labour and Tory vote this time will be the lowest for more than a century.
Whose sound?
Your sound.
Think is going on?
My sound. Do you want my sound?
Yeah, you're quiet.
Yeah, so that is something for
I can hear all right now. It's a bit better now.
But it's absolutely.
How's that?
That's better.
Very
Is that any better?
hours.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, no, I turned my mic up a wee bit.
Has really
Hello, Brian. Hello, Nath. Hello, Scoobs. Hello, Benny. Joe's hands. Spike. Everybody in the chat. How you doing?
About Labour myself, but it does look as though the surge in
If you didn't vote for reform, I'm never talking to you again.
give Labour a huge majority. I think there's a lot of questions for Labour about what they're going to do with
any other party is a vote for mass migration.
Make things better. And I think voters have felt the same. They've concluded the same. They don't see Labour having the answers. So they're voting for reform as well. Can somebody else do it?
Hold on a second, Andy.
Not to take away from
hold
it,
on a
Andy,
second,
but
Andy.
it's
Just let me say Gateshead Central and Wickham are Labour hold, Beth.
Can we just go back to the campaign and let's just go back to where the party is, because on these projections it's the worst.
I've been editing for the past couple of hours.
For
that's good.
Centuries plus.
Yeah, putting a bit of banter up from previous streams.
The election being called.
I've got like 2 years of footage to go through.
Personally, I was,
Ooh,
for
nice.
very good reasons. As a health minister, you know, I just launched this dental recovery plan, which is way better than Labour's offer. You know, I was about to launch a progress update on the family hubs and Start for Life, an absolutely integral part of what I see as a way to really improve our society. So for me personally, I felt there was some
Nathan,
things I
choose
was
one
desperate to get out the
parent,
door.
please, not
So
two.
yes, I was angry, but you know, equally, I do completely understand this is a very personal decision
Scoop,
for
I
any Prime
don't
Minister.
vote for
timing
anyone
has to
has no
weigh up
voting
all
ID. But
sorts of different
You wanted to
in
put in a
today's age,
resignation letter, didn't you?
I'm
Didn't you want
surprised
to
that people do not have
I'm not
ID,
going
You're not
there,
going to
Ben.
say it on
considering how easy it is to get
I mean, look at the 21% down.
and how
numbers
easy it
for
is
Labour,
to
and look
just
what's happening with
provide
reform,
one when you need
58%
to
central,
get
and
something.
Labour's vote down a little bit as well.
Because
Tories
no matter
are,
what, we're just data
no,
and
Tories
numbers
are
on a
for
fucking
58
database
central
anyway,
and Wickham.
even whether we have
More
ID or not.
You're going to have to give serious thought about what you're going to do about reform.
I totally agree. I mean, that is for the days and weeks ahead, is to consider how
Hello,
in
Carl.
effect we have led to people voting for what is a
Who's timing Nathan out?
there's been all sorts of
by any other name.
Yeah, well, possibly, except that what we have seen is some pretty
Kay
horrible
Burley.
comments and views
That
expressed by some
dinosaur
reform
shouldn't even
candidates.
be
We've
on the
also had a
TV.
reform candidate just in the last couple of
What a-
weeks reverting back.
BBC one's on, but it's boring.
Because,
That
as
one.
I say, airing all
Got
that
bones made of fiberglass.
treating as a single individual responsible, I think for many people in the morning, once the dust has settled, well, we are in the morning, later on in the morning, once the dust has settled a little bit further,
It's not morning
there
love
are
until
a
you go
lot
to
of us who
sleep.
have to take a long,
Then you
hard look
wake
in the
up,
mirror.
then it's morning.
And I think all
Yeah.
accept a level of responsibility for the position that we find ourselves in now. And not just in terms
Corbyn's
of the fact
one,
that
I reckon.
we're facing a crushing loss, but also
Fuck
responsibility to the
Corbyn.
country. Because as I say, I firmly believe that
Yeah.
the Conservative approach is better. I think the Conservative government would do a better job than
My
the Labour government.
apologies.
And I feel like in
Do
that sense, we're
are
letting
you
people
allowing
down.
swearing on
This is
here,
really
Lisa?
interesting because you say
Yeah.
that 14 years is a long time,
Thank
and
fuck
you know,
for
no
that.
Well,
government
fuck
could
off now.
recharge itself after that length of
Yeah.
time, and it's probably inevitable that you lose power. Do you think the rot set in back in 2010? The charge from a lot of those people who are voting reform, who have moved to Labour, is that the country's gone to the
Oh,
dogs.
we can't.
So, trains, dreadful, sewage in the rivers, schools falling apart,
Nothing on
you know, a
Bowick yet,
military
Dave.
that cannot
No,
defend
no, mine's
these
not
people.
loading again.
A
So
sense of decline. Is there any suggestion that perhaps that goes back to that austerity budget of 2010?
I think there's probably a grain of truth to that, but I think when you look at the wider infrastructure problems around sewage, around our trains infrastructure, I think it goes back generations, frankly. Generations of kind of short-sighted political cycles of trying to get the next quick win and not taking those long-term investment decisions that are going to be better in the long-term future. I mean, we look at our sewage infrastructure as one example.
Budget bollocks.
There's decades of underinvestment in that, so you can't pin that just to a Conservative government.
But hang on, you had 14 years.
Yes, and
That's a
also
lot of
your
time.
yeah, sure, and your big mantra has been we're going to cut taxes. If you cut taxes and you haven't got any growth, that means you've got no money to do all that stuff.
Well, you're right, but that's why growth is so important. It's about getting the right
Yeah,
framework.
why don't we got no money?
The problem that
Because of
the
the,
austerity year,
the massive strain on our services, housing,
the capital
education,
spending, the investment in our
NHS,
infrastructure was
prison
cut to
system,
shreds. I mean, there's a lot else.
massive
that went on,
population
a lot of
growth.
spending on
Who
all
did
the
it?
normal sort of everyday
Labour.
welfare spending and all the rest of it. But it left the
They started
infrastructure,
it.
the sort of
Conservatives gone and stole the
country and
vote
of our
and
society
then lost
and
it.
economy so much more weakened. So that
I'm
when
in
we
the
did
process
have
of making a
experience
short,
COVID,
but I'm
and when we
finding the
did
right
have
clips
the unexpected.
Fair enough.
from a protest back in the day when I told them, when I was at the back of the hotel. And I was telling the old Bill, like, you know, there's going to be a day when there's enough of them to be a political party and they'll vote themselves into power. They'll be like a
Liberal Democrat, and my goodness me,
it'll
what
be
a
like,
campaign he had.
He's lost a bit. He must have shut
I
up.
ran.
Why isn't he in a puddle?
So they had a government and everything, and then
They
they,
have a new nickname. House of Commons
a religious party took October.
Yeah, we do.
I think people will refer to him from now on as the
Now
honourable
look at
member
around.
from Alton Towers.
I've also been told actually from Lib Dem sources that they think they're going to take Esher, which is Dominic Raab's former seat, and also Harpenden, which has been Conservative for a century. Andrew, I wanted to ask you something about, you
Lisa.
talked about learning lessons and the future direction of the party.
Midnight, but
You obviously stood for leadership yourself.
yeah, I've deleted
You
my
also backed
PayPal.
Penny Mordaunt and ran her leadership.
Oh, what? You deleted PayPal, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Get rid of
so
that then.
can you, take that off the thingy.
Penny holds her
I've
seat.
done it because I keep getting these things saying, "Oh, we've got all these restrictions, and
The night is not young, literally and
we've got
figuratively.
things
There's a long
held
way
in."
to go
I'm like,
before
so
those
I told
sorts
them
of
to just
considerations. I
stick
mean,
the
I'm a big fan,
restrictions where the
Penny.
sun don't shine and
You
close my
rightly say.
account.
And that is one key question.
Delete my
You know, I
data.
went to help her for a day, and she has a lot of support. There's a lot of
So what are
people
you
who
doing there then?
rooting
How are you going to
for
get
her, who are
money?
trying to make sure she does get over the line. I do
Well, I
think it will
don't.
need to be
I
someone from the
just,
centre right. I think
if
our
anyone wants
country
to use the link,
is
there's
a
still the
country
Cash App
of,
thing there.
you know, of
Oh,
thoughtful
what? Cash that one.
and
Right, I'll try
honourable
that one.
people who are extremely tolerant until pushed. And clearly, in recent months,
That's
or
only
possibly
like
years,
there
they have been
for
pushed. They have felt pushed. But
if
centre
anyone
right
wants
is
to use
very
it. It's just
important.
freaking. But the PayPal one, it just seems to be having
Seems to be
hassle with it.
underestimating, doesn't it? There's a shy Tory thing going on.
Can't log into my
Might be okay, but
we'll see.
buy me a coffee
We'll find out.
because
I'd love to talk to you for longer, but we have to let you go.
that was on the
Very much
laptop.
indeed. It's great
And
to
then
see
the
you.
laptop, I lost all the
Thank you.
data
9
to it.
seats up for grabs
I had
in
issues with the
Birmingham.
laptop, didn't I?
Will be Labour, given what we're looking at with the
okay,
election,
that's done anyway.
with
Tough
the
timer.
exit poll, I should say, but we'll have to wait and see. Gaza, a big issue there. Becky standing by. I know that you've got lots of questions as far as that is concerned, Trevor. Hi, Becky.
It's only when I seen the Nightbot
in
pop up with
Birmingham.
it in your chat.
Yeah.
It reminded when I put up a video.
Yes,
and then
the
it
vote's
comes up in the
still
chat,
being
the
counted
Nightbot,
here.
and the
We've not been
Nightbot
given a
popped
sort
it
of
up, so I had to
estimated
time
time
the
of
Nightbot out.
first declaration, although we are expecting Birmingham Lady
Because I was on
in
my
a first
phone and I couldn't get
constituency that we'll
into
get a result for, and that's been
the
a
Nightbot.
really interesting contest when we talk about the effect of Gaza and the views of Muslim voters going into this election. Look, the political parties, particularly Labour, were aware that their policy, the failure as seen by many Muslim voters of Labour to call for an immediate ceasefire has hurt them. They saw that in the local elections in areas where there are high Muslim populations. The share of the vote for Labour went down in the local elections, and so they knew that going into this
So
contest,
I've got like
some seats that would be
a 1 hour
what you would imagine as safe Labour
upload
seats
going
would
in about
potentially
3
prove
o'clock in the
difficult, and so
morning.
it is proven in
And
Birmingham
then
Ladywood. Now that is the seat of Shadow Justice Secretary
an hour
Shabana
and a
Mahmood.
half
Now last time around
upload
2019, despite the fact it was a
probably
Tory landslide,
in the next
she won
hour or two.
80% of the vote in Birmingham Ladywood. That should be a completely
That's
safe
more.
seat, but actually it was one of the seats,
It's
one of
me,
the
Saturday
16
Joe,
key
me.
seats seen as Labour to be to worry about because of this issue over Gaza.
Hello,
because of
Tyrant.
their
How you doing?
populations, and one of the seats that they've ploughed a huge amount of resources into to try to keep that seat for Shabana Mahmood, a key ally of Keir Starmer. Now, I'm hearing from Labour sources
What do you
they
want?
think she
I
will have
heard
done
that
it.
fucking
They think
sigh.
it's going to be close, and that's
Oh,
because
no.
man Ahmed Yaqub, who's come in as an independent candidate,
Oh, hang
he's
on, I've
well
got
known, he's a
quizzes
local
on as
You
lawyer
just
well.
in
let
the
trouble
area.
on.
He's got some problematic views,
What?
some people would say. He
You
was
just
reported
let
on a
trouble in.
podcast seemingly joking about
What?
violence against women, something that he's apologised for, but he is well known
What are
and
you
he
talking
has
about, you
managed to
hairy
garner
nutsack?
support very specifically for
Sorry, I don't
the
speak
issue
ginger.
of Gaza. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch, and I think particularly
Well,
the
I
state
don't
of
speak,
How's the
legislation
bike?
and whether that suffers in
How's
areas
the
where we
bike?
have high
how's your
Muslim
car? Is it
populations
blown up
such as
yet?
Birmingham Ladywood.
No, it's doing all right. In fact, you know what?
No,
I've got
Becky,
this
yes,
never-ending
that
fucking issue
issue
with the
seems to
tire,
have
right?
become a very
Yeah.
big one. By the
Been
way,
off several times,
Jay's just stepped out
and
for a
I'll
moment,
get
so I
like
now have
maybe
all the
3 or
power. So
4
let me
days
ask
of
you
it. It's got like a nice
about
42
the
psi. It
issues
stays up, no
in
problems,
Birmingham. There are,
and
I think,
then
7,
it just
8, 9
starts to go down.
constituencies, which are amongst
You know,
the top
maybe I'll go shopping, and then it
constituencies
starts to go down, and then I pump it
Muslims.
up, and then I'm
Is
fine.
that
Then
something that they
I
are
could
talking
be
about in the
fine for
council?
days, get it back, and then it might go straight back down after pumping it up.
Levy, who was formerly an MP.
But I take it to the shop. They gone done the test, and the tyres fine. The wheels fine.
The turnout again not great, 60%. But just look at the share of the vote here.
I voted.
Labour up
I
5
voted
points,
before.
Reform up
Not
30
like it
points,
made any
Conservative
difference where I am, but I still voted.
So far, the Greens up just 2, Liberal Democrats down 1, and look at that swing from Labour to Reform, 4.1%. Reform Party
damn right.
not winning any seats, but their share of the vote is creeping
Oh,
up.
James.
That's been the story so far this evening. We were talking about the Liberal Democrats a little bit earlier. We're going to go to Jeremy Vine, who's going to paint more of a picture, given the results that we've got and the exit polls, of how the Liberal Democrats could fare this evening. Jeremy.
James,
Well, it looks like
did
being
I
an
read that
absolutely brilliant
correctly?
night for the Liberal Democrats, doesn't it? And let me just, you mentioned just a moment ago boundary changes, and I guess we need to start from
That's
that
it. I'm
point,
blocking him.
because I just got to explain this key issue of the boundary changes and how we actually set the starting point for these comparisons. A lot of this map has changed since last time. In order to make comparisons with last time, we've fed the 2019 vote through the new boundaries. And on that basis, the Lib Dems are defending just 8 seats, basically, from the last election. Just 8. But this was their target list. So let's have a look at the Lib Dem target list, with the most juicy target, Carshalton, the narrowest Conservative win on the list, North East 5, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, Nick Clegg's old seat, South Cambridge, Cheltenham, etc. So there's 50 seats on this board here, all won by other parties. Carshalton, the easiest for the Lib Dems to take. And we'll look now at what we think under the exit poll will happen. And once again, underline this.
Why are you watching this load of poo
so
for?
have a look at that. That's why I say a
Oh,
great,
dear
a
me.
good night
Good
for
night,
the
Nicker.
Lib Dems. Great day for all those water sports. Ed Davey was
Rigged
doing.
election, don't you mean?
So far, the
Yeah,
exit
well,
poll
yeah.
really does. And those numbers you're nearly seeing coming up, and you're kind of perhaps wondering, are those actually borne out by the results so far?
What?
Well, it's always a rigged fucking election.
I didn't vote because what the fuck are we voting
within
for?
the realms of what the exit poll.
All they want to go and do right is teabag us all.
Central, okay. The exit poll.
No,
this
just
is
you,
all the
Nathan.
exit polls.
What?
Projection 51% for Labour.
They only want to do it to
The
you.
result, but I think,
Nah, mate, they're teabagging you. They're double teabagging you, especially with fucking ball sacks they've been for a week.
Over there. Reform,
No, no.
18% said the exit poll turned
I'm
out
too
to
high up.
1.4, so a bit better. And some of these
They've
exit
got
polls
a
actually
captain.
doing a little bit worse than the exit poll. Some of the results.
Lisa gets
Lib Dems more or
teabagged
less
by
bang
Glenn's
on.
ball sack
Conservatives
instead.
a little bit better. And interestingly, if we look kind of around those different areas,
This is
we'll
live as
see
well,
kind of
isn't it?
some deviations in some of the patterns. So, for instance, in Gateshead, we can also look at some of the demographics here. And again, when we kind of take some of those facets,
Nathan, are you in the
these are kinds of
toilet?
things basically in the exit poll. These are the kinds of data
Sounds
points.
like
A
it,
lot of
doesn't
them
it?
Oh, look who
London
turns
girl.
up.
patterns. Well,
Look who
definitely when it comes
turns
to the
up.
Leave vote,
You what?
that
Oh,
is one of the
alright.
things that's
London
been
girl,
borne
long
out
time
here.
no see.
We got
But a
the
final point I
trout
just
in
want to
the
kind
chat.
underline. Have a look at this. This is just,
We
again,
do.
showing you the exit poll numbers,
What?
but giving you a sense
Where?
of what it would mean for
London
the
girl.
picture
Call her a trout.
of the UK. And what we've done is we've taken all those hexes.
What would
Each
you
of
go and
these
be mean
represent
to her
the
like that
constituency
for?
across the UK. I know it's not
She's a cunt.
geographically accurate, but it gives you a bit
I
of a
thought
sense
you
of
two were
where
getting
these
married.
constituencies are.
No.
And broadly
No,
speaking,
no.
look, that's what we're talking about if we're talking about
What happened to
Labour
this lovey-dovey relationship you had?
Dem source who is saying
Oscar.
they are saying that they
We
won
was our best friend a few months ago.
that would beat the 1997
No,
result, which was
she
obviously their big
tossed me a
breakthrough.
board.
And they're saying tonight this is an astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats. One seat they're claiming to have won is Tunbridge Wells. They are
She
saying
turned
the
it down.
disgustion of
Well,
Tunbridge Wells.
maybe if you
No,
have a
no,
kid,
she didn't turn me
you
That
know.
is that seat, last voted Liberal, as it was then known in
Oh, there you go,
1906.
London girl. You got a
What is
new
interesting
you got a
about
new
those seats we
mofo.
saw Jeremy
Scoops.
pointing out is it's a mix of the old and it's the new. It's old seats like Yeovil and Eastleigh. Those were the seats that took them into
Liberal
coalition,
Democrats.
and new seats like Wimbledon and Woking that have not been
The
Liberal
only people
Democrat
who
in
could
recent memory.
generally really
What the
vote
Liberal
for them
Democrats
are
overall are
moaners.
saying is they think this is their best result since 1923, because their view was that all they need is to make 29 gains, extra seats.
But like I say, it's early days. We're talking really about a small number of constituencies, and as we get more constituencies, we'll update that.
What do you want?
For the Conservatives, for the Labour Party as well, because these things matter.
Excuse, well, you're more entitled to go and, feed her your fucking sausage if you want. I'm sure she won't mind a good Cumberland.
That's exactly it. And I mean, looking for instance, so that was Gateshead. We'll bring Gateshead back up. There's the actual numbers. Just look at those numbers. I mean, what we are seeing is potentially a redrawing of the gap with the Conservatives down in fourth place and Reform there. With 21.4% in
Can I tell you
second
something else
place.
while I've got you? South Shields, same pattern.
South Shields as well. I didn't load that on before.
I know, because it's only just
come just
so
now.
it's breaking news.
With some of these
South
people?
Shields, Labour winning.
I was more
Labour
scared going down
today,
leave me with my
second,
scooter on its way
into
out.
fourth place, very much
And
like
bloody
we
worrying
see
about
in
reform
Bedfordshire.
coming in
Beat
because I've got
by the Greens.
migrants.
Ed Davey is just arriving
Jeez.
at his count.
Get a bleeding life, love.
As you were saying earlier.
I sort of expected him to jet skiing or like fall out of the sky or bungee jump.
Lisa, you voted Green.
Supporters in lots of places,
me?
not enough in enough places to win many.
No, I didn't vote
don't
Green,
like
I
the
voted
electoral
Liberal.
system. We had basically the same
Protest vote.
hours ago, but they thought if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to win.
Did you guys know London Girls a local bike?
Ruthlessly geographically,
Nathan, shut
on places
up.
where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat, and to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort.
Must
And it
have
would
some
look
wear on
like,
them tyres.
that is bearing fruit with them. They're also conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives,
Well,
that they could be the vessel for that.
If you're a bike
anger
going
and
around London, you're
recipients
going to burn
of
through
that
tyres
anger,
like
if you
no
like,
tomorrow.
in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly southeast of England, southwest of England.
You know, clearly Nathan has never had a car, so he doesn't
Lib Dems
understand
used
that
to
concept.
face both ways,
Don't
really.
want
You're
a
trying to take
car.
Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory
Even
votes in
Lisa
others.
knows that concept. She's got a fucking Batmobile.
Yeah, let's go right there.
That's what it's way out at the moment.
Shingy. There it
Oh.
is. Shingy's right behind me. I can see you,
The
Shingy. I'm
ejector
waving. You can't
seat stopped working.
Okay. Well, just an update in the sense of looking at the declaration here. So it's going to come a little later than expected.
She's behaving very, very well in your chat, Lisa. I've got to go and sit normally. She's fucking talking about shit.
It's interesting here because of that.
She's probably feeling so annoyed and violated that you'd say such a thing.
MP being elected here.
Oh, fucking shit. You should see some of the shit she goes and says about me.
Today, the polls are projecting that Joe Platt, the MP who lost her seat that night, will win.
Yeah, but it's some of it true, though.
You know that she served as an
What?
election agent for Andy Burnham.
It's some of it true, though.
His election wins,
No.
his majority. The last time he won here was around 15.
All right, what did you
They're
say?
looking at a strong majority against tonight.
No, I just banned her from my channel for
And
a
I also
reason.
just wanted to reflect
And then
on
she
why
went on a
I'm
hate
here.
campaign.
This is a former mill town, a former mining town.
She
in
went on
and
a
around
hate
that
campaign
Redwall
at
area,
me.
which obviously collapsed last time, but it looks
I've
like
seen
it's
someone
being
else doing
rebuilt,
that
at least
recently.
in the northeast.
Hey?
Another national trend that I think is worth talking
I've seen
about
someone
is
else
that
doing that
reform vote.
recently,
So
Bobby.
here we've been talking to the Reform candidate and his team.
To who?
If you see his community posts.
Oh, I just don't really pay attention to that shit. It's the same old, same old.
Nothing to see here yet. Yeah, that's about right. It's fucking it's Labour, isn't it? Well, just stop counting now.
No.
You turn it poo off now.
North Yorkshire's counting on ITV. Or is that an old one?
Indeed, for joining us. Do you think you're going to be Chancellor tomorrow afternoon?
Probably another one, actually. Anatoly,
You've
trying
got
again
to
for
respect
Redco.
that, haven't you? When you've lost and you've stuck it around and you rebuild. So Anna as well. So
think that's really commendable.
Yeah, we've seen just a few moments ago.
Right. I've just got this from a
Oh.
Lib Dem source saying that they now believe they've won
Liberal
47 seats in
Democrat.
the 1997
Yeah.
result. An astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
But that undershoots the
That
exit poll, doesn't it?
undershoots it by
That's
quite a lot, doesn't
61
it?
is
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, but I mean,
So far,
yeah,
Those
so
fat
far.
Liberal Democrats
Yeah.
have won Harrogate.
so far.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Anyway.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on that because look who's joined us, John McDonnell. Hello.
Hello.
If only you guys could have done this in 2019, then you know you'd have been in a much better position from a standing start where Keir Starmer is now.
Too right. Yep, but let's
Well,
rejoice.
thanks for joining.
Let's rejoice about getting rid of the Tories, shall we? That's good enough for me at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you, John. We just had an interesting conversation, Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge. I'd like me. You'll have read the
Harmonious, I'm sure.
Oh, extremely so. You know, there's a little bit of difference there, but I think the messages of the campaign sometimes haven't reflected some of what's in the manifesto. Do you look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways, building of council homes?
Come on, Phil.
I can see shades of the 2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
That'll do.
Foundational document.
Budge.
You're trying to tempt me.
Your carpet feels going to go up. You're going to be stranded.
So as you two were having this discussion, you and Margaret, sorry, not you, Mick and Margaret were having this discussion. A senior Labour figure texted me and said more does not
Labour barely got any votes.
You're improvising.
Even though the majority is going to potentially be very big, it does not change.
So I'm sure you go and sell yourself in the street, you'll be able to make your way.
No. There's a lot of whiskey up here. You wouldn't have fuel, we could use that.
The situation is this. They're going to have, I think, the most toxic inheritance any Labour government has ever had.
Well, there are London girls, Lee. She's got an
They've got
OnlyFans.
a limited programme that they've campaigned on, the 6 policy areas. They'll implement those. But the reality is, within about
You're
6 to
jealous
12
she's got an
months,
OnlyFans and you don't.
that they'll need to be a lot more radical. And they can
No,
be. I think they can be, and it would
I
only
had to
require
report her for
elements
disgraceful
of
content.
I'll give an example. Well, I'll give an example. One of the key issues that's come up on the doorstep with me, in my constituency, and I don't think mine.
Are you laughing at me or the fucking
30%
screen?
of our children are in
The
poverty.
comment.
Child benefit.
Oh, my
But
comment
also,
was.
child limit has got
Yeah.
to go.
Yeah.
You know, so there's
That's
issues
what my
like that.
comment
I
is.
think they'll shift onto because it's almost
Disgraceful
inevitable if we're going
content.
to really fulfil the mission of a Labour government.
Okay, so this is interesting.
Can I just
So,
explain while we're looking at Ed Davey and then
Was
we'll
it an
come back to
eyesore?
well, definitely. The Lib Dems
She
have had their first
saw
game in
pictures of her
Harrogate
feet.
and Knaresborough, former Andrew Jones
Oh,
Chancellor,
damn.
still losing.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and there's
People
a
buy
With
pictures
her,
from
with her
Harrogate.
crusty
Labour, of course,
toenails.
look at that. I mean,
yeah.
is that tactical voting?
Yeah.
Looking at that right
Well,
now,
some
what do you think?
What we're seeing
people
right there
have
across the
a thing
country
for
is people are
feet.
just voting to get rid of the Tories,
Yeah.
and they're doing it in whatever way they think is appropriate. And I think that is tactical voting.
But John, if we could go back
Yeah,
to what
sure.
you just, because this is interesting,
Yeah.
because you obviously are on the left of the party. There's a big chunk of MPs or candidates to be MPs potentially on that side within the party. What you're saying is that in 6 to 12 months, you think that the government will have to become more radical. You want to see them scrap the 2-child cap on benefits, which Keir Starmer very clearly in the interview I did with him said he would
That's
not
only
do,
going
and
to
that
benefit
extended
one
to the
community.
entire- that extended
Oh,
to
she's
the
gone off
Parliament.
now. I must have been true, my comment
So
about
you're
her.
here to, in a way, just put down a marker, aren't you, about what you
Yeah,
expect
cheese don't
from
last
them as
long,
time
mate.
goes
I
on.
think it's not just
Hmm?
I think the whole of our party will expect more because things are so bad out there.
Cheese.
And what I think people will expect is to, yes, let's get this first wave of policies implemented because you'll restore confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are. And therefore, there'll be a second wave of policy discussion. There always is, even under the Blair government. If you remember, they had that first 2 years where they held by the Tory budget. After that, it then became much more radical. And Gordon Brown in particular took on the issue of child poverty.
Beth, the thing you need to remember is the radicalism may
PCPC.
come from devolution. because we're making a pitch. We're making a pitch.
So my feet
to
are
say,
feeling
let
like
us try things.
Ryan
now
PC, go and sell pictures of both your feet and
We're saying
OnlyFans.
give us
then.
more devolved control of the
Yeah,
DWP
okay, but
budget. We'll get more people into work.
Lisa, you got an OnlyFans, ain't
We'll
you?
save money and get more people into work. That's the radicalism that may come.
The vehicles are there
I
now
was
to
looking
do
for
that, which we
yours.
never had before.
One more
What?
thing, and then I will.
I was looking for
Just
yours.
in terms of
He's
the
looking
John,
for
you
mine.
suggested
I'm not
that
even on
realistically
there.
you do think that Rachel Reeves should raise
She's
some
looking for my
taxes
hairy
around some of
nipples.
the grey
Nothing
areas
on
that they
the
haven't
side
ruled
on me,
out
London
in
girl.
order to, for example, cut or increase the child or get rid of the child cap.
I agree.
Child cap.
Okay, I agree that the importance is to get growth back in the economy. But I also know how tough that is. So just a 1% growth in economy will bring in about 14 billion. That's how much tax revenue it bring in. So yeah, you've got 14 billion to spend once
Were you
get
looking
that.
for me naked
In
on
the
OnlyFans,
meantime,
Lisa?
in my constituency, there are a large
No.
number of people living in poverty.
Fucking
We've got a
liar.
housing crisis, and our public services have been run down after 14 years of austerity. I think inevitably what will
Budge,
happen in government, people say, well,
are you on
we'll recognise the
OnlyFans?
scale of the problems, and they will have to review
No.
after that first wave, as every government
Not
does,
yet.
where we go next. And I think that
Not
will be
yet.
about growth, but it'll also be about redistribution.
Makes sense, John. But
Why are you going to do a team up with London Girl?
Interject on occasion to say that Gillian Keegan looks as though
Not
potentially is going to
flexible
lose
enough.
the seat to the Liberal Democrats, and that's in Chichester.
What's he with a man
She'd had
teabagging an old
60% of
granny?
the vote in 2019. The latest we're hearing is that potentially she's going to lose her vote to the Lib Dems. Trevor, sorry.
I was just going to say,
If it gets paid, it gets paid.
You're completely right. Things change.
I was on Anne Summers.
With
Oh,
some quite radical
not Anne Harvey.
program. Bank of England
Anne
Independence
Summers.
didn't tell us
Oh.
until day after. But sure
Spike,
start, minimum wage, human rights
Spike,
act,
you've got something to confess to Joe. You come out the closet after the sworn down. I see you on an advert for a fucking
not true about this.
a gay porn site.
And I think many governments get radicalised in power as well. And I think that's inevitably going to happen with this government. Otherwise, this is my fear, and we've seen it with the rise of reform. Reform will breed off disillusionment. And we can't disillusion people. Otherwise, we'll go the way of Germany, France, and Italy. That's why it's important to recognise and be honest with people about the scale of the challenges, of course. And saying to people, now let's prepare for the second wave of policy making this government will inevitably have to undertake, and that will have to be more
How long are you going to give them before you start holding their feet to the fire?
I think this is really interesting, Trevor, because I think John is an incredibly
I heard from Sean.
Besides the majority
He
is
was,
as big as this, there's going to be a lot of
Wilson's
pressure
pet.
on Keir Starmer
So
from
he's
all
around.
different wings of the party. Now, one of the problems our party had, particularly near the end, was
No scoops. London Girl lives in the bin, didn't she
more the
too?
One Nation guys and the URG, and the One Nation guys got timid and more timid. Actually, you need balance so that if Keir wants to do something or not do something, he can say, well, you guys are asking for money for this, but this other set of people are saying we can't do that. So this balance between kind of Rachel Reeves and her treasury,
the broad church
and
approach.
yourself, exactly, the broad church approach. As you go through a parliament, that gets tougher and tougher to do. What's really interesting listening to you now, John, is how you're framing this as the money has to come in first. Now, as sort of almost the grey beard, the kind of mystical leader of that left caucus, you are going to be an absolutely pivotal voice for Keir to keep largely on side to do this. It'll be really, I'm going to find it fascinating to see how he navigates the eddies and currents of his party and the role that somebody like yourself is going to have in that.
Don't exaggerate.
Lisa.
We've got a huge young generation of radicals.
Why am I still timed out?
Of the British left.
Well, I know,
it.
there's a whole new generation of radicals in Parliament
Oh,
now.
well, Spike's a
Incredibly
cock
creative.
anyway.
But I think Keir's going to have to come with a broad church approach. That's the first thing. And I think we need to be preparing for that second wave of policy making because the crisis is so deep. On the doorstep, what came across is that broken Britain concept. Nothing works. The NHS in crisis. In schools,
only 10 seats declared, and he's already working on the second phase of policy. You're playing 4D chess and
John, Keir Starmer doesn't have to govern the Labour Party's broad church in the sense that he has a majority potentially big enough that he can ignore the left of the party.
We shouldn't be talking about.
You do accept that,
yes,
don't
but
you?
You shouldn't be.
You would have been better with a narrow
scale of the
majority.
problems that we've got. we're not going to be able to overcome them in one period of office. We've got, by the time you get to that second year, you're staring down the barrel of another general election. So you've really got to be producing then, and then also giving people hope of what a second period of office would be. And the point that Andy's making, the vehicles.
Hey, London girl forgot to go and tell you that hiring Scoops that done a tape and stuck it on their OnlyFans.
Than any of the manifestos I stood on in the New Labour. Yeah, rail. Wait a second though. Wait 1 second though, Trevor. You know, rail. One second. We never touched rail in those. You know, we never went near it. Just look at it now. This manifesto is talking of renationalisation. The energy market.
Possible. So neither of these two things are settled in terms of the practicalities. At 4:30 in the morning, Southwest across his constituency at 5:30.
That's not very nice.
Hey, Ross, thank you very much. Stay out and about around the country because there is so much going on. But Chris, very briefly to you, some news expected to be another headline of the night.
The Liberal Democrats think they're taking a cabinet.
Oh, fuck off, Scoops.
That they're going to win.
You're YouTube's next biggest couple.
Beat Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Here's a quote from a spokesperson: "Schools out for summer, autumn, winter, and spring." Gillian Keegan, which gives you some sense of the Democrats' confidence that they are going to beat the cabinet minister in the coming hours.
Spike's a pricky, time me out.
Dem's very confident if they're actually saying that and giving quotes out, however much they love giving out quotes. The Liberal Democrats, they only do it when they've actually got something to say.
Fuck you bald cunt.
As well,
Come and get rid of you, you clean the toss bag.
Oh, shut up, you fucking stupid scrubhead.
Tory Party Chairman Richard
Baldy
Holder
slaphead.
Fighting chicken run.
Fuck off,
He
you.
was parachuted in there. Catherine Biora is there for us tonight. Catherine, just
How you doing? You're fine, how are you?
Yes, Clive and Laura, I just wanted to tell you that the count is all over here.
Anyway,
just in the last few seconds,
being
we've seen
bald
some
better
ballot
look than
papers
being
being brought
ginger.
out.
Ask Ministry.
Several of the counting staff
Fuck
are
off.
busy
Of
recounting
course
some
you
of
would
the
ask
ballot
another
papers. It
fucking
seems
baldy
they are
locks.
standing here. This really is an indication of just how close the vote is here at Basildon and Billericay.
And also held Yarrow and Gateshead East.
Oh,
So
thanks,
that's
Benny.
and also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to
There's nobody there, Benny.
possibly as low as
Hey, Joe.
seats. So that's the
Hey,
update
what?
so far.
Joe, did you
Nuneaton,
hear?
no boundary changes, declares
Did I hear
relatively
what?
early.
Did you hear that Scoops and London girl are on
Relatively early, depends
OnlyFans?
on your view. Labour should gain it, as was Labour 1992 to 2010, as you were.
Okay, I'm good.
Joe, did you also know that I saw a spike on an advert?
I wonder what you were looking at gay porn for.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at gay porn then? Did you see
What?
there? You must be looking at it.
Did you look back at 2019 and
They're
think,
coming out now.
No.
if we played
It popped
it a
up on
little
my
bit in the
phone.
middle of the road?
Is this it? Is it? Nathan's coming out on this
I was the
screen.
person they always sent out for the exit.
What?
polls.
What?
So in 2017, I went along.
I'm coming out. I want the world to know.
Spike come out of
I had a
Narnia.
Tory minister beside me. I can't remember who it was, but his face completely drained. I was
Joe,
thought I was
don't you
going to do
fucking
compression
star
legs,
me.
something like that. So they're tough. Then in the 2019
It's
one,
on your
it
bike
was
without
just
your
all
seat
Brexit.
on.
Yeah, it was just a nightmare. No matter what we did, we couldn't change the dial in the discussion. So it was Brexit. And our party
Scoops!
was divided over it.
You
Realistically,
bloody
that was the
liar.
problem.
It was an
But
extremely
again,
X-rated video.
my view is this, and that you might think I'm wrong. This is cumulative defeat.
Show
by
us
the
your bald spot,
Conservatives.
Nathan.
First of all, austerity,
Shut the fuck up,
fighting, and
you
Osborne and
mophead.
whatever.
Come
Then
on.
Boris Johnson comes along, and to be honest, he's a congenital liar.
Fucking
And that
turd.
those images of the Queen wearing her husband and they're partying at number 10.
How do you feel when you see this guy?
Yeah, it's Jeremy Corbyn.
He's my friend. He's my friend and always will be.
Spike, you
If he
can't,
wins
you
tonight,
can't.
I'll be
Spike,
arguing
there's
for him
no
and
adoption
explored
process
to
because
the
I
way
already
it.
divorced
Well,
you.
I'll hope to do. That's what
You
they
mean
did with my
divorce?
Bevan and
I'll
others.
fucking marry you,
But to finish my point, I think the
Fucking
turning
already
point for the
divorced you.
Conservatives was the Liz Truss budget.
mate.
If Sunak had
Don't even
been
go there.
elected rather than Liz Truss, I think we
Fucking
would have
just
probably had
did.
more of a chance of a run-in, and the losses wouldn't be as great. I still think they would have lost. But they
At the
lost
moment, you're a
economic
budging Spike
credibility under
sandwich.
Liz Truss, and that was it.
Oh wow!
Combined here is really close.
Fuck off, Budge. You're irrelevant. Spike, you're just a knob jockey.
Yeah, it's a huge popular support. It's been there 40 years.
I know. I live in the constituency.
Look at this
next door,
fucking,
and there has been so
fucking.
many Corbyn stickers.
Jesus
and
Christ!
posters.
What should I go and name
I've
this?
been around.
Fucking Dumber and Dumber, Budge and
There's a real
Spike.
irony here. It was the first
What are you then, Nathan?
general
Come
election
on,
I
describe
reported
yourself.
on. And
Hey, I'm
you'll
just a
remember
ginger
this.
Call
cunt.
Nathan Bright
Jeremy
Spark.
Corbyn fought that for Labour against a guy called Michael O'Halloran,
That's right,
who
yeah.
had left the Labour Party.
London girl, is that
joined
why
the
you're
SDP,
such a chubby
and Corbyn
gobby
came in,
lying
for Labour.
cow because you're from Islington?
But
I
he's
thought
very
you said
interested
she
in what
looked like a
happens tonight.
fucking skeleton
Hearing
wearing
those
skin.
voting on Eton, as
Hmm?
you can see,
What?
waiting
Fuck
to hear
off,
from their backwards
you
south as
fucking
well.
mouldy
We
ball
are
bag.
hearing is likely to declare very shortly, and the reason for that, and we're interested obviously because it's
Joe, you like that one, didn't you?
many times before, but also Nuneaton declaring.
Well,
Here
she
we go.
sucks my plum, so they can't be that mouldy.
216.
What? Did you just go and say she sucks on them? They can't be that mouldy.
Well, there you go.
Fucking hell, there you go, guys. It's just been
Come on, West
revealed.
Midlands.
Joe sucks on Spike's balls.
And?
I would have thought Greens are going to beat them. So,
Joe, you don't need to go to the
Conservatives,
fucking supermarket for your nuts no more because you've already got some now.
They're fucking proper plumbers, mate.
the West Midlands. There are two pages. When you see the two dots top right-hand corner, that means there is a second page.
Fucking hell. What's happened?
On the results there. It's not changed. One.
So let me get this straight. So basically, Spike, you teabag Joe, yeah? Got ya.
Swing to the Conservatives
No.
made it clear that Labour were not going to
No,
get
don't
close
do
to
that.
being the biggest party, and that Cameron was going to stay Prime Minister. You can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these.
So if you want that image in your wank bank, you're free to use it.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Definitely not.
Given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect Nuneaton.
Fuck off, Joe. I heard that.
It has Marcus Jones was the former MP. He'll be glad to come into second place in that seat.
I'm hungry now, Brian. There you go. She wants your fucking balls now, Spike.
Simple
In her
as
mouth.
coming second or third will be some crumbs of comfort for him, given what we've seen in other seats.
Just comment on turnout, because if I look at the turnout, 58.7
Yeah.
for a seat like this, that is.
No, and I think this is what this goes back to what we've been talking about, which is when you're looking at the seats, all the turnouts are looking, or the ones I've noticed have looked slightly down. And I really think that one of the themes of this night, as we go through it, will be turnout lower, but majority really big.
Do you know what's
and that's the question of the mandate.
Is the number of sort of themes that have been discussed during the course of this campaign.
You didn't say that,
One of the kind of conversations.
Scoops.
There's a real
Nobody said anything about sex, you divvy cunt. They only said, alright, that she licks his balls.
Scoops hasn't discovered
I
that one
didn't
yet.
say she licks my ball.
You fucking did.
I did not. I
Yes, you
said she
did.
sucks them. She gets them in her mouth.
What?
I'm not fucking licking them.
Only up 2 points in 2019, which was not a high
Yes, you
watermark.
did. You said she licks your balls.
No, I didn't. See, you're fucking fantasising again.
We really want the
You
Tories out.
dirty,
It
dirty
doesn't
boy.
appear these early
Labour
figures are
share is
playing that
actually
out.
down in some constituencies.
So you teabag, alright.
I told you no.
It wasn't.
But if you want to use that image,
But
feel
I say
free.
cumulatively of all the ones we've seen.
Yeah, but this is a
Fuck off, Joe.
But to put it into context, if you you look at Johnson's 80-seat majority in 2019, he got
Scoobs.
43.6%.
If that's what you go and call you and London girls fucking sex act, then that's up to you. But you know.
He's already told you she's too old for him.
In 1979,
Unlike you,
got 43.9%.
Don't you start simping for Scoobs now. Not a good
We're
look.
likely to win on under 40%.
Yes, exactly. And
Yeah.
so, like, if you think this is one of the historic landslides of 79 to 97,
need Lib Dem.
to 2019, actually, in which that was
They
the
look like
biggest
they're wearing
majority.
football
The
shirts.
reason for that, though, is we've almost got 5 competitive,
I know, yeah.
5 parties polling.
Or
now,
Star
haven't we?
Trek uniforms.
The Lib Dems are
And
polling.
who the fuck
Yes,
will
well,
put
that's the
fucking
point,
Rushy
isn't it?
fucking Sunak in a city blue shirt?
Yes,
Who would
but
put you in the fucking shirt, you
kind of the rise of the other.
No, you're right. I look better with them off.
Just to let you know,
wait a second. The Lib
You know what?
just to let you know that Jodie
Would
Gosling
they look better with them off?
actually is the leader
What shirts?
of North Warwickshire Council. She'll be stepping down
Back when you
from
was
there.
30.
And apparently,
I am
just to let
30.
you know that
Nah.
Labour's lucky seat is
I'm stuck in a
Warwickshire
time
North.
where I'm
They've
living
never
on.
won an election without winning Warwickshire North, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's
So
talk
Scooby
about how some
Doo
of the Conservatives'
thinks
biggest
that
names
nuts
couldn't
in a
bear tonight.
mouth
Our
is
chief
a
political
sex act.
correspondent John Craig
Okay.
is in Surrey, where the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is contesting the seat of Godalming and
What?
Ash, and Amanda Acass is in Welwyn, where the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps is defending his seat on Welwyn
He
and
plays
Hatfield.
5 finger tunes on his organ.
If you would, because I want to go to John Craig first of all. Is he going to keep his seat?
Doesn't look like it, Kay. All the signs are that Jeremy Hunt, the son of an admiral, is going to sail off into the political sunset tonight with possibly a heavy defeat by the Liberal Democrats, although he insisted during the campaign he thought it'd be 1,000 to 1,500 votes either way. The exit poll that we broadcast suggests a decent win for the Liberal Democrats here. This has been a target seat for the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats for many, many years, going back to when it was
Mate, I think you need a cougar.
Southwest Surrey, and it was represented by first Virginia Bottomley and
An
then
old granny.
by Mr. Hunt. Now, there have been some quite small majorities for the Tories in the old Southwest Surrey seat. What's happened here, Kay, is that they've carved this seat into two constituencies. Mr. Hunt is fighting Godalming and Ash. The other one is called Farnham and Borden. Some here think perhaps he made a mistake in opting for Godalming and Ash because
Scoob, you're very
a bit
touchy.
more marginal than the
I
other
mean, I knew
seat.
you was
He
woke,
has
but
worked
fuck me.
so hard, though, to
Well,
try
it's got to be
and
better than
hold
very
this seat.
eaty.
He has campaigned
What?
tirelessly when you might have
You know,
expected the
eating
Chancellor of the
on
Exchequer
fucking
to be in
channel.
London, taking part
I'll
in
shut the fuck
TV
up, my
debates,
channel.
interviews, and so on. He has
No, you
spent the
fucking do it
last
on
6
every
weeks
channel.
pounding the streets
Oh,
of his
fucking don't, you
leafing
lying cunt.
constituency in
Yeah,
the
you do.
Surrey
You've fucking
Hills
always done
in
it.
a
Fuck
hope,
off.
desperate hope of
Yes,
trying
you
to cling
have.
on. If
Fuck
he does
off.
cling on,
Yeah,
it will
see?
be an
Shut
amazing
up.
personal triumph for him. And of course, from what we're hearing, he'll be one
I'm
of
going to go report you
the
to
big beasts
YouTube for
left
harassment
in
and
the Tory
bullying.
party in Parliament.
Okay, that wouldn't be
One
the
of the
first time,
grown-ups,
would
if
it,
you
mate?
like, experienced politicians. If, on the other hand, it's the end for
Fuck
Jeremy
off. When
Hunt,
have I done it
he can
before,
look
you
back on a
cunt?
You
19-year
have.
career in Parliament in which he held
When?
4 cabinet
Oh,
posts,
ages ago, but you
including
have.
2 of
Oh,
the
yeah, only
so-called
because
great
you've been a
offices of
dick
state,
licker.
Foreign
Oh,
Secretary and
that's fine, isn't
Chancellor
it?
of the
You're just going
Exchequer.
for
You've
All
been
the
a prick.
signs
I rang
are,
you
You're
up
a
and I
grass,
told
despite
you.
mate.
what's
You're a
happening around the
grass.
Yeah,
country, Mr.
that
Hunt
was
is
when
probably
You're a
going to lose
fucking
Glenn.
grass.
Yeah, just also
Shut the
seeing
fuck
while I've got
up.
you before
You've
we
been
move
a
on to
cock.
Amanda,
You're a
a
fucking
Liberal
grass.
Democrats who are saying
I ain't no
schools out
grass.
for summer for
I don't
Gillian
report
Keegan
nothing.
were confident of clinching a win in Chichester, making her the first cabinet
You've
minister
been a
of the night to
knobhead.
lose her seat, quoting a Lib
Grass.
Dem source here. This seat has been Conservative for 100 years. Winning here is an extraordinary achievement which has unseated the Education Secretary. Your response to that, John?
Sorry, Kay, I didn't quite hear that.
Okay, basically, the Lib Dems are saying that
Talking
Gillian
about Gillian
Keegan's
Keegan,
lost.
yes.
London
Well,
girls losing the will
you're
to
right.
live.
That's been a clear, safe
Scoobs
Tory
don't want to
seat.
lick her
It
funny.
was Andrew Tyree who chaired the Treasury Select Committee for
I bet
many
you are, kid.
years.
And
What?
that is a shock. She would not have been expecting that. The point
I
about
didn't
this
even hear
seat
you, fucking
is that,
dickhead.
I mean,
Speak
people have
up.
said, and in fact, Mr. Hunt
Oh,
has said, oh,
fucking open your ears, then they're
might be
big
another
enough.
Portillo
Oh,
moment.
shut
Think
up, you
about
fucking
Michael
stupid
Portillo's
melt.
defeat in '97. That was a shock. Gillian Keegan is a shock. Mr. Hunt himself has talked about the prospect of losing here. He told his children a few weeks ago, he told us, Daddy might not be Chancellor of the Exchequer, he might not be an MP. He knows he's in a tough battle here, and if Mr. Hunt does lose, it won't be a great shock. Yes, I think Gillian Keegan going is a shock.
You're quiet,
I mean,
Budge.
this
What are you
area
doing?
also,
Clipping?
like Chichester,
Not
has
clipping.
been
Editing.
conservative since 1910.
I love
Classic
London
British
girls.
war.
English bottle cap is
I
licking
mean,
her
you
ring.
Yeah,
Can you
drive
see it or
around
not?
here, and you can
making an
imagine it's the
18-second clip.
£5
Bear
million
me a second.
homes and so on.
Oh, you're
The
eating. You sound
majority of
funny.
people either own their own home, they own cars and so on. We are talking one of the
Scoops.
most
I'm
affluent
pretty sure
areas
the
of the
video
country.
showed you and
If the
her
Lib
licking
Dems
each
do
other's
win
ring
here,
pieces.
that is a
No, I'm
massive
making an
scalp for them.
18-second clip.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but
Amanda
you sound
Abraham,
funny. Is your mic
Welling
playing up or something?
looks a sturdy defence. Deputy Grant Shapps
Making you sound like you're
likely
eating
to
or
lose
something.
his seat.
Fuck off.
Yes, indeed. So he's
I
held
didn't
this
say
seat for
you
19
fucking prick.
years, and during that time,
That's
Well,
he's
usually
served
I,
in the
Nathan.
cabinet of every
I
single
decided
Conservative
you was
Prime
talking
Minister
about me, you
except for
fucking
Theresa
prick.
May.
I was
Famously,
talking about
last
Budge.
year,
I'm saying he
he had
sounds funny. He
5
sounds
I don't
strange.
give a
Conservative
fuck. I
cabinet
decided
posts,
you was
ending
talking
up
about
as
me.
defence
Well, you
secretary.
ain't in fucking.
But certainly
You
he's
ain't
someone
Fuck
in.
who
off.
is well known as a
Lisa, kick
campaigner,
him.
former
He
Tory
accused
party
me of
chair, well
grassing
known
him
for
up.
having a long
Then he's
spreadsheet
been
of
an
the views of
asshole.
different Tory
You are.
MPs
You
to
did
use to
grass
help
me
get
up.
Fucking
Boris
didn't you, like little
Johnson
cunt?
You did. You
elected.
just admitted it.
Indeed,
You
he's been
fucking
tipped as
freak.
a possible future
Fucking like little
Conservative
prick.
leader himself. Certainly, even just a few
Yeah,
weeks
changing
ago,
the
there was
story
lots
to
of
fit the
talk about
narrative.
him as
I
one
know.
of the likely
What?
contenders. But certainly now, given the results of the
Fuck
exit poll
off.
in particular, that doesn't seem that likely. Only a 6% chance, according to that, of him holding onto this seat. And his majority is fairly
Theoretically,
narrow
you're
in the context
grassing
of
me up
the
now.
dire polling we've seen. So
That ain't the
he's only got a
grass.
majority of just over,
No, you
just
fucking
under
are.
11,000.
How my
Labour being
grass?
a swing of just over
Because
10%
because you
if
just
they
gonna
win
told
here.
everyone I reported you, so you're also a
Indeed, it
grass.
seems very likely that that's what
I'm
they
just
will
talking
do.
to you
In
on a
fact, this
fucking
is a
live
seat, though,
stream,
that he
mate.
did hold back under the
You
bare
fucking
minimum.
Well,
grass.
YouTube didn't do anything to you,
Okay,
so why
Kamala,
does it
thank
even
you.
fucking matter, you knob jockey?
Ed is here.
Oh, I ain't
Ed,
bothered
is that
about
your
it.
food, love?
Exactly.
What
Well,
you
shut
got?
the fuck up
Yeah, so
then.
I heard you
I'm
got
just
food
saying, you're a
coming.
grass.
The
Oh,
answer I
fuck
wanted,
off. What,
I
clicking
think
a
the whole
couple of
world's gonna know,
buttons?
really.
Clicking a couple of buttons is so
can I
being
say
a
5 minutes
grass.
until it's halfway through? We've been on
You
here
can.
nearly 5 hours.
And
5
the
hours to go.
redecoration coming up
Blimey.
momentarily.
Oh, it's flown by.
Lee, coming
Yeah,
soon.
coming up
Feels like
in
it's
just a
just
second.
Great.
Next few moments, Ed.
It really does.
Ed, we're hearing, and you'll want to know this, Trevor. Basildon and Billericay has been confirmed that is a recount. Now, the reason that we're interested in Basildon and Billericay is because it's Richard Holden's seat, and it was
Correct.
literally bolted on. He was
Yeah.
guaranteed to get
Parachuted.
that seat.
Parachuted in.
Yeah, yeah. I've been fed up of saying parachuted. I was trying to think of another way of saying it, but we can go with that. And there is a recount.
Close. Close. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that one. Do you want charts?
Yes, please. Love a chart, as you know.
London girl's not London girl. She lives in a skip.
Okay, look, just you can see how we are starting to get a little bit, because before I was telling you it was all about what was happening in the northeast, but now look, you can see Rayleigh and Wickford over there, and Harrogate as well. We're starting to get some stories telling us a bit of the other dynamics, the geographical dynamics, the demographic dynamics around the country. Let me focus first of all on Nuneaton. Okay, I want to look at Nuneaton because this is kind of interesting here. Again, what we're doing is we're comparing exit poll results with the eventual results. We're not going to do this all night, but it's just giving you a sense of whether that number that we've been focusing on quite so much does look good. And it looks pretty good here in Nuneaton, because look at that, 36 in the exit poll. The eventual result is 36.9. Okay, so that's pretty close. Conservatives, 27. The eventual result, 28.5. So slightly stronger. And then Reform, more or less the same. So that's a result that looks pretty similar to the exit poll. So again, if you're looking at the exit poll, wondering whether it looks kind of reliable, this result in Nuneaton, of course, a former kind of bellwether constituency. Remember that? Ed Miliband really wanted to win it, but didn't get to win it. And that was really significant back in 2015. But have a look at this. Okay, so Nuneaton, what's interesting here about that Labour vote share, is it as high as you might have expected, given that they are winning there? And that's the story here that we're starting to see evolving. Labour winning seats without necessarily having enormous
majority shares of the vote. And why is that happening?
Have you
It's
spoken
partly
to the
because
pisser today,
reform
Inspire?
is eating into that Conservative
What?
vote. Just look at those two numbers
Spoken to the pisser?
together. Reform really having an impact, even though it's in third place here in Nuneaton. So that's kind of interesting. Also, think about places like Harrogate. So obviously Lib Dem's there,
Which one?
picking up the Harrogate votes for the Conservatives. Okay, but again, Lib Dem's there at the top, okay, increasing their share of
Do
the
I
votes.
really need to go and spell it
Touch
out?
Conservatives down a lot. But look, again, Reform sandwiched in the middle,
Yeah.
eating into the Conservative vote. And this is interesting as well. Look at the Labour Party down in fourth place, actually seeing the share of the vote falling.
What?
Okay, so
Fuck
is
off.
this some evidence of tactical voting here?
No, I haven't spoken to him today.
Lib Dems in there. So that's kind of quite a striking thing. But one thing that we've been trying to do is,
Fucking
again,
helmet
look at the
cheese.
exit poll results, work out whether they
No,
are kind of
I'm sorry, mate. I
aligned with
ran
what
out.
we're seeing. I'm going to show you two charts that really underline that. First of all, this is showing
Joe
you
licked it all
Labour
off, yeah.
and just how the results are coming in versus the exit poll.
please.
Anything above the bar shows the results are better than expected. Anything below the bar.
Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party.
She what?
Not in the cheese.
Gloria White, UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121.
Scoops.
I
He
hereby
said that you
declare that
smell
Rachel Reeves is duly elected
of
as the
sweat.
Member of
That you
Parliament
need to go
for the
double
Leeds
water.
West and Pudsey constituency.
Is a woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job, and she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is a huge honour and a privilege to have been returned as the Labour Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. Let me begin by thanking the returning officer, the counting agents, the polling clerks and the police who make elections possible. Let me also thank the other candidates in this contest for the campaigns that they have run. I want to thank my team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carvley, Farsley and Pudsey.
No, Scoops, you told me last night.
Why don't you straighten your hair and have something like that, Nathan?
But special thanks must go
Fuck
to my
off.
election agent, Joe Fiddis.
Why don't you go and get yourself a hair transplant and do yourself that?
Why would I
I
want
think
to do
that's
that?
how his hair is naturally, and he
And
makes it
also to my
wet so it doesn't
predecessor,
stay
John
that way.
Battle, whose help,
Why would I do that? Why would I do
and
that?
generosity have been invaluable for so many years. A word to
Oh yeah,
somebody
you
who
like
isn't
being a
with us
baldy
today.
locks cunt, don't you?
Jane
Too
Hill,
fucking
who
right.
ran my
I'm a
constituency
handsome
office
fucker with
for
bald
the
hair.
best part of the last
You're
decade,
what?
was a great
You
friend
heard?
to so many of us.
You're a
She was
handsome
Labour
bald
through
head
and
cunt.
through.
Yeah.
She died a few weeks
No, you
before
fuck
the
me,
election
handsome.
took
Jesus
place.
Christ.
Well,
Many of
you
us will
fucking
miss
think
her
you
this
are,
evening.
fucking
We
I
big
do.
think
nose.
cunt you are, mate.
But thanks
You're
above
enough
all
to make
goes to
somebody
the
fucking
people
kill
of
her in
Leeds
their
West
grave
and
as soon as
Pudsey.
they wake up next to you.
I've been so proud to represent Armley and Bramley for the last
Says the
14
person who
years,
ain't
and I will
married
do everything
to the
in my
person
power
who's
to
been married
repay
fucking
your
30 odd
support.
years. Yeah, there you
And
go.
to the people of Carvley and
What?
Farsley and Pudsey,
You
who have
heard?
returned a Labour Member of
I
Parliament for the
didn't
first
fucking
time
hear.
in more than 14 years.
Oh well.
You have
It
put
says
your
something
trust
about
in me.
30 odd
I
years.
will not let
Married.
you down.
Yeah.
My job now is to speak for the whole constituency.
It's alright.
Those who
She don't
voted
mind
for me
ugly
and those who
bastards.
didn't. And I promise I will do just that. I will
Ugly
fight for
blondes,
you
the white
every
stick.
day to deliver the change that people in Leeds West and
I
Pudsey
heard her
need
laugh
and deserve.
then.
I do not want to preempt the results that are still to come. But if what we have seen
You wait
so
until you
far
go fucking
holds
bald
out,
even more, mate. The
then it is
fucking
clear
Oh,
girls
fuck
fucking
off.
want the
I'm
long
not
British
going to
hair.
people
go
Like.
have
bald, you
voted
stupid little
for
cunt.
change. But in the coming hours,
Well,
after
show us your
14
bald spot
years,
then. Let's make our
people
own
will wake
decision.
up
I
to
ain't
the
got a
prospect
fucking bald
of a
spot, you
new
stupid
government.
prick.
The first Labour victory
Yes, you have.
in nearly 2 decades.
No, I don't.
A
Yeah, you
page
do. I've
turned,
seen it.
a new chapter started,
What?
a
I've
chance to
seen
look
it.
ahead to a
When you
brighter
bent forward
future.
that day on camera, you could see it.
It's not a bald patch. It's where my hair roots come out. You
in areas
div.
where they're already winning, and they've been trying to pile up
Fucking
votes.
That's like me. I've only got a
So
bald
that
patch.
is
I've
not a
got hair.
surprise to me because that's part of the strategy. But I'm
It's
going to
got
come
bald
back
Listen,
to
it's where my hair roots
Pass
come
on
out.
this
My
part.
bald
Yeah,
patch is just on my
in
head.
fact, he's joining us
It's where my hair
now, the
roots
Mayor
come
of
out. You
London,
div.
Labour's
What?
Sadiq Khan. I'm sure you'll want to speak
It's
to
where
our
my
Manchester
hair
Mayor
roots
as well in
come
just a
out.
moment or two.
You
There you go. In fact,
div.
why don't you two just have a
Oh,
chat?
you got
Go on.
detachable hair.
How you doing?
Can I just give Andy a virtual hug?
Well, you might not want to when you hear what I said about London earlier.
Yeah,
Sadiq.
here's
There
my
was a bit of a
prediction.
jive going on
That
about
package
first,
cunt's
second,
gonna
and third
fucking end
cities,
up
but
prime
I
minister.
won't reopen
Oops.
it.
Yeah, he said Manchester was the first
I'm
city.
sorry
and
about
the
that.
Well, Andy's got
Who?
a sense of humour.
Him.
How's London
He
looking
has to.
today?
He's an Everton
I'm
supporter.
fucking scared of London.
Can I just say, Andy, I've been knocking on doors in communities we've not engaged in for 20 years. It's been quite remarkable. We're delivering leaflets on some streets, Andy, that we've not delivered in for 20 years with any confidence and hope. In
What do you
central,
mean a helmet
and
liquor
outer
on
London
there?
has been quite remarkable. Conversations that you and I remember from the 90s
That
and
packet
noughties.
of
Now people are
fucking
listening to us.
roasted nuts
People are
Joe's got.
voting for us, and I think it's going to be a great night, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Could
you
you
know, it is
imagine
these
Budge
days,
being a
isn't it?
prime
You know,
minister?
just to be in this position, we've not been here for a long time. Do you think that effect is going on in London because
Budge,
people dislike the rhetoric of recent times, the division?
would you ever be a
sort of
prime
hate? You know,
minister?
is London sort of, if you
Yeah.
like, sort of taking a decisive stand against all of that? Feels like
You would deport all gingers,
I
wouldn't
tell
you?
you what's interesting is, you know, and Trevor and Beth will
You
recognise
would.
this as well. In
I
2015,
don't know
That's a
about
hate
gingers.
crime, isn't it?
2019,
No,
people weren't
I
unhappy with the
wouldn't deport
Conservatives,
all gingers. No,
but not enough to give us
You
their vote.
wouldn't.
I think
Good.
what Keir
no,
Starmer's done over the last
no. I'd
4.5
have
years is
internment
transformed the
camp.
party so
You'd
people feel
what?
comfortable giving us their vote
Yeah,
now. But also, I
I
think,
didn't
you
hear
know,
you.
Becky's spot on. What we've done in this campaign
I'd
is
have
actually
camps
work
instead.
those seats that are already Labour. Our ground
Fuck you, that's
campaign
a
in
hate
Labour
crime.
seats has been basically
It's not a
absolute
hate crime.
because we've been working in
They can
those
have
seats.
swimming pools and
We've got to
stuff.
win
You
to
know,
form a
Fuck
government.
sunbathing
you.
and all
Looking at
that.
the figures
Listen, mate, I'd
of
come and fucking
410
ransack
Labour
your
MPs
house.
potentially, a majority of 170. I think Keir
Sunbeds.
Starmer's been vindicated for that campaign. But you're right, Andy. People
Or
are angry with
you can have
this
a short
government.
stay.
A lot
A
of those
short
people have
stay
voted
if you use
for
hair dye.
Labour in London, and I think across the country, some may have voted Reform. And I think our task over the next 5 years, Keir Starmer's
London
task,
girl.
the Labour Party's task, the
Deport
government's
all those
task,
called
is also
Nathan.
to win over those people who currently vote
Deport
Reform
all the
to give them the
alcoholics
confidence to
called
vote Labour in 4 or 5
Serenity.
years' time.
How do you solve a problem like reform if you're Keir Starmer and indeed
Deport
whoever might
all
be
the
the next leader
gingers.
of the Conservative Party?
Deport
What
all
you
the
see Keir do
baldies.
tomorrow outside number 10 Downing Street is speak
I
to
want to
the
leave.
nation, all the nation, not just those that voted Labour, but those that didn't vote Labour as well. He's going to try and heal our country and bring
Shut
our
up, you
country
fucking
together. We had 14 years
dried
of
up helmet.
communities, of generations, of people being pitted against one another, Remain, Brexit, North, South, old, young. What Keir will do is bring us all together because, frankly speaking, we've got to come together now because our country
Mate, at
deserves
least I know mine
to
works.
see a Prime Minister under-promising and over-delivering. And I think it's really important.
Can I ask you a question,
You
Sadiq?
can I just say that we're waiting for Ed Davis to declare momentarily, and Leon Atherton as well.
Yeah, it's Ruth Davidson, Sadiq. Good to speak to you again. You and Andy have quite a bit in common, not just your mayoralty positions now, but that you were both in government.
That's a
And
bollocks
then
theory. Does
when the
that
party
mean
went
that
into
means that you've
opposition,
got low
when Jeremy Corbyn
testosterone?
became leader, I know you
Scoops.
you supported him in that. Andy didn't. You ran himself. You chose to leave Parliament. You chose to not be MPs while the party was in opposition. Now that it looks like you're on the cusp of
I
government
reckon
again,
you
is
got
it
a bit of
something
estrogen
you
in
would
you.
wish to return to?
What?
I voted for
I reckon
Andy
you got a bit of
in
estrogen.
2015 to be its leader of the Labour Party. But
No, I
look, I'm
do.
quite clear. I think if the
It's for
19th
that
century was
high-pitched
a
voice
century
that
of
you
empire,
do.
20th
I made
century
up my
the
mind that
century of
day.
nations, the 21st century is about cities and mayors. And Andy and I both met Keir Starmer on a number of occasions over the last few months. Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner, the Shadow Cabinet are all committed to devolving more powers and resources to cities and regions across the country. And that includes London, includes Greater
Sadiq,
Manchester,
you're using your
includes
Tony Blair
Merseyside and
hands.
elsewhere.
I've watched you speak. I've stood beside you while you've been speaking enough to know when you go into full politician mode. And when you get the hands out, that's full politician mode. And you didn't answer the question, which wasn't, do you like your job now? I get that you like your job now. The question was, would you go back into Parliament for a different job. Now you're back in government.
No, not at all. I've got the best job in politics. No, we'll never go back. And one of the reasons why I'm so excited, and that's why I'm using my hands, Ruth, is because we've won a massive victory tonight, a majority of 170, and I can't wait to work with this great Prime Minister in waiting.
I think that's a change in politics, though. You know, people have talked about Westminster as though it's the only thing that matters, the only show in town. They can't believe that someone like Sadiq or myself doesn't want to just scurry back there as quick as we can. And when we say, no, we're actually loving these roles, we actually do things, and it's in the real world. I mean, I just think it's like the Westminster set sometimes can't get its head round why these jobs are so much better.
I get it, which is why I asked it, because I've never been an MP. I've never sat in the House of Commons. I've always sat in a...
Oh, fucking hell, what the fuck's going on?
The United Kingdom. It doesn't just happen on the green benches.
I think we would both feel, though, that we're going to have an era of really big profile on cities, devolution. Sadiq, that's what we both... Growth won't come without it, will it?
Can I ask Sadiq? Sadiq,
You can. Let me just tell people what they're looking at. Lee, which is Lee and Atherton, the seat that you used to have.
Oh, no, not Labour.
Waiting for that declaration. Southwest London.
We'll have to deal with Labour
seat as well. Let
temporarily.
me tell you that Labour has gained Blackpool South UK, but it's a seat after that scandal.
Yeah, it's like being on a bus next to a ginger person.
There was a by-election, but for the purposes of saying who had the seat, we go back to 2019, the by-election. Subsequent to that, so we are saying Blackpool South has won.
You only got 5 years left.
Waiting for Ed Davey. And Vale of Glamorgan as well, first seat in Wales.
You better sell up to Circle, though, Adrian.
In just a second.
Yeah, sell up, mate, and enjoy your life.
Sell up, yeah.
Trying to come in.
Oh, sorry.
It's too late now.
Take your
It's too late now.
That's when you try and say it's your programme. Yeah, it was, schoolboy error.
Kay Burley is going to punish me all night for a momentary lapse of judgment.
Yes,
I
I
mean,
am,
we've all
because
been there.
yes,
Sitting there,
yes, I am. Here we go. Here's Lee.
I never got... That's not Lee.
Is it not?
Sorry, here's a declaration.
Is it not Lee?
I'm a cunt.
Vale of Glamorgan.
That's Vale of Glamorgan, I'm told.
This is the declaration of results of the poll for the election Parliament for Lee and Atherton on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, James Winterbottom, being the Deputy Returning Officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Winterbottom.
Craig Allen, the English Democrats, putting England forward, 376. Jones Amelia, the Green Party, 1,653. Platt Joanne Marie, commonly known as Joe Platt, Labour and Cooperative Party, 19,971.
Yo!
Thomas Stuart David, Liberal Democrats, 1,597. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,483.
No, that's the majority.
Yeah. Second on the hit list, wasn't it?
It was
for Labour.
fantastic, honestly. It makes me feel whole again that Lee has gone Labour. It feels so good.
You
And
have
Jo
to declare an interest. She worked for you.
She did, and I got great affection for Jo. She's been, I say, brilliant for me, but she's worked hard, and there she is. She gets her reward. That is just
Look at that
great
reform
result.
vote again.
Yeah, yes, I would have expected that. And as everyone has said, and I would say, I understand why people feel disillusioned. I understand why they kind of voted in the way that they have. And as I think Sadiq was saying, there's a job to be done to bring people back, and we need to work at that. But that is a really good result. The Tories won the seat.
Serenity, your answer is no, you dickhead.
20,000 Labour votes there. Joe Platt deserves every single one. Thank you to the people of Lee. And let's hear from Jo.
Returning Officer, Electoral Services, Council staff and the police for their hard work in ensuring today's smooth operation. And I also extend my gratitude to the people of Atherton, Tilsley, Goulburn, Loughton and Astley.
He's talking about you.
14 years of Conservative failure,
Yes, he said
you
smooth operator.
demanded change.
Gross.
We ran this
Smooth
election
operator
as a
or needs a
changed
new
Labour
operator?
Party.
Smooth operator.
Thank you for putting your
How
trust
am I
in us
smooth
to
operator?
change the country.
Smooth
This is a vote for a
operator.
Labour Party that is
What are
focused
you
on the
talking about?
priorities of working people.
The song.
We will fight for
Fuck off.
economic security, cheaper bills, safer streets, the NHS back on its feet, secure borders and better opportunities for our children. I do want to acknowledge James, the outgoing MP. Though our politics differ, he always held these towns close to his heart.
I've
Thank
heard
you for
some,
your
yeah,
service
getting,
and for representing this great
well, yeah, well, I can't remember what
constituency.
they're fucking called now.
Losing this seat in
pickup line.
2019 was deeply painful, not just for me
You smooth
personally,
operator,
but for
yeah.
those who desperately need a Labour government. It was a
What's those
moment
tips
of
you got?
reflection
What's
and
it?
realisation for us all.
Lisa, I'm
Over the
surprised
last
you
4
got
years under
Prangela as
this
a fucking
Conservative
mod.
government, things have got worse. The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back, supports their aspirations and enables grassroots regeneration. Labour is ready to be that government, building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today, but Ian, this is for you. Also a heartfelt thanks to my 3 children and Kean,
Scoobs,
who's here
read
with us
this.
today. Another thanks goes to the Labour Party team, Claire, my agent, for keeping me organised, to Paul and Sam for managing the campaign, and to the Lee and Atherton constituency Labour Party, thank you for leading a professional and positive campaign. Your efforts are the foundation of this success, and it belongs to each and every one of you.
Reform midnight. Reform are less of a factor there, which means the betting market thought that the Conservatives would hold on. Never bet against a bookie, is what my dad always used to say, and it looks as though that has proven to be the case. Thank you very much indeed. Vale of Glamorgan, former Wales Secretary,
English
that has
bottle
become a
caps.
Labour
Scoobs is too
gain.
boring
Vale
for
of
banter.
Glamorgan first
He
resulting
always gets his knickers
from
in a twist.
Wales is a Labour gain, and Colchester. Now, many of you will, or some of you will know, Colchester was James Cracknell, the Olympic rower.
And what did he say? What did he call the Conservative
I'm sure it was
campaign?
wasn't it a swear word?
Yeah,
You can't
yeah.
repeat on
Yes, we
television.
cannot
I can do it on
say
the
it.
podcast, but not
Ruth has been
television.
swearing on television.
I checked the word and it was fine what she said, but some of the other words we can't. Yeah, I did. I did
You know
check.
what we say in our neck of the woods? Snitches get stitches. Don't talk again.
Yeah,
Come
but, yeah, Colchester.
First time I've ever heard a candidate
Yeah,
refer to his
Colchester.
party's campaign as a shower of
People.
Of what?
Yeah, quick last word from the London Mayor. You wanted to ask him something?
Yeah, if Sadiq is still there, he'll remember. Yeah,
There he
Sadiq,
is.
you remember way back in 1998 when there was a referendum to establish the mayoralty.
You're 99.
Those who were in favour of it basically wanted the mayoralty to have control of a lot of things, education, health, as well as transport. Now, the problem was that the then Labour government didn't trust Ken Livingstone to run that. But are you now thinking that with a new Labour government, that the next step is for you to take over other sectors, including, for example, some aspects of health?
Yeah, I think Trevor, one of the things that I think Andy, Steve Rotherham, Tracy Brabin, other mayors across the country.
I'm so sorry to
including-
interrupt you. Hartlepool declaration. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, they're all coming in now. Red car.
Okay, so this is the Hartlepool Declaration coming out. Oh, great news there for Anna Turley. She's regained red car. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying that red car became blue car. I think you'll find it's gone back to red car. Here we go.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Jonathan James Frederick Brash, Labour Party, 16,414, duly elected. Thomas William Dudley.
The Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,100.
Yeah, boy.
Party candidate, 3,271.
Yeah, Anderson keeps his
The
seat.
Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,276.
So Lee Anderson becomes the first Reform MP of the night. He, of course, defected to Reform from the Conservatives. His majority there, 5,509, and again, a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives and an ex-Brexit Party representative there, beaten into 4th place, and Labour into 2nd place. So that's Reform's first MP and first victory tonight. We're going to hear Lee Anderson now.
Thank you. First of all, a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They've worked incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago, as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place which I call my home is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield.
The exit poll said it was going to be.
I mean, it reflects what we've been seeing, doesn't it? In the northeast, particularly. I think in areas that have been neglected in the past under all governments, clearly Reform are picking up a lot of support. So these are the areas that were promised that they would be levelled up. And as I say, I think there's a sort of a vote that is sort of coming through as a Reform vote, which I think reflects that anger at the political system.
I think as well, this is symbolically, this is a big moment, right? Yep. Because for the Conservatives, you will go to Reform, but you will lose that seat in a general election. And now he has come back with a big vote, absolutely eclipsing. And he said there will be. He said it just then. There will be this election. Will be a reckoning.
But you heard it from Andrea Ledson before, and I asked her about this. She acknowledged that they should have taken them on more. For instance, if the Conservatives in Parliament had taken on Reform over its position on the NHS, I think people would have understood Reform's position on the NHS. Currently, I don't think they do, and that is their failure. And this is
back even before that. Okay. The idea that Lee Anderson was made a deputy chairman of the Tory party when he was being a right old pain in the backside.
Well, that's why he was
to
made
people that were there. Exactly. It's the appeasement doesn't work. You know, you've got to challenge them. You've actually got to take them on and fight them on the issues and see what they actually have to do. And having a parliamentary group might actually expose what they believe, what their party positions are, and some of the things that people care about. Because at the moment, we don't know. They're a blank sheet of paper to anybody.
That's what election night's all about. Smoking cameras through restaurant windows.
And the restaurant's open.
Well, maybe it's next to the count and they've decided to cash in because election counts are busy and exciting places. Right. But we're just watching those pictures where we might see a glimpse of Nigel Farage. But in terms of, Chris, of Reform, so Lee Anderson became a Reform MP because of a defection. He's now shown significantly that he can win a seat in and of his own right. We'll remind people that our exit poll projected 13 seats. John Curtis has given us a bucket of salt on that. We must remind people that could change very significantly. And yet, there's no question from some of the actual results we've seen so far, they are making a big dent in things.
Yes, and so they will be able to make, irrespective of their number of seats in the House of Commons by breakfast time, a moral case that they are making an imprint in British politics and therefore should be part of the conversation that follows. How noisy that conversation will be will depend on the number of seats that they manage to win. But given the number of second places we've seen them ratchet up in the northeast of England, the expectation that they will advance beyond the seat that we've just seen declared there for Lee Anderson, they're going to be part of this conversation, aren't they? A conversation particularly on the right about how the right in its breadth, Conservatives, Reform and others, shapes up as a series of opposition voices to a Labour government. And the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get some further results. Just one other nugget to bring you. Labour have gained Cannock Chase in the West Midlands. It was a massive majority for the Conservatives. Keir Starmer there just the other day, just a sense of an indicator that their data might have been pretty good in terms of making sure that they put him where they felt he could make a difference in those last couple of days. 3,500 Labour majority now.
Okay, well, Rita's got those numbers, in fact. Rita, let's take a look at how it's stacked up.
Well, it's exactly as Chris was saying. It is the loss of a massive majority for the Conservatives. Look what has happened to their vote share here, down 40%. Now, we think that is the biggest drop in support.
Both the Barnes seats come in that were down to be a reform in that poll. They were supposed to be part of the 13. One of them's been held by Labour by 8,000 votes, and one of them's been held by Labour by 5,000 votes. Now, that would indicate what Beth was saying earlier about the campaign to make sure that the votes get piled up by Labour in the right places where they're under pressure. So we might be seeing that while the vote share is right,
Keir Starmer being you guys gonna stay up all night to this shit?
The seats don't necessarily.
What else is happening?
What?
What else is happening?
Are you actually going to stay up all night for this shit?
No, I was just saying that while we've had, Ed's been showing us great graphics of how close to the mark.
Well, no, I'll probably stay up all night.
What everybody that's been involved in politics knows is that national.
I don't know why you guys are even fucking. It's already been rigged. We already know who's going to get in.
That they've lost one by 8,000, one by 5,000, and that's a pretty big one.
And it was who was said to get in.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan, I mean, when
Labour,
you saw
because
your
it's
heart must have
been
sunk
all
there.
planned.
So I think it reflects what will definitely be a tough night for
I've got one of our streams
not
from
as bad as perhaps some have
a
said.
bit
I
of
think we're
banter,
seeing this
uploaded in about half an hour.
turnout rather than something.
So basically, let me get this straight. If Labour gets in, what is actually meant to change?
Individual seat level,
You watch.
and it's good to hear about
Well, I've got to take all the councils have got to take the share. So where they're not seeing mass migration, they will see mass migration.
And indeed, it's
That's what
we've got a what?
We will have to wait and see as the evening goes on.
All the councils have to take their fair share of migrants. So where they don't see mass migration, they're going to.
Those key policies are, which speak to our constituents, and we know what they are, and we need to make sure that we're focused on them going forwards.
How much is this down to Trussonomics, would you say?
So that basically leads the way for more votes to come in, don't it?
Rumours that Liz Truss
Well,
would
don't
be
fucking
losing
surprise me, that doesn't, because it was the plan all along.
within 44 days, and I said I'm going on holiday for a fortnight. Will she still be in power when I get back? You said absolutely. She didn't even make lunchtime.
So I think, interestingly, on the doorsteps in my campaign, that wasn't what was raised. Issues around migration, cost of living, going forward, the challenges, real anxiety about the risk of tax cuts. Small businesses in my patch very worried about what Labour might do in terms of squeezing them. But no, the Truss era was not something that was raised with me at all, interestingly.
Okay, Charles Walker, just hearing that Torsten Bell, Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, has been elected in Swansea West, former head of policy for Ed Miliband. The Conservatives, 5th.
Yeah, not a great result that. But just going back to Lee Anderson, the Conservative Party should never have entertained him as a vice chairman. Many of us warned the high-ups in the party that he wasn't a fit and proper person to carry the Conservative flag, and sadly we were ignored, and he's done our party enormous damage, and we're partly responsible for creating him. So I think I owed you a direct response to your opening question, and I've now given it. As far as Swansea's concerned, look, it really doesn't matter whether you're coming 5th, 3rd or 4th or 2nd in a seat if you're not going to win it, and Swansea is a seat that we were never ever going to win.
And their divisions and ridiculous pantomime in the Conservative Party and the.
Why are you watching BBC anyway? It's all propaganda.
Rely on that. We have to make
I could agree with you there.
a credible alternative.
Sky Films, doesn't matter if it's Sky or BBC, does it?
July the 4th, not sometime.
Well, they're all propaganda.
December, it is clear that Nigel Farage has ignited reform by his return to frontline politics, and that has done us enormous damage, and there's no hiding that. It's a great shame that we went early, and we didn't benefit from what I suspect will be interest rate cuts over the coming months, and the fact that Nigel Farage would have been busying himself in the US with Donald Trump.
Are you angry with Rishi Sunak about that this has been a massive miscalculation? Are you angry with Rishi Sunak because of what's happened to many of your colleagues because of the decision?
I'm not angry with Rishi Sunak. I'm enormously fond of the Prime Minister. I think it was a strategic error to go early. Obviously, the bones of this defeat will be picked over in the coming weeks, and a post-mortem will be done. But I'm so tired of being angry. Politics is too often about anger. I'm disappointed. I'm terribly disappointed for my colleagues who are going to lose their seats tonight.
Okay.
And by the way, if we'd had the general election in November, we still wouldn't have won it. Labour would still have won that general election, but I think we would have had a better result.
Okay, we must leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Labour has gained Rushcliffe, which was Ken Clark's old seat, stepped down in 2019, waiting for a declaration in Basildon and Billericay. That was recounts, so waiting for that. Meantime, let's bring in
Billericay always used to be the first to declare at one time in the old days.
St Pancras, I should say, otherwise known as North London. There he is. He's heard the applause as he came in. Mark, hi.
Yep, Keir Starmer is in the House or in the Camden Council offices where we are, and he looks very happy. Understandably, it's an enormous night for him, and as the next few hours unfold, it will become very clear the responsibility that he now will have to take over. But for the moment, he's worried about his own seat here. Not really worried about it. He's defending, I think, 27,000. He got 64% of the vote last time. So that's another reason for the smile you see there. And his wife, Victoria, there with him, with Labour members, all very happy. And he'll be speaking very shortly. A point worth making here is that he's pulled off this extraordinary recovery for the party. As you've been saying in the studio, as Beth was saying earlier, in 2019, under Jeremy Corbyn, Labour won just 202 seats. Their worst result since the 1935 election. So in 5 years,
look at it. It's so fucking been staged. It's like a pantomime.
Round,
well, let's all just pretend that we didn't know this was going to happen.
It's not going to be an easy job. Tamara Cohen is with me, and there will be those who say,
what can you do about
this
it?
is more an anti-Tory vote than it is a pro.
Well, why are you watching this shit?
Pro-Labour vote.
They will, but that is very much pushed back on by Labour, by the team around who
fucking bollocks. Oh yeah, can I just get a picture of you, hey fucking Key Wanker Starmer? Key Wanker Starmer.
Him here in the next little while. First reaction as these results come in showing really big swings to Labour, and of course for a really stunning result, their first majority from opposition.
Oh, yeah, Connie, we
Years.
definitely
He's
will.
pulled it off, and
Yeah.
even 3 years ago, we know he contemplated quitting. They lost a by-election, Hartlepool, all looked so bleak, even 2 years into his leadership. But now, having transformed the party, and I think he will be making that point specifically here to say that he transformed the party. It's not accidental. It wasn't just the Conservatives did a bad job. I think his allies are very keen to stress his role in turning things around. And many people thought that would be the work of many years.
Is about to declare. Let's see what's going to happen with George Galloway.
Winter's not coming. We're still in fucking July.
July 2024. I, Steve Rumblow, being the acting returning officer of the Group election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,508. Have you seen the number?
11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773. Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin David Savin, Green Party, 1,212. Paul Ward, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,000.
Paul War has won.
Yeah.
So George Galloway defeated and felt that he didn't
Oh
need
my
to, as a
fucking
result, go
god!
onto the
Is
podium.
that what I think it is in that
Yeah.
background?
You're offended by that.
I'm not offended by it.
I mean,
I think
what
it's true
Paul
to form. I
said.
mean, we've seen George Galloway move around the country.
I'm
He's
literally
very good
just
at
gonna
exploiting
realise
single
that they had
issues, starting a new party with
Corona
the
in their
NRA.
background.
We've seen him winning by-elections. We've also seen him not
What
then
a bunch
continue
of
to
sick
take the seat in the
cunts.
next following general election. I think what's really interesting about this seat is this was
Guys,
where a lot
you
of the
seen this
conversation
shit?
about how would the Muslim vote affect Labour
They're
came from this
advertising
by-election that
the
was,
Great Reset
earlier
behind them.
in the year. We then saw that play out in some of the local elections in May, and particularly around the mayoral elections. So we heard your reporter in Birmingham talk about that, and if you look at the boxes that came out of Birmingham Yardley, Jess Phillips's seat, she would have lost that on that vote as it was projected. So there was a huge concern within Labour about what that would do, and they moved very quickly to shore up these seats. The fact that this has gone back to Labour, the fact that it's Paul Waugh, who is a candidate who's from Rotherham, but had come to Westminster, part of when he stood to be the by-election
they
candidate, didn't win
basically
this election,
admitted,
was that he
all
was
right,
he'd gone London, he'd gone a bit London, and
that
he's coming
we
back, and then the Labour candidate had said some things and wasn't allowed to, had their support withdrawn.
Corona.
He then became the candidate for the general. This is
It come from
urbane,
us.
former journalist, not somebody that's taken a particularly strong view on Gaza. So the fact that he's won it and taken it back on Galloway, I think is quite significant, and will ease a lot of fears within Labour for some of the other seats.
Swinney is in Perth.
Also,
just have a look at these. Just bear with me, Beth.
Okay, sorry.
John Swinney just arriving in Perth.
Yeah, so that's a slightly redrawn seat. His seat sits in the Scottish parliamentary equivalent of this Perth and Kinross seat that Pete Wishart is the was the sitting SNP MP for. He
Yes,
is the
English
longest
British
serving
crap.
MP in
They are
Scotland.
the
He's held his
virus.
seat since I think it's maybe 92. He's been there a
Good
while.
evening.
He had a strong
See them three
challenge.
blokes in the back. You see them three blokes in the background with glasses.
Conservative. All the indications
A little
I'm
short
getting
one.
has held on.
Okay, just
That's
no,
you,
it's
that
just
is.
on one of our pivotal seat mates. Wrexham has just been lost from the Conservatives. Labour have taken that. Now that was
He looks more like
the
you,
point where
cunt.
Conservatives were
I
going
know
to
that's
lose
you
the
in 10
overall
years' time,
majority
mate.
when Wrexham
And
gained.
he
So that
looks
was
more
just one
like
of our
you. He's just got a bit
pivotal
more hair, you
seats.
prick.
And we also have it that the Lib Dems are saying they think that they have taken Henley. That was on their 30th.
That looks nothing like me, it did.
He did. He most certainly did.
Yeah,
Back with us at Rochdale.
Back here,
No, he
and
looks
a
more
big
like you,
result
you
in
fucking
Greater Manchester,
Spassky.
Rochdale,
Yeah,
which was lost at a by-election. Paul Waugh, known to many people down here, a brilliant journalist, but a Rochdale lad. I've been with him in Rochdale. He's just well known there.
What do you make of the fact that George Galloway was not on the stage to hear the result?
Well, he's come in and he threatened to challenge me at the mayoral election. He
Have
claimed
you
he'd
guys
saved
heard
Rochdale
there's a new
claimed he'd
strain of the
opened a new
weasel flu?
maternity unit. He claimed Rochdale was neglected. If you go to the centre of Rochdale, the place is being rebuilt. I've just put a new public transport system in there. He didn't understand the place. And
Apparently,
in our part of the world.
just in time for
Yeah, I do.
them
You
to
can spot
rule
a
out
chancer a
the
mile off, right? And I just think
Underestimate me, that'll be fun, as my dad always used to say.
well, it was extraordinary
the
circumstances
pricks.
of the by-election.
For them to rule out the
Labour's candidate
pricks.
was on the ballot paper and then had to stand down. So it's a really good result because he was only seeking to bring
Guys,
division to our
we get
communities.
another strain here of the
And we
weasel
don't
flu.
work
Please
like
go
that in
and
Greater
get your
Manchester. We're a
pricks.
place that kind of thrives on the fact that we are quite unified and we work together, different communities. So I'm glad to see the back of him from Greater Manchester. I think our communities will be relieved to see him gone. So well done, Paul, though. A great result.
Absolutely. We're hearing that there's a recount in Chelsea and Fulham. That's Greg Hand's.
Can I also just add another one in that's come in?
Really quickly.
The Conservatives have held Castle Point.
They have.
It might not seem that significant, but that's another one where Reform were supposed to win. It's another one that was supposed to be
Scotland under a terrific young leader. He's young, but he's very experienced. And the quality of the candidates that we've got, the absolute eradication of complacency and condescension, and the fact that there's a freshness that appeals to people in Scotland. And that's why we're making gains of this kind.
I'm just going to show our viewers, explain we're seeing Richard Cole, not necessarily
I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer.
Basically, what's happened around Scoobs is this is about the time that they reveal who was really behind Corona.
That the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows.
It's all just then.
Workers' Party, 395.
What?
Jason Chinnery, the official monster raving loony party, 230.
Adrian, did you just see who was behind Corona?
They
had it advertised behind
the Green
them.
Party, 3009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform
I can't
UK,
help but tell that little dude's rattling.
4,787. Eugene O'Dane,
People
Labour
going
Party,
missing without mobile phone or 1%. RFID coming soon. What?
Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice.
We will be listening to the acceptance speech from Ed Davey in just a moment or two. Also stand by for the declaration for the would-be Deputy Prime Minister, and that is Angela Rayner, waiting for that in just a moment or two. He looks happy, he looks relaxed, he looks relieved. He is being returned as the leader of the Liberal Dems, and 61 seats is the projection from the exit poll. The turnout's pretty high as well.
I want to do a big
first Labour gain in Scotland.
What's that? The first Labour gain? Where is that?
Kilmarnock.
Yeah, that's in that central belt that we expect to go almost wholesale to Labour. I want to do a shout out though to local government in England. I always forget in Scotland we don't do this. The number of jabos, hats, and robes that you guys have, we don't have any of that.
Yeah, here we go.
Brilliant.
Here we go.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston.
I'm in. Oh yeah.
And I'm
My
humbled
picture's covered up by that.
you've given me the chance
Hello, everyone.
to serve you again.
Yes,
Let
can
me
you
start by
be on
saying
StreamYard
a
sign?
big thank you.
Oh, Adrian. Oh,
thank you to Sarah
Oh,
and all the
fuck off,
returning
not
officer
this fat
team,
cunt.
and to all the
Oh,
staff
look,
and
it's
police who've
Benson
worked so
who
hard
fucking
through the night.
protected Spike for
You
all,
are the unsung
protected
heroes of our
Sonic for all them
democracy.
months.
It simply wouldn't work without you.
Listen, you fat
Thank
fuck.
you to my fellow
Who
Yeah,
protected
makes
who?
somebody almost as bad as
we
that
all be
person,
proud
doesn't
of.
it?
I wish you all well in the
Listen,
future.
Penfield, go and take your fucking rat poison and
Now, I
fuck
don't know
off
if
with
you
your
could
Sorby
tell,
favour.
but I've
Oh,
rather
go and
enjoyed this
protect
campaign.
sort of pay the fuck
Scooby, I think it was the
Who
monster
protected
right
who,
What
you
I've loved
stupid little
most
prick?
I think you
hasn't
protected
been
Sonic
the
for a long
paddleboarding
time.
Yeah, I
or
reckon
the
your
bungee
computer
jumping.
needs to be fucking checked by the cops, man. I
It's
wonder
been
what they'll go and
speaking
find
to
on it.
people here
But
at
anyway,
Euston
that's
and
all I have to
Surbiton
say about
and
subject.
across the
Let's
United
not try to
Kingdom.
get onto
Oh,
these
shut your fucking mouth,
live.
mate. You know
And the
nothing.
challenges they
Shut your
face.
fucking mouth, you fat fuck.
Yeah, well, you know something. You knew something
Did I
for
really?
months.
What?
Yeah.
Listen,
People who are
considering
working
that you
hard,
was around them lot as well,
raising
that means,
families,
oh, shut the fuck
caring
up.
for loved ones,
You just
playing
come
by
up
the
with
You
these
know,
rules,
you're
mental
on.
shit.
but
Good
finding
night,
it
Budge.
harder and
Have we
harder
ever won yet,
to make
Lisa?
ends meet.
Have we ever won yet?
Listen, you're just a fat fuck, mate.
People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance,
Shush,
weeks to
Benson.
see a
Don't drag
GP,
Lisa's
Oh,
thing
shut
down.
or
your
months for
fucking mouth.
urgent
What are you going to do,
cancer
you?
treatment.
Night, Budge.
People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped
Fucking
Budge.
into their
dickhead.
rivers, lakes,
You
and
ginger
their
nonce, be
beaches.
quiet.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
People who feel let down
You're a
and
fat
taken
little
for
cunt,
granted
mate. Listen, you know you
and
got a
are
little crush,
desperate
mate. I think I'm
for
in your wank
change.
bank. You can't leave me alone.
I used to have a lot of
Many of
respect
them
for you,
have
Benson,
turned
but
to
not
the Liberal
anymore.
Oh,
Democrats,
shut your
in some
fucking
cases
mouth.
for
Who
the
changed
first
my
time.
name
Knew
to
about
Ice
it
Shed?
for months,
Who
didn't we?
You are
changed
all
my
your
name to Ice
champions.
Shed
Knew
Kids, you
about
fat
it.
We've listened to
bastard?
you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns.
Let's listen to Angela Rayner.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the returning officer and the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You stood by me, you had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government.
No. Why would I like her?
Don't make me laugh.
She looks
Finally,
like
I
a fucking old granny,
thank
mate. What
the
you want?
people of Ashton under Lyne who have
What?
elected and
She looks like an
re-elected
old
me
granny.
as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me,
Fucking
it's
prick.
been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud
Probably
to
not
have
a lot older
support
than
right
you are,
across
Nathan.
our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly
Spike, hello,
toil
Adrian.
every
All
day
right,
in the
Lisa.
engine
Hello,
room of
Richard.
our economy,
Hello,
to the
Richard.
working people who are the bedrock of our country. There is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the
Lisa,
power
you're gonna have to
that
kick
comes
him
from
again.
our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our
Thanks,
aunt, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I
comes
stood alongside.
Nigel.
Oh, there's
From all
Nigel,
of them,
16 seats he
I
got.
learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for
I
others.
think Reform were just too
Because to
new. The
represent
people don't
this
really trust them, do they?
constituency is a privilege, but
Has
it is
Farage been
also
elected
a
yet?
Large, isn't
duty,
it?
one that I
Has Farage
intend
been
to fulfill.
elected?
It is
No.
a vote for
Looks like
change.
he's
It is a vote
on his way.
to an end to division and to bring our country together, to replace self-service with public service, to take what is broken and begin to rebuild it, and to restore the belief to those who have had hope taken away. It is with a real sense of pride that together we have changed the Labour Party to offer that unity of purpose, that vision of renewal that our country so desperately needs. Today is our chance to turn the page and start a new chapter, to tackle the cost of living crisis and to make work pay, to give working people the New Deal we deserve and to provide homes that they need, to rebuild the public services on which we rely and to ensure that every community
She's just said some
across
sense
our
there
country
to make
shares
work
in our
pay.
national
That's good.
success.
Richard, I don't even
I am
understand why
proud
you're even
of
up for this. Don't even affect you.
I am proud of Britain.
Well, she will say these little sentences, Adrian. I mean, she's trying to get herself. I think that she's been elected or something.
Richard, question again. Why are you even up for this? Don't even affect you.
Nigel Farage arriving at his count. Worth mentioning that Angela Rayner, of course, was a care worker.
Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, he's just being a cunt and ignoring me.
I'm ignoring it. I'd rather not talk.
Yeah,
to
you don't,
people.
because you don't even need to be up.
I'd rather not talk
This
to
doesn't
people who
even
protect
affect you, you
certain
fucking
people.
stupid cunt. Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, shut up, you two. Same old bullshit.
Spike's message. Is that Spike's message?
Seeing these returning officers reminds me that I've been appointed by an acting returning officer.
I'm not really.
For many Conservative MPs tonight will lose their seats because they lack that coverage. And the really big message is this. Geographically now in most of the country, a vote for Conservatives actually splits our vote and is a vote for Labour. The argument they've used against us can never be used again.
Starmer.
Talking at once there, Mary Cray, I should just say Coventry East, and she has been re-elected, old friend of Angela Rayner. Steve Barclay used to be Health Secretary, deaf for now. He has been one of the rare victories for the Conservative Party, waiting for the declaration for Keir Starmer. That will when we hear his speech, it will be his acceptance speech, but also potentially one or two things that we will
She asked him to come up, hoping that he would sort me out, but she was very, very wrong.
That coming up in Holborn and St Pancras. Before that, Gurpreet standing by for us in Clacton.
What's that? Running what? Running water?
Peeled over here early. I spoke to them. They were quietly portion of the votes that Reform have managed to get across the board, but they only have the one MP. This is Labour's night so far.
And there again, we can show you pictures of Keir Starmer there, laughing and joking. Now, that is not a face that many people would have seen until fairly recently of Keir Starmer in public. Labour has just taken Stevenage in Hertfordshire from the Conservatives. They've also just taken
Labour pretty close to winning now, then.
Conservatives up in the northeast, one of those seats. Turned blue last time round, but has gone back. Labour has also just in the last couple of minutes, coming thick and fast now, taken Barrow and Furness from by that exit poll, which suggests that he could win here. This is a man, of course, that's attempted 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he's failed despite his outsized influence on British politics. I asked him yesterday what this would look like. He said that this wasn't just about eating into the Conservatives' vote share, about doing them damage. It was about winning seats, about building a bridgehead in Parliament. And if that exit poll is anything to go by, it looks like that may be achieved.
Has Sunak shown his face yet?
Is already won as the first Reform MP. The polls suggest there could be 13. Crucially, not just winning from the Conservatives, but also gaining from Labour. However, I would caveat that some of the early results that have come in from Barnsley North, Barnsley South and Hartlepool, for example, suggest that it hasn't been smooth sailing for Reform UK, that they may as yet underperform those polls. But another interesting aspect of this is the seats in which they're coming in second. As many as 155 seats they could come in second. I think almost all.
And remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate there, because the local party were unhappy.
Pacing up and down. Is actually making a moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring Conservative, who is retiring, asked if he wanted to appear in that seat. He was invited, I was told, 8 times by the constituency party. And don't forget, he was chairman of the Conservative Party. It took to be their candidate, and he went south.
It's a three-way.
Surprise me.
Marginal, potentially. There's a lot of people. I can see the Labour candidate watching every vote as it's being recounted. Also hearing about 20 minutes time, Beth, that the Jeremy Corbyn seat is likely to declare Kimmy Baden's Hox seat well in about 10 minutes time.
I'm told that it's now probable that that Jeremy Corbyn will.
Constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit, and which
You like it up, shitter?
was very relieved because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers. And they phoned her back and told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures and the results coming in for the Labour Party, they've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe.
That's one for you, Lisa.
The new MP, Nick Dagan, who used to be in Parliament some time ago, they've taken that from the Tories with another whopper of a swing of 15%. So we are getting into the part of the night. We can see Richard Taste.
What was it before? Conservative?
Member of Reform there, but we are starting to get into the night where things
It is. I thought they said it was Labour.
Start getting a flood of
Labour. This is a night of 1,000 stories. Yeah, really kicks into gear, doesn't it? At nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing the Lib Dems have won in Bicester and Woodstock in Oxfordshire. A little detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor to George Osborne when Mr. Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr. Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex.
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see in the distance behind me Mr. Farage with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration. But in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster. The MP for Clacton will have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that that is the most likely outcome. And of course, that would be, so far this evening, the party's second MP to be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the count hall, and you can see Mr. Farage in the distance consulting with some of the Reform UK supporters and his election agent. The counting's sort of wrapping up now in the hall behind me, and I think, I'm told, we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so. So that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be it.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK. Step back from leading the party so that Nigel Farage.
How long is it till we know who's won, do you think?
You see that? They're all there.
Could you just leave a little bit long, so I'm going to step off for a minute. Lovely.
The Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford.
I don't know what that is. I'm just looking at that, Scooby. I don't know what you're.
Has gone to Labour.
Oh, good news for
I don't know what that link is. Just hold on a bit.
Dennis Skinner, of course.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency
on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party.
Oh, that's still going. Monster Raving Loony Party.
Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate,
Red costume. He's not red in his head.
2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party,
Is that Rick Brickman out of yes?
884.
Confirmation for you that the new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour game. Key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's. The Education Select Committee was his old seat. He was standing down.
Scooby, in that link, my
my
constituency is in the list.
in the
Yes.
sun by standing with the
Did Lib Dem win?
would-be Prime Minister in Holborn and
Do you know,
St
I
Pancras.
love the idea
That's
that we
right.
have, and I don't think it's same across
Did
all
the Lib
democracies in the
Dem win?
world, that you've got incidents
think
that
they-
happen.
they haven't
The way our
declared
democracy
yet.
works, you can have an elbow character
They haven't declared
standing
it
on
yet.
stage with the potentially future next prime minister and get 19
He'd
votes
probably win with
and
one
has
vote.
exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had throughout through the campaign itself, there was a lovely ring doorbell that captured Theresa May, up in
that was great.
Perth and Kinross, just chapping on
Let's
the door
hear
saying, "You're not
from
in."
the next Prime Minister.
It is a
I don't trust this guy
It
one
is a
bit.
huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country. In polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
I think there were two women at the front from the Royal Ascot, aren't they? Yeah.
So let me tell you about Sir Keir Rodney Starmer. He's been an MP since 2015. He's hoping to go on better. So that is going to happen. He's been a leader since 2020. He was a leading member of the Corbyn shadow cabinet, knighted the services to law and criminal justice. He has two children, and his daughter has said if he wins, she just wants him to know she isn't moving into Downing Street.
She is,
I think she might be.
She is moving into Downing Street.
He was named after Keir Hardie,
Oh, is
first
that the
leader
map?
of the
Oh,
Labour
yeah,
Party.
so
President,
what kind of
216,000 followers on Instagram. I'm just going to say that's probably going to go up a little bit as a result.
I think
Although
so.
it is worth bearing in mind, polls suggested that half of people don't think that he will be a good Prime Minister.
I think, though, what you got there is a hint of what he's going to say on the steps of Downing Street. You heard it there. His whole campaign is about serving humbly, about putting politics back in the service of working people, about ending performative politics and having politics that is about public service. And that is what his whole rhetoric has been all through this campaign. And I think when you see him tomorrow on the steps of Downing Street, it will all be about this. Is it today? I don't know where I am anymore. But it will be all about, and also about uniting the country, because to come quickly back to what I was talking to Andy about with Scotland, apparently when he became Labour leader, he said to his team, I cannot tolerate having one MP in Scotland. Like, I have to be a PM if I win that governs for the whole country. And so this whole aim to try and win big vote shares in all three nations, and they now think that they have achieved that they will be the biggest party in all three nations where they fielded candidates, is really important for Starmer. But the other flip side of this, Kay, is the vote share is looking like it is going to be pretty low. We don't have a number yet, but if the vote,
the fact that his vote's down 17%.
Yeah, well,
what is going on?
Well, this because they're not trying to stack up votes in safe seats. So they are, the whole strategy, and this was Morgan McSweeney, who is his campaign chief, who came on board with him to become Labour leader many years ago, or 4 or 5 years ago. They're not trying to stack up votes where they think they can win seats. So they've just redeployed resources to all of these target seats to try and win that. And it looks like the strategy is paying off. And that's why you're seeing big drops, I think, in seats where they're not trying to turn out the vote. Because what Corbyn managed to do was get quite a big vote share by turning out the vote. But not turning out the vote in the seats where you need people to switch from Conservative to Labour. And that was all of the strategy that McSweeney and his team tried to execute, which appears to be paying off.
Okay, just to say, Worcester woman.
Oh,
who remembers Worcester?
Sorry to interrupt.
Worcester woman?
Sorry, Labour confident of winning Shapps and Mordaunt seats. I've just got that in.
Okay, let's find out what's happening with Grant Shapps' thing.
Declaration of results of poll, election of a Member of Parliament for Welwyn Hatfield on Thursday, the 4th of July,
Nice.
2024.
She killed an
I,
ostrich
Annie
to get that.
Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each
What's she
candidate
got on her
at
head?
the said election
I think
is
so, Scooby.
as
I think so.
follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform
Right,
UK,
right.
6,397.
Ramsay?
Butcher Sarah, the Green Party,
She's fucking just like
2,986.
adamant, isn't she?
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
in a lot of trouble. Spencer.
What's going on now?
Munro
I
John
don't know.
Peter,
I'm
Liberal
sorry.
Democrats,
Grant Shapps.
3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Bye-bye, Grant Shapps. Bye-bye, Defence Secretary. You are no longer in the House of Commons. Labour, having taken this second, first Cabinet Minister to fall to Labour.
He's the second.
Yeah,
Yes,
first
yeah,
Cabinet
and
Minister
Alex
to
says
fall
the
to
second
Labour.
Cabinet Minister to go.
Well, I mean, obviously, you work with people, and you know, I've got on well with Grant in some ways, but you know, he really started this unpicking of our plans for rail in the north, and he really alienated a lot of people in the way that he went about things, the way that he treated people, particularly my good friend Steve Rotherham. So in our part of the world, there's not going to be many tears shed, I don't think, at this result at all.
Beth, do you want to have a look at that?
Well, I mean, this is a
Scooby,
massive
it's
blow.
unlikely
Grant
it's going to
Shapps
go to
wanted
Labour.
to run as leader.
My
He's
constituency
the
is probably
Defence
either going to
Secretary
remain
who's gone.
Conservative or go
Look
to
at the
Lib Dem.
vote, down nearly 20 percentage points.
Adrian.
And he's the second
This means
cabinet
you've
minister
got
to
to
fall.
give
Now,
up
in
your sheep.
97, 7 cabinet ministers
I
lost
think they'll
their
be
seats,
taken
and I
from
just
me any
wonder
minute now.
if it's going to tick past that tonight. Alex
Adrian,
Chalk, who's
I've
the former
hired
Justice Secretary, also lost in Cheltenham
Mozzie
to
to
the
come
Lib
and
Dem.
sort
What
on
happens
out.
with IDS? Ian
Yeah.
Duncan Smith, another big
I think I might hire
priest
you.
in Chingford.
I think you might be
Mozzie's
more
a sheep
effective.
show.
Lindsay Robertson, being acting returning
No,
officer
you
for
don't.
Chingford and
You've
Woodford
been
Green
chief
constituency, declare
security
that
officer for a
the
long time.
total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Chris
How-
Brodie, Green Party,
That's how you party here, isn't it?
1,334.
Going over the electric fence.
Ian Duncan Smith,
I can imagine Mozzie literally just come, sheep, come, let's have some fun.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Pfizer Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
What about her, mate? She's not here.
Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
This is their IDS has held on. Looks like IDS has held on.
Has.
Yeah.
Well, I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier. I think this is where Labour could have played things differently. Pfizer, I don't know her well, but I know enough
Not that
to know
bothered.
that she's really worked hard in that community.
Scoops, Adrian forgot to go and tell you
well-known
he's
at
sitting
there.
down naked
And
with a towel
I
over
just
his
don't think this
monkey.
works to sort of try
No,
and
I've
take
got
someone
a
out like
dressing
that.
gown on.
You know, if Labour is to be the government we all want it to be,
Alright,
it has
then
to
he's
have
sitting there
breadth
naked
and
in
depth, and it
dressing
has to have
gown.
voices from all sides coming
Got the
towards it.
window open as well.
Are
There's
you,
been a
Adrian?
little too much,
No, I'm not.
you know, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in others. And that didn't happen in the Blair
He's
era.
got
it
his
didn't
little
happen in the
Adrian
Brown era. There was a
flapping
little
around.
bit more kind of live and let live.
But they were doing that.
We would have won that
Not
seat.
so
if,
little.
if we would have won that seat, Beth,
I know.
if they had not taken it out, we would have won that
So
seat.
you know why they were doing it. They were worried that they've got this massive majority heading, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40 hardcore of left Labour MPs. But I think that's what they're doing.
It's a misplaced thing, though, Becky, is what I'm saying to you. They didn't need to worry like that. And also,
Spike,
as
did you
I say,
vote then?
you need voices from different parts of the
didn't
party.
vote?
I think the current government has failed because it went too narrow, because it took away some of those other voices, and it was only talking to the Brexiteer. And I don't think it's a major criticism. I just think they need to rethink this approach.
Happened again.
I think the problem.
There you go. Same thing again.
Here,
This is a
I
nutcase
don't
and
think
Spike fuck off to bed.
party's quite worked out what to do
You fuck off
about
to bed.
the issue of Gaza and Muslim votes, because exactly that, what you've just been saying, is what happened in IDS's constituency, and that's exactly what's happened.
And other at the bottom, I should just say, is Keith
I think Claudia went
and we've seen in some other constituencies. I haven't remarked on it, but we've seen in some other constituencies, and what seems like an unlikely fall in Labour votes, and actually I've been ticking it up. A lot of it are in
Shut up, you
constituencies which are in the top
sexy
20 of
No, you look smart as a ginger.
with Muslim constituents. So I think this is. I mean, it's not enough to have dented Labour very seriously, but it's
you're right,
it's
Steve.
a problem the party's got stored up for.
I think what's on page 2 of that one as well with Claudia Webb is you've also got Chris Vast, the former Labour MP.
That's what I was saying.
I'm not a fan.
He's the other. That's what he is.
That's not a straight read across. I just think the Chingford one stands out slightly different.
8%. That's pictures there of Nigel Farage waiting for his count in just.
I'm not a fan since he was.
Can I talk about a
when he
Labour
was
big
works
piece
and
that's just
pensions
won a seat in
minister.
Scotland?
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result from Clacton, and if, as is expected, Nigel Farage will take that seat, he will be the second candidate for Reform that has won this evening. The first one being Lee Anderson, who was previously a Conservative MP. Before that, he represented Labour, of course. He is Reform, wasn't thought to be able to win. He did. Yes, you can.
Yeah, so Paisley and Renfrewshire South, which was
My
Douglas Alexander's
declaration's
old
coming up
constituency,
soon.
it was then won by Mary Black from the Labour Party to the SNP, has now gone back
My
to Labour
declaration,
under
not my
Joanna Baxter.
personal one,
Now, a lot
not
of
my
people
area
might
one.
not know who she is. She's the current chair of the NEC for the whole of the Labour Party. She's
The
also on the
constituency
Scottish
one.
Executive Board. She's a big
Declaration.
and has been very
I want
involved
the
in Labour
Masons.
politics, both north and south of the border, for a long time. She will be, I would expect, at the first reshuffle or second, she'll come into government.
I
She's
wonder
one of
what
these
drugs
ones
they're
that are
taking to
going to
keep
be
them all up.
fast-tracked for success, I would expect.
I would agree.
Joanna Baxter.
Joanna Baxter.
Dougie Alexander has won his seat.
Fine, haven't they?
So does that mean that he's
He's
going
my
to
new
be...
MP then,
Yeah.
because I live in Lothian East, which was the old East Lothian seat, and
Any
it was the
casework
most.
for him?
It was the most marginal in Scotland. He will get lots of casework because it's in terms of the makeup of that seat. There's an awful lot of articulate people that will know exactly where to find his door.
So
Let's
they
put it that way.
they won't want him to be Foreign Secretary then, will they?
Well, they certainly will make sure that if he does that, he's going to come home and still take care of the washing and knitting as well. So he can, if he wants to play on the world stage, he's welcome to it.
Yeah.
But he's also got to see to the spuds at home.
I'm glad to see him.
Challenge. Isn't it quite a challenge?
he's a
Looking
good
at
politician.
pictures from Clacton on Sea, Nigel Farage just there in the back.
Oh, Hexham's gone.
Yes, we know.
second safest
Guy Opperman.
Conservative seat.
100 years that's been a Tory
Yeah.
seat in the
Second
northeast.
safest.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan in
Pleased, is
Northumberland
he?
North might be the only Tory left in the northeast of England.
Exactly that. Hexham, the second safest seat in the northeast.
Yeah, I feel for Guy Opperman. He's an absolute powerhouse of campaigning. That won't be for lack of effort that he's lost that.
Swing was about 15 points thereabouts. Surprised?
In terms of what I've seen coming in from the northeast, not so much. It's one of those ones that it is the fringe of Newcastle, that Hexham seat, but it's been Tory for a long time. He's the right sort of Tory for it, if you know what I mean. He's very down to earth, works hard, hyperactive, family man, very in touch with the seat. He's not, he doesn't stay away in Westminster. He always wants to be back in his constituency patch. That'll be a tough one for him to take.
Yeah, Grant Shapps has been speaking. I just wanted to also tell you, Basildon, Islington North, Clacton, all going to declare momentarily. Let's hear if we can squeeze in Grant Shapps.
I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most.
Is she dressed up as like one of the Three Musketeers for a practice?
Transport Secretary, Home Secretary, briefly, to Business Secretary, Energy Secretary, and of course, currently Defence Secretary.
Upton, is it not your
I want to
fucking
pay
bed?
tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. There's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm. And my proudest achievement in government has been to secure a very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning,
Upton,
and I
go
am
and eat your
extremely
cream
concerned
cakes, you
that
fat cunt.
unless it quickly plasters that fails to hold government to account effectively, we must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer. And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years.
Sit up, take note, Clacton. Clacton coming up very shortly. Why is that important? Because that is the man in the middle there, as you can see, Nigel Farage. We've also got Basildon and Billericay. That was a safe, an ultra-safe seat, so much so that the Tories thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put our Conservative chairman in there. Is an absolute shoo-in. It's had, I don't know what you can do, let's wait and see. He's had a recount there. So Islington North as well. And Beth's got news on Islington North for us, just as she's put a sweetie in her mouth.
It is probable that it is going to go to Jeremy Corbyn's going to retain the seat. So Labour
as an independent.
And then John McDonnell was saying he should be let back into the party. And Andy, you were sort of intimating a bit of that, weren't you, about making it a bit of a broader church again?
I just think that's what a government needs. You know, it needs voices from all around, and that's what sustains a government in power, when you've got breadth and depth in terms of the voices. But having said that, to pick up something you were saying before, I can't knock those who've put together this strategy, this general election strategy for Labour. I'm making some points at the margins, if you like, but on the whole, I think it's right for me to recognise Morgan and all the others who've put together, and it has been quite a ruthless strategy in the way that you were describing, you know, not piling up votes where they're not needed. Okay. So, but I am just making that point. I think the Blair and Brown governments benefited from allowing those other voices to be part of the mix.
Okay. Eighth time of asking, can he finally be an MP? Moments away from finding out. Ed, have you got a chart?
I've got a chart.
Great.
I've got the swingometer.
Oh, I thought we weren't doing that.
Let's just rejoice at that news.
He's got a swingometer.
I've got bad news, because it's not really
worth not swinging.
not worth having. It's working, but it's not working. Let me show you. Basically, so this is the swingometer, and what's the idea here? It's all about. So these are the seats that at the start of the night were already Labour. These were the seats that at the start of the night were Conservative. And the whole idea is basically, if across the country there is a uniform swing, so in all of the seats you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way, then this needle goes like that, and then gradually all of these seats are turned red, and then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats that you get into this majority territory. But here's the thing, okay? So if you look at the amount of swing that we're seeing across the country right now and activate the swingometer, look at what happens, okay? The swingometer, the needle goes up, 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 and we're in hung parliament territory. We're going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you...
He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on, but that would be another big if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last what, 45 minutes
least
at
that,
least
yeah.
that there.
Come on,
And,
Basil, then get your fingers
yeah,
out.
very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is looking to try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. We're expecting the declaration there from our correspondent, Alex Forsyth, probably about 15 minutes ago. So one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool Riverside. This is Bath. So this is North Somerset. This is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. The suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it all happens.
Let's
show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader,
What's
who's been
Cambridge
praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long
Conservative.
ago. Straightening his tie, ready
it,
for an
oh,
important
they've held
night
it,
where
have they?
probably there will be lots of pictures taken of.
So is West
He
Suffolk.
has been, with the help of
Oh,
Keir
yeah,
Starmer,
West
trying
Sussex,
to turn
Suffolk
around
was
the
the
fortunes of
former
Scottish Labour
health
after a
secretary.
terrible time where not so long ago they were
At his
smashed to
seat,
bits
what's his name?
by the dominant
Who's the
SNP.
health secretary
Our
bloke
exit
in
poll
COVID
suggests tonight, as he walks
in
into the counting
lockdown?
centre in Glasgow,
Bloke
that
who
could
isn't standing
be
anymore.
reversed. However,
The-
we've
the-
only had
oh, God,
one
what's his name?
result from Scotland so far, which was
You
a
know what
stunning
I mean.
result
The bloke who was
for
the
the
health
Labour
secretary
Party. They
during the
took
lockdown.
Kilmarnock and Loudon, which was not on their
He's
target
not.
list.
He was West
However,
Suffolk.
we just don't know at this stage whether that
All right.
pattern will be replicated.
Good.
And remember, on the exit poll, which put the SNP down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland because they've got fewer data points, I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And we're going to Islington North for their
held on Thursday,
declaration.
the 4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn,
Yes, Your Honour.
Independent, 24,000.
Independent then.
That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950.
Oh.
Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. That's 2660. Praffle Nagan, Labour Party, 16,873.
Oh, bloody fuck.
That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So Jeremy
0.
Corbyn hanging on to that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent. The Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
Some of Corbyn's there. Wonder if his useless brothers turned up.
the Labour candidate be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for
Richard
Islington
Hudson, I
North.
think he's probably more
Like
useful
many
than
other
you, though.
people, I canvassed for him, I worked for him.
Did
He
anybody ask
really is
you?
first rate. My
Thank
only
you for
I
consolation
think,
in this result is that
did anybody give you permission to speak? I think.
I didn't know that you was my
And the
daddy.
returning officer and all the staff
Yeah.
who arranged this
You
election for
definitely
the
are.
very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work you've done.
Alright, son. Now I'm your father.
I also want to place on record my enormous thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring, Clacton's declaring.
Daddy's right, what's for dinner?
Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016.
Well, that's a bit early, yeah.
Farage, Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,235.
Yeah, I think they were reading those, they were weighing them, I
Mother
think.
Joe, what's for
Jameson
dinner?
Gray,
Bangers and
Climate
mash, yeah.
Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne
You got
Natasha, Green Party,
Speak before, I think.
1,935.
Can't
Owussa,
fucking
Paul
hear you.
Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the
House
House.
Sassos, Heritage Party, 33.
Listen to the Conservative vote.
Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
There we go. So I was saying, if you want a couple of agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, so Corbyn has
Why-
held on in Islington
Excuse me,
North
why
as an
decided you
independent.
to make you annoyed?
That was a hard-fought battle, but he had
Adrian, fuck off the
many
bed.
people out campaigning. I live near there, and it was a very active campaign. And Farage wins Clacton on the 8th attempt. He finally becomes a member of Parliament, and this matters because he now has a democratic mandate.
Here we go.
Here at tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought,
That's such a
and remarkably
non-belief.
clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best
What do you
to try
mean,
and bring
really,
some
Scoobs?
private
Fuck
investment.
off, you degenerate.
It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary
Scoobs, you don't know how
by-election. I've fought lots of
close
them
I
over the
actually
years,
am to
and
Spain,
I've
so
had
shut
big
your fucking
successes in
mouth.
European elections and perhaps less so under first past
Yeah,
the
I
post,
think
which
it
is
is
very
one of the
demanding,
girl.
very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is
Learning
truly
your back,
extraordinary.
get back to
Given that we
get
had
back
no
to
money,
recording your
no branch
X-rated
structure,
content.
virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters. It's what we do out around the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief
shut up, you
that
fucking
Westminster is
hellhead.
just completely out of touch with
Don't
ordinary
talk to
people
Adrian
says to me
like
that my plan is to build a
Scoobs, you can
mass
fuck off the
national
bed. It's the
movement
same that you
over the course of the next few
fucking
years,
shit
and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is
Richard
there's no
Upton's
enthusiasm
fancy
for
shit.
Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer
Benson Grower.
whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Coming for Labour is what Nigel Farage has to say. He does not like this first past the post system. Rather like you, Andy Burnham. Be careful what you wish for. Hart Smear is going to declare in just a moment. Hart Smear, of course, Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you.
And what else? We've got Life in Horncastle. Sorry, go on.
No, I don't agree with him on barely anything, but on that, I think he's got a point. I think we're seeing tonight that Britain is a five-party political system now. You know, we've got Greens polling in large parts of the country, Lib Dems doing well, Reform now. You know, that kind of second force on the right is established. The Tories, obviously, Labour. You know, how can you reflect that in a first past the post system?
Okay, interesting.
So I think the voices for reform will get louder from not just the left anymore, from the left and the right, it would seem.
Declaration, I think this is Hart Smear, is it? Which would be Oliver Davies.
Undersigned being the acting returning officer for the Hart Smear constituency at the election held on Thursday, 4th of July, 2024.
Why'd you kick me?
Do hereby give
You're
notice
acting like a
that the
dickhead.
number of votes
Shut me
cast
for
for each candidate at the election is as
Right, I'm
follows.
off.
Catch you later. Night, Spike. Good night, Joe.
Independent. Number of
Speaking
votes
of off,
536.
I'm off too off this shit show.
Dowden Oliver Shea, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,451.
Let's see what else.
Green Party,
My constituency.
2,267. Maternal Emma Lillian,
Why did you kick me again? What's your fucking problem?
3,710.
Not bloody
Darren Bruce, Reform UK, 6,584.
Kick him permanently.
Joshua Daniel, Labour Party, 13,459.
Looks as though
I'm off anyway.
he's safe. There you go. So there was some concern for Oliver Dowden's seat, but he has been returned quite easily. Promoted after Dominic Raab left the party, long-standing ally of the Prime Minister, played the role as Miliband for Cameron every Wednesday before Prime Minister's questions. Kemi Badenoch has continued to move towards potentially being the next leader of the Conservative Party. She has remained, but she really took a thumping. Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I haven't seen her number yet.
No, okay, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, there was some online, some questions about whether enough postal votes were issued in that seat.
So as soon as Labour get 326 seats, is that it?
The race was. So
Yeah.
that's something we might have to look out for further down the
They're going to
track.
get this.
But that was one of the ones that's a bit indicative of some of those Essex seats that are around there. And it was one where, you're right, she had a big majority going into it, but not an impregnable one. And it was a bit of an indicator of whether it was going to be a bad night for the Conservatives or a pretty catastrophic
We're not
night.
going to have some
held on.
inquiry into postal votes after this
Yes.
election, because
I think there will be that
a friend of mine had to go all the way back from London today to vote in Warrington. Oh, sorry, in Tatton, because his vote.
But the big problem with Scotland, there's some trends emerging,
but all over the
very
country,
low turnout, by the way.
Yeah.
Average turnout at the moment 58.2.
Yeah. Just to tell people what they're looking at, that's the Home Secretary in Braintree looking at his count.
We're beginning to see the emergence of this thing that I think people in Labour were worried about, which was the impact of Gaza in seats where there's a high number of Muslims. So
can we talk about that?
Let's keep. We're seeing some of that already, and I think we need to keep our eyes out for Birmingham.
Rochdale doesn't reflect that, Joe.
Well, you say that. Galloway still took 11,000 votes. That's 11,500 votes.
The seat, though, didn't he?
He's had the seat, but it's still. Paul Waugh's vote was 30% down on Labour last time, so it is having an impact. And I think this Farage, Lee Anderson said, "We want our country back," which anybody who follows politics on the right, we know what that means.
I want to talk us through Leicester South, Beth. And Beth
this
and I
is a
were
big
just
thing.
Beth and I were just debating whether or not this is the Portillo moment.
Well, it was the kind of gasp moment for me when I saw it come up, because that genuinely surprised me. I was shocked by that. In the sense that it is true that we had this seat on our watch list of 16 seats that could be vulnerable to the discontent around Gaza and the way that many communities believe that Labour has handled the issue. And you can see the result there. John Ashworth, he will be absolutely
Devastated.
gutted,
He will.
losing to an independent. But look, there was 2 independent candidates, and between them they racked up over, 19,000 votes. So Jonathan Ashworth has gone, and there's another number of seats, especially around Birmingham, which we're going to have to look at really closely now, right?
As you all know, this is somebody who's given huge service to the Labour Party. He lives and breathes it. And actually, I don't know what you would say, Kay, but one of Labour's better performers in the media comes on, he answers questions properly. He's a very, 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 very capable, talented politician, and it's a result that's going to be hard on him. Because I would imagine, wasn't in the room, but he would have been one of those arguing for a different position on Gaza within the shadow cabinet, and this is where politics.
Reform's got Great Yarmouth.
So that's a third seat.
Bloody hell.
Reform again in Great
Shit.
Yarmouth.
Not believe that one.
Oh, okay.
That's conservative. That was conservative before.
Also, that's come in the first bit of good news for the SNP. They've been taking a bit of a thumping. They're down. I think they've down 9 seats from last time. Their leader in Westminster, Stephen Flynn,
That was the former chairman of the Conservative Party who was
there for quite some time.
in
So that'll
Great
be a
Yarmouth.
big relief to the SNP because to lose your Westminster leader is quite a significant moment. We saw it when Angus Robertson went in 2017.
Big voices, isn't
he? He is one of their big voices and tipped as a future leader of the SNP.
Wow.
I don't know what you and I are going to do now, Kate. We have Jonathan Ashworth gone and Grant Shapps gone.
Well, Michael
They're the
Fabricant's
people
gone.
that both parties
Michael
feel.
Fabricant's
Your
gone.
programme has
He's a
both of
character.
them.
That's true. Michael Fabricant has also lost his seat.
Yeah.
Michael Fabricant.
Yeah.
And
Okay, I've got the this is the reform vote from Great Yarmouth. It's reform 14,385, Labour 12,959, and Conservative 10,000. I've just got this from someone who sent it through to me. So reform. I mean, Brandon Lewis is a former party chair, held numerous cabinet positions. Great Yarmouth on the Norfolk coast there, go into reform. That is going to be a big blow to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was quite a social conservative seat, that was.
You would not in any other election go into that.
Although
thinking
it was
that
a
was a seat
72%
at
lead
risk.
seat.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. So, perhaps.
It's a classic left behind seat. Coastal.
Yeah.
Tourism's
It gets
gone.
worse. Can I just say,
Aging population, the demographic is
Tories
older.
came third
Yeah.
in Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Third. Brandon Lewis is coming in to
Labour.
see us in just a moment.
He's going to be.
I hope he's not going to turn on his heel.
No,
And-
he would never
No, he's
do
not
that.
going to go.
No, but yeah, I mean, he was always known as a safe pair of hands, wasn't he? So let's see what he
stood
does.
down anyway. I mean,
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, but into third place in Great Yarmouth. Ashfield is another reform win, and of course,
Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat.
Stoke.
Yes, Stoke-on-Trent, Labour gain. Jonathan Gullis, one of those very prominent red wall Tories, has gone.
Yeah. Michael Fabricant has also lost.
You look really
his seat.
pleased about that, Andy.
He and I had a bit of a.
Did you? Tell me more.
Where's my bloody constituency gone?
He's a bit combative.
He is a combative. He's a spiky character.
Although he did give me some support over technical education, but I think most people
Everything goes slowly around
Labour
here.
areas kind of found him a bit. He became a bit of a sort of a.
Kemi Badenoch
figure.
as well has kept her seat, as we were saying, thumping in the process. Only a couple of thousand, I think, but she has managed to hold on. Hey, it doesn't matter if it's only one. It doesn't matter because you've still got your seat, haven't you? Ed.
So this is a really quick one, but I know you were talking about what was happening in Leicester, in the Leicester constituencies, and real surprise there
Gaza,
actually. Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat, a safe Labour seat, or so people thought. Here are the numbers there. Look at that, 35.4 for the Labour Party, 35.2 for Adam Shocker. And it's just worth just saying, when you look at these numbers, you have to bear in mind, the demographics of different parts of the country we're talking about here and what's going on beneath the surface. And Leicester South, one of the highest proportions of Muslim voters, and Gaza was a big issue. It was a really big issue in this election for so many people. And we're really seeing that now. And one way of looking at this is not just looking at one constituency, but looking across different constituencies for the Labour vote. And here you can see, essentially, we're showing you different parts, different Labour constituencies ranked in terms of the Muslim populations. So from more people who are Muslim through to lower Muslim populations. And just look, in lower Muslim population areas, the Labour vote's going up. So up 3.4%. But look, as you move into areas with higher Muslim populations, you're talking about big falls, really big falls. And it's pretty striking, isn't it, just to see that. And that is something that we're seeing, you know, across the UK, different areas, different regions, depending, you know, on what the Muslim population is, some of the urban populations. People are unhappy about the Gaza policy of the Labour Party, and you're seeing that kind of borne out in those numbers. So listen, that was just a quick one, Kay. I won't take up too much of your time.
In answer to Brian's question in the chat,
This gentleman's time.
when an MP gets not re-elected,
surprise.
they will get quite a sizable payout
You didn't look surprised
as a redundancy payment.
No, we had a good sense of how things were going much earlier.
I think it's about 2/3 of their final salary.
Disappointed. By lunchtime, my team up there, who are very experienced, have fought lots of campaigns successfully, including last year's locals, where we did manage to hold off
Labour.
They know what they're doing, and they could sense it even at lunchtime today that it was going to be. Basically, we've got a huge amount of data. They work hard in Great Yarmouth. We've always campaigned. So we felt we knew where our potential voters were. And basically, the Conservative voters of 2019, 17, to extent 15, those who voted today, big chunk voted Reform. And it was what they were picking up this morning was people we thought were Conservative who have voted for us, even last year in the local elections, were saying, I haven't voted yet, I'm voting later. They're not saying who for, and that's a pretty good indication, because these are people who have been consistently Conservative voters. If they're then not answering your question, that does answer the question.
If you'd fought again, would you have held the seat?
Who knows? But with that kind of gap, we all like to think we've got this huge personal vote. I think we all slightly overestimate it, and that's a big gap between where we've come third, thousands of votes behind. I'm not sure any personal vote can make up that difference.
Dave Elwood, please.
72.5% leave. Yeah, and I've gone from that 17,600 majority to a comfortable.
Simon Hart's lost his seat.
Simon, the chief whip.
The
former chief whip. That's the third cabinet minister.
Yeah.
Andy,
All right, I'm going to drop out and
get
some
seat.
Not just that seat. People losing seats tonight who have been hard-working MPs and their teams and their staff, all of that. There's a human side to this as well. So, look, this is a really bad night for our party. There's no getting away from it. This is a dreadful result for our party.
Where do you even begin? You're a former party chair. You're a big campaigner. You've sat in loads of cabinet seats. What are the mistakes? How did it get this bad and go so wrong?
I think that's going to be a PhD, let alone an A-level question for the future. I think there's a whole series of things you can go back over a period of time that have built up, not just the cycle of 14 years, but a whole range of things that have happened and done, and the public have taken a view. And what's interesting tonight, I think what will be interesting as the night develops on further, is in certain areas, clearly Reform have done huge damage to the Conservatives. What I would say to my party is we need to see where we end up in a few hours' time with more results, because there will be a temptation to go chasing a hard right-wing vote. I think that sometimes misunderstands why some people are voting for, but also is missing the fact we're losing seats to Liberal Democrats. That's not over right-wing politics, and that dynamic hasn't yet played through until we see the fuller result.
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Sorry?
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Well, ultimately, the Prime Minister chose when to call an election.
And there are going
to be a lot of people who wonder why you call. I can't think of a leader anywhere in the Western world who has chosen to call an election when they didn't need to, and they're that far behind in the polls in modern history.
Gillian Keegan, declaration in just a moment or two. She's in trouble from the Lib Dems.
Yep.
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, well, no, as I say, I think we're going to, and that's going to be the challenge.
Wasn't just the timing, though, was it?
Oh no. As I said, I did say.
Should we listen to the declaration and then come back? Here we go, Gillian Keegan. She said she was going to fight to the end. Let's see if she fought hard enough.
Good morning, everybody. I, Philippa Gogarty, High Sheriff, of West Sussex, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for
That used to
each
be my
candidate
constituency. I used
at
to
the
live in
said
Chichester.
election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540.
25,000 for the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
I think you can see from Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just
Yeah.
making. There's been a period of the evening where you see it on social media and that, where people are talking about what reform is doing on the right of politics, but that doesn't recognise this challenge I think we're going to see from the Liberal Democrats as well. And our party's going to have to take some time to think through how it manages that.
It seems to me, Brandon, that
Suella
you-
Braverman's
Andrew
declaration.
Wonnell, being the
okay.
acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterloo election, do hereby give notice that the number
Labour
of votes
gained
recorded
last off. Bloody
for
hell.
each candidate at said election is as follows.
That was Conservative
Suella
too.
Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnival, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533.
So Suella Braverman has held on to her seat. At this rate, she might be the next leader. Brandon, though.
Well, I think we're going to have to see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going to be looking at. Look, Suella's made no secret of the fact that she wants to run for leader. She ran obviously in 2022 as well. So I suspect that, there'll be a few people, and over the next couple of weeks, parties first of all got to select a new chairman of the 22 committee. That's process-wise, because they do that first stage of the process, and then they'll move into the parliamentarians deciding who's going to be the final two.
Let's listen to her. Shall we see what she says?
Launch her leadership bid.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging.
Answer in just a second. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes.
Acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fraser, Edward George Watson, known as Ed Fraser, Green Party, 1,115. Freeston, Oliver Daniel William, Reform UK, 10,533. G, Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in
Christopher,
third
Social Democratic
place.
Party,
Again.
108.
Thangam's just lost Bristol.
And Thangam Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, no, to the
Greens.
Greens.
The
Yeah,
Greens,
yeah.
of course,
Yes. So she's a
joint
Green
leader.
gain from Labour in Bristol Central. So that's the shadow culture secretary or would-be culture secretary. So that's two cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangam.
And for
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland
and
that we haven't
for
talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries who have lost from the Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see these odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in a five-party system.
Yeah. One of
Which
the things
is
that
what exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from third there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign.
Wow.
They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes. There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38, they're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? They're losing 38 seats. That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running exit polls that have now revised down that figure. So it might be an even worse night. Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, the biggest party in Scotland. This was also the third biggest party in the United Kingdom. They had a national UK platform as well. And this is a big change of the night.
Basildon and Billericay.
Oh, it's come up, is it, Scooby?
There we go. Basildon and Billericay. After a recount.
20 votes in it, I heard.
As I say, Billericay always used to be first to declare many years ago.
This is a declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk Stuart, the Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holding Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's just
Murray
squeaked
David.
in. Just squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you
20.
whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
That's, in a seat like that, that's far
Bloody
too close
hell.
to come.
Yeah.
But
you
He's
still
the
have a
chairman of the
chairman.
party, is
Still have a chairman.
Yeah, I mean, look, every seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount, and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And it's
Also, can I just say,
20 odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close in Godalming and Ash.
Yeah,
and Jeremy Hunt.
just
Have you got
I've just got a
intel?
Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes. in
Okay,
it.
here's Richard Tice's. Here's Richard. Here's Richard. Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People, Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520.
Labour's going to
Matthew
win.
Robert, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510.
Richard Tice is the third Reform candidate that will be returned to the House of Commons, 15,520. Into second place is the Conservatives. Reform are going to have to be a party that whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take seriously.
Yes, well, one of the things we've seen in those early results this evening is even where they're not winning, in what was called the red wall, they're coming second and pushing us into third. And as I say, in my own constituency, they've effectively pushed us into third and won the seat. So that this is why this is going to be a real challenge for the Conservative Party in terms of how it balances out and works through what the Reform Party has done in certain parts of the country, and then I think we're going to see a very different result where we're up against Lib Dem.
Brandon, I've asked some of your other colleagues who've been on tonight whether you've made a mistake in sort of almost like cowering in front of Reform rather than actually taking them on their NHS policy, their Putin policy. Do you think you have made a mistake?
Well, look, I think one of the shocks of the campaign is this: Reform have come from nowhere in effectively just a couple of weeks. I mean, really, since Farage made his announcement, because before
you've always
not in that.
But you've let them build
space.
because you've almost been like, I don't know.
Look at that Boston and Skegness result, down 23% your vote.
Yeah, and as I say, again, the other common denominator between Boston, Skegness, and Great Yarmouth is you can correlate that to the Leave vote.
There's a very striking regional pattern. We were saying, Ruth was talking about Scotland, and we can see something happening there. And in the north and all these coastal seats, something's happening to you.
What do you mean? In this constituency,
from us in the coastal seats particularly.
Do you mean
and I think
overall?
we'll see something different in that donut, particularly that donut around London, where the Lib Dems, I think, will be successful at our expense as well.
So it's an interesting thing that the least deprived seat in the country, Hampshire North East, you guys should have kept it. It's gone.
Yeah, and as I say, and actually, if you look at in Great Yarmouth, one of the points I made during the campaign in 2016. I mean, I was on the Remain side of the debate, but people were in Great Yarmouth, and it was very strongly pushing around free movement and immigration. Yet Great Yarmouth's got one of the lowest levels of immigration in the country. That dynamic is interesting and is something that is quite challenging for people.
Brandon, have you partly also, it seems to me, when you keep saying wait for the night to play out, wait to see what happens in some of the Lib Dem Conservative battlegrounds, is that because you're worried that your party are going to look at this and decide that the solution is to tax the right and try and become even more perhaps Reform light, as Joe Johnson would put it, and that's not what you think that they should do?
Yeah, look, I think I'm on the right of centre, certainly economically, but I think we have got to be personally very wary of going chasing the Reform vote. I actually think it is more important to challenge it, but also remember what got us into power in the first place in
2010. It's possible they might get hung Parliament. I'm not
either go in that direction with Reform. And then what becomes is that what's looming?
Well, I think the party's got to say, is it a party that is, and I think the UK is relatively socially quite liberal actually, but are we a party that believes in the free market, in capitalism, good capitalism, and the free market, and are we going to make the case for that, or are we going to just go
I would like to see a hung Parliament.
Have you got enough allies in that?
Can I just interrupt you to say that Rishi Sunak's just arrived at his count in North Allerton? He will be looking at these results as they are coming in. He will have seen the exit poll, and he probably, if he was a drink, he would have been crying in his beer. What, if you were still chairman, what would you be saying to him tonight?
Well, I've not served in Rishi's government, but I think there has been a series of issues as a party that we. If I had been chairman over the last couple of years, look, there are a series of issues that I think we needed to have done differently about when we called the election, the type of election. Look, I think people vote for positive reasons generally. People go out and they vote because they want to vote for something. Even tonight, some of the stuff coming out from our party has been that negative campaign about what Labour are going to do. But it's clear Labour have won. We're not fighting the 2028 election yet.
I'm asking you what you would say to him.
I would say to him, look, he's
Leicestershire,
Prime Minister, he's
gone
made it. And look, I don't think I need
to
someone
Labour.
Rishi Sunak. I think Rishi is somebody who will want to own this. He will reflect and recognise that as the leader of our party.
The best thing he could do is fall on his sword tonight, surely.
Well, he won't. He'll be doing. I mean, assuming
what's
these
those won it?
results go through in the way that
The
outlined, he will be doing
on
that
his
tomorrow
seat,
morning.
looks like.
He will go to the palace and.
Well, no,
make
is he
that
sorry?
decision
He's
made. The
no,
Exco
sorry,
makes that quite
sorry,
clear.
that's
I don't think he will shirk responsibility. I don't think he's the type of person who shirk responsibility for where we are and what we've done. He's the leader. He knows that. He's an intelligent man.
Yeah, he's,
I don't have any
James
qualms
just
about
contacted
him.
me on
Shirking
Twitter.
responsibility.
Wait to call the election.
Still
Well, there's a
connecting,
difference
very
between
close.
political decision making and being a smart person who
won't
has,
say,
you know,
'cause it's still connected.
he does what he genuinely thinks is right for the country. And I don't think for 1 minute he will shirk responsibility as the leader for the decisions he's made.
But Brandon, the
Oh,
early
he's
election
still
call
yes,
designed to catch
yes,
reform
yes.
on the hop that badly backlashed. It's going to go down, isn't it, as one of the greatest miscalculations in
not
electoral
there
history.
now.
I mean, what a disaster.
To call an election and try and catch people up when your own party has about 200 seats unselected, I can't explain that. I do not understand
Without the
the logic of
infrastructure,
that.
it's
Let's
crazy.
bring
It
in
wasn't just
Anna,
that, though,
should
was
we?
it?
Let's bring
No,
in
no,
Anna,
there's
should we?
absolutely a
She's
whole
up in
series.
North
It will go
Allerton.
down as the
Anna,
worst
hi.
campaign in history.
Jenrick's howled.
Yes, I can hear you all talking. Kay, thanks very much indeed. Rishi Sunak's going to a private room. We're told he will be extremely brief. Obviously, he's waiting to hear his own result. Some earlier polling suggested he could be in trouble here. What we're hearing on the ground that he is not. But here we are. We're looking at a history-making prime minister, proudly the first British Asian, the first Hindu prime minister that the UK has ever seen, and now looks like he's history-making for all the wrong reasons. We know the Conservatives were trying to edge towards 165 seats. That John Major delivered in that crashing defeat in 1997. How close will they get on the night? It's a very difficult night. We've seen the heads rolling. You've listed them throughout the evening. Gillian Keegan, the most recent, Grant Shapps, big supporters, obviously, of Rishi Sunak. It's a man facing a very difficult situation. You're speculating, will he fall on his sword tonight? We know he likes tradition, Rishi in the rain. You know, things can only get wetter. That's why he went outside Downing Street to call this election back in May. But a very tough night here for the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Holed up in a private room right now. We were expecting that anyway for security reasons. But let me bring in Darren McCaffrey here. And the great debate that we've been hearing from people like Charles Walker, Brandon Lewis there, the strategic
has
error
it been refreshed
of
at
calling
all
this
yet?
election 6
On
months
ITV?
earlier than he had to. Is this defeat his fault?
Well, this is going to
Scooby
be the big
keeps saying
argument. There's going to
they're
be two big
refreshing the
arguments tonight,
overall
Anna. One
results.
looking back at whether it was the right time to call.
It doesn't
this
look like there's an
election.
overall win.
No one's ever called an election so far behind in the polls. If you'd waited another 6 months,
I can't
could
believe
things
they're not
have
going
changed?
to,
Could
but-
the economic recovery have been stronger? And additionally, the campaign itself. And, you know, I followed Rishi Sunak around for the last 6 weeks. I've been to almost every single visit he's been on. I've spoken to an awful lot of activists. And
Darren, stay there. We're just getting the declaration for Penny Mordaunt down in Portsmouth.
Penny Mordaunt, waiting for Penny Mordaunt to hear her declaration.
Penny
It is a
Mordaunt.
Close one. This
Good
we've
indeed she
seen
is.
plenty. I think 4 cabinet secretaries losing their positions so far. Penny Mordaunt, who wielded that sword so splendidly during the coronation. Exactly. There's a theme developing here. There she is on the stage. You're running out of people who could lead the party, Brandon Lewis.
Well, I mean, there'll be plenty of MPs who will be looking at their opportunities and whether they think they're the right person. And that's the discussion the party's going to have in the weeks ahead. I think we're going to need to have a leader in place relatively quickly to establish things. But we've got to get that balance right about having a proper debate and a proper discussion and having some space to do that over the next few weeks. But that's the kind of discussion that people will start having privately, if not in the next. Well, some of them would have already been having it while I've been sitting here on this stage. Yeah, absolutely right.
Going already.
And look, you know, over a period of time, I think one of the things we're seeing in these results tonight is a reflection. If you look at, as I come back to what I said before, what we're losing to Liberal Democrats, we're losing to Reform. That means it's not one ideology or another. It's a vote against us, and not least of all because we have spent far too much time in the last few years arguing amongst and with ourselves about who's leading us, what we're doing on various issues. And one of the things that's been consistent, and I remember making this point when I was chairman, for our party is our polling has never hit as hard as it is when we're fighting ourselves. and we're falling into that trap too often.
Simon Clarke has lost Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland by 214 votes, and he got the Reform candidate to stand down in that.
Oh,
so he'll be
shit.
absolutely devastated.
Yeah, he will, and he's a very, very good man.
Coastal's gone green.
I'm a big fan of Simon, not least because he's very pro getting house building going in a positive way, which is something we should be doing for young people. So it'll be a real loss to Parliament, I think.
Amazing. And Rishi Sunak arriving at his count, as we said, as we bring you news that the Armed Forces Minister, Leo Doherty, has lost his seat. And Therese Coffey has lost. Therese Coffey has lost.
Yeah, Therese Coffey's gone,
Greens, former Deputy Prime Minister.
There was a poll. There was a poll earlier in the week that did show that seat was very tight, but that it was going to let potentially Labour in. So
Are you
Greens,
surprised by
that's
that?
not a seat Green. I was with Greens.
I thought
on
the
Sunday
Democrats were going to get
TV. They were not expecting to win that
North
seat.
is declaring.
How much Greens could end up with?
Here we go, guys.
Right.
Simon James Dodd.
Green Gate.
Liberal
Oh, yes.
Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Lost her seats as well. Lost to the Labour Party, waiting for the reform results to come in, but they're falling thick and fast now, Brandon Lewis. Do you want to go and lie in a darkened room?
Who will lead this party?
I feel like that for a fair few hours now, but and again, very close. It'll be interesting to see what the reform vote result is there. But we've lost a very, very good parliamentary performer in Penny as well.
Brandon, do you think if he hadn't left DD early, that a military seat like that, she would have got that extra 800 votes?
Well, she blamed him, didn't she?
I mean, that's a catastrophic thing to do in a military seat, isn't it?
Again, rather like calling the election when he did, like going out in the rain, I cannot explain why you go to D-Day early, leave it early, and then to come back for
Johnny
the best way in the world, an interview.
Can I just say, sorry, coming quick and thick and fast, Johnny Mercer's lost his seat.
Yeah.
But again, a military seat, Plymouth, Portsmouth, big old naval seats with huge veteran communities in there. And what do? You upset the entire military community. I mean,
and to be fair, Labour were very smart. Labour also, had a military person up against Johnny, so balance that. The military.
You can call election timing wrong.
Yeah.
But the leaving D-Day thing was just like any politician knows. I mean, what would enter someone's head to do?
And particularly at a time where the country is effectively on a war footing, if you like, with the situation in Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East. Our armed forces are every day putting
and even the
themselves at risk.
explanation annoyed me. Oh, well, I was with the British veterans, but the international... The whole point was you should be there.
Also, the entire fortnight, the first fortnight of the Tory campaign was based on security and defence and the idea that Keir Starmer was going to be a danger, etc., etc. It was part of that negative campaign. This will go up there. It'll be worse than the donkey jacket that Michael Foot wore at the Cenotaph. It'll be worse than that bigoted woman. This will go into political folklore as the biggest gaffe of any election campaign.
Standing in the rain was the high
point. I want to make the most of Brandon while he's still with us to tell you that as former Northern Ireland Secretary, Sinn Féin set to win the most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Sinn Féin's vote growing in Northern Ireland through Stormont elections as well. And I think in Northern Ireland, the DUP made a big error by stepping away from Stormont in the first place, taking so long to go back, because the people in Northern Ireland were smart enough to know that the situation at Stormont had no reflection or involvement with what was going on with the Brexit debate and the agreement with the withdrawal agreement. It was a separate issue. And I think people in Northern Ireland will not forgive the DUP for leaving Northern Ireland without government, for their mind, for no good reason, really. And I think that's
the party that you did business with.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, my job, I did business with all the parties in Northern Ireland.
It's Theresa May.
Oh, yeah. But as I say, at that point, Northern Ireland Stormont wasn't sitting because of Sinn Féin, but it came back. When it came back and when the DUP left, they left over an issue that was not a Stormont issue. And the people of Northern Ireland felt strongly about that. It was very clear at the time. You could see it on the streets. People were open about that. they felt that the DUP wasn't moving forward with some progressive issues. You know, I made sure we had access to abortion support for women in Northern Ireland. DUP fought against that. Young people in the unionist community couldn't understand it, and I think they're suffering from that. What will be interesting tonight as well is to see how the Alliance Party do, because the Alliance Party have been growing in strength in Northern Ireland, which is again a reflection of people from both Catholic and Republican and Protestant unionist backgrounds not wanting to vote based on sectarianism, but voting for something else. And that's a strength.
Donaldson's seat already.
They take
And that, in a way, democratically is an interesting move for Northern Ireland.
The Bellwood one. Yeah.
But Brenda, you guys are coming in advancing a whole series of tactical reasons.
Let's hear from Penny Morden. You need to make your questions short.
To those disappointed at the result tonight, let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hardworking, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them. And I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place. And in all things, I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare,
on the captions
or whether
just now.
the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all.
Okay, so let's just pause for a moment to reflect on where we are.
Can I just say typically gracious and classy from Penny then?
Yes.
That's how you do a concession speech.
Yes, you can, but I want to tell our viewers just tuning our way that in 1997 there were 7 cabinet ministers that lost their position. That has now been matched.
Yeah.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone. And there's still more to come,
No,
potentially.
Rishi
Green
Sunak
it went,
has
Scooby,
arrived
Suffolk
at
Coastal.
his count. He is the Prime Minister for now. He won't even be, I'm guessing, the leader of his party by tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Brandon Lewis staying with us until 6 o'clock. Leader of his party, leader of the SNP, is joining us now. Perhaps a reluctant leader of the SNP, some might suggest. It's not looking that great for you tonight, is it?
You've got a link for it, Scooby.
Not at all. It's been a very tough night for us, Kay, and a lot of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are going to lose their seats, and I'm very sorry about that. We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
That's my honourable friend here who's been monitoring what's been happening up in Scotland very closely indeed, country very close to her heart. Thoughts?
Yeah, so John, you've been in the game even longer than I have. Quite often in Scotland, there's a kind of almost bonus for being in the top two. I think some of the results that I've been seeing coming in Stirling and Strathallan, in Aberdeen, in Ayrshire North and Arran, in East Renfrewshire, we're seeing Labour vaulting over both of our parties and coming from sort of in the low single thousands into 20,000 plus in some cases. It looks like the exit poll for Scotland may be underestimating the success of Labour in Scotland and overestimating perhaps both of our parties' tallies. Would you think that's fair?
Well, certainly from what
It's
I've
Labour,
seen
you're right,
so far,
Scooby. It said Green earlier on. Right.
we can do to deliver for the people of Scotland, because by delivering for the people of Scotland is how you bring forward success.
You inherited a position from your predecessors that winning a majority of seats in this election would be a mandate for another independence referendum. That's
Scooby, my apologies, you are dead right.
It is seats to come in, but it's not
definitely
going
there.
to happen. Do you
good, it's
regret
Labour.
keeping that as your party's position when you came in as leader?
No, because there's got to be a means of addressing the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland, which in 2021 elected a Scottish Parliament with a majority that wanted there to be a referendum on independence and a majority that was committed to independence. And I don't think it's healthy for a democracy to have no route for people to express their democratic wish on the future of their country. And that proposition lay at the heart of our election campaign to make sure that that mandate could be taken forward and turned into reality. And I think we've still got a situation today where about half the public in Scotland support Scottish independence, but we haven't managed to ensure that people attach the priority to that to vote for the Scottish National Party in sufficient numbers tonight. And that's one of the things we've got to take away from this election. We've got to think about, we've got to consider, and we've got to engage with the public on how best we take that forward.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for staying behind for us when they're clearing up all around you. We do appreciate it, John Swinney. Thank you. Just to clarify, Brandon Lewis, when we were saying that Therese Coffey had lost to the Greens, she's actually lost to Labour. But
that makes more sense. As I was saying, yes.
Exactly that.
I was going to say John Swinney was putting a brave face on it, but I don't think he was. He looked devastated, didn't he, in that interview just now?
I can't get over Suffolk
He only
Coastal.
became leader for the second time.
He's been conservative since
a
it began.
few weeks before, pretty reluctantly, and he said just a year before that it was time for him to take a step back when Nicola Sturgeon had gone and he was the deputy leader. He was going to take a step back and he wouldn't be back in the front line at all. When Hamza Yousaf fell, he was the kind of natural steady the ship. And in terms of how his campaign had gone, actually probably did steady the ship. I think it could have been an even last night where was Hamza Yousaf still in charge. But they've taken a battering. The police investigation that's hanging over them has damaged their credibility. Their record in government is not good, and they had no money to fight a campaign.
Are they paying a price for doing too much on independence and not enough on delivering public service?
Well, how it's always worked in the past is that the caravan, so the number of people that support independence has been bigger than the number of people that support the SNP as a party. And by making independence the biggest issue, which they've always tried to do, they've managed to gather up. They have a bigger tent, and it's worked as a vehicle for them. And the pro-UK vote is split three ways between Labour, Lib Dems and the Conservatives. What has happened, he was talking about there, was the proportion of people supporting independence and the union hasn't changed that much. I would say that an 11-point win in a binary referendum, we have since found out is actually quite a big result. Thanks very much. But what has happened is that the importance isn't there. So the reason that it drives people out to vote, it's gone down the list of priorities.
That's Spike's constituency.
To now being below cost
that's
of living,
gone to Liberal Democrat,
below public services, below local councils.
And Lisa,
and that's a huge difference. That
I think Spike's constituency has just gone to Liberal Democrat.
But for a while, 2015, 2017, 2019, that was a really big part.
Well, he might. I know. No, he's. Hang on a minute. He's north southwest. I think he's. Oh no, yeah. Sorry, I'm wrong. Because it's what's the name?
Housing. That the issues people
Liz Truss.
It's been really interesting over the last couple of years to watch how Sinn Féin have dropped back. They still want, obviously, a united Ireland, but it's not the forefront of their campaign. It's almost conspicuous by its absence in their literature and their arguments on the ground.
And what's also interesting is how they're trying to make themselves a progressive party of the left. So they've talked much more about LGBT rights and in a huge counterpoint to the DUP.
So they've learned from the SNP failure.
Brandon, can I just go back? We've got some data out with half the votes counted. The Conservative vote share seems to be down almost 20 points at just 22.3%, a record low, and lost 124 seats. 7 cabinet ministers already gone and counting.
We're going to off soon.
How does this reflect on Rishi Sunak? I mean, are you furious?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Scooby.
I would expect he'll be furious with himself as well. He should be. He is the leader, and ultimately, the decisions over the last couple of years. If you're the leader, if you're the prime minister, you have to own that. And look, I think he will. I think he's the type of person who will respect that. But yeah, absolutely. If you're the prime minister, you're the leader of the party. You set the tone.